Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan saw that Chen Guo stopped talking and thought their crying had worked, feeling very happy. Sure enough, this old general is powerful. When he gets angry and gives an order, no one can stop him. As long as he is angry and orders the punishment of Zhu Yunsu, no one can interfere. Even if later the old general finds out the truth and turns to deal with their family. It doesn't matter, by then Zhu Yunsu will have been defeated. Anyway, their family is now unafraid of being vulnerable. They can pull others into trouble, maybe even take this chance to escape. The two of them felt very happy and immediately started crying and complaining. Wei Qingyuan spoke first. That woman is the granddaughter of the big capitalist Zhu Nanshan. She makes a good living by exploiting workers' money, and the key is, she is now married to a regiment commander from Fengtian with the protection of the army. She is living well now. General Zhai frowned.
Zhu?
Married to a regiment commander?
How?
Does that sound a little familiar? At this moment, Wei Xiuxiu cried. She is the granddaughter of the capitalist Zhu Yunsu. The commander of the Huiqing Mountain Regiment in Fengtian is her protector, General Zhai, Zhai Yuanzhou, the three brothers of the Wang family. For a moment, everyone around fell into a strange silence. Isn't she Ponpon's mother? General Zhai tried to recall his impression of Zhu Yunsu. She was indeed a very beautiful woman with a remarkable presence.
But,
regardless of her background as a capitalist's descendant, is she really that kind of person? He had only met Zhu Yunsu a few times, but each time he was quite impressed. Whether it was returning the gold lock without hesitation or not bringing her daughter to cling to others. Still, the day after Pan saved someone, she went to work as usual and didn't stay home trying to get close to him. This doesn't match what the two people in front of me are saying. Old General Zhai fell into deep thought, feeling that something was wrong. His face also looked more serious. Wei Qingyuan kept secretly watching General Zhai's expression. When he saw the old general's anger turn into seriousness and his brows furrowed in thought, he felt very happy inside. It seems this plan is working. With just a few words, he managed to confuse the old general. Seeing the general so angry, he believed that soon he could directly deal with Zhu Yunsu. Feeling clever, Wei Qingyuan quickly pressed on. Zhu Yunsu is just a complete vampire. As a descendant of a rich family, she has lived a luxurious life since she was young, relying on exploiting our hardworking people. She still gets dividends from her family's factory. Every year, she earns tons of money without doing any work. He turned to the guards nearby, who were already showing anger, and to others who didn't understand the situation, loudly said, "We work here, but she gets benefits without working and lives a life above us. Is this fair?" His words were full of provocation, causing a big stir. Many guards and retired soldiers nearby looked angry.
What?
She still gets dividends? My goodness, thousands or even tens of thousands a year. How much money is that? We work hard on the farm, but how much do we earn? Yet this rich kid's family gets so much money. Amid the angry crowd, Pan still didn't speak. She just blinked her big eyes and looked steadily at everyone around her. She wanted to see how Grandpa Zhai, Commander Chen, and her friends would react. Next to her, Wang Lidong quietly protected her behind him. Meanwhile, Zhai Yuanzhou looked worried and whispered to Wang Lidong, I think Ponpon's mom isn't like that." "It definitely isn't. I need to ask Grandpa to investigate carefully later. We can't wrongly accuse good people." Chen Guo suddenly stood up. He looked around at the excited crowd and then turned to General Zhai, speaking loudly. "Old General, there must be a big misunderstanding here. I know Ho Qingshan and Zhu Yinshu and their family. I can vouch for their character. I promise, Comrade Zhu Yinshu is definitely not the kind of person they're saying." Pan felt warm inside and looked up at Chen Guo. Commander Chun is really a good person. It's easy to add beauty, but hard to offer real help. At times like this, standing up to support someone can easily lead to trouble if there's a problem. Chen Guo's willingness to speak out at this moment shows he's risking his future to trust Ho Qingshan and Zhu Yinshu. It seems Dad has a good boss. General Zhai felt a bit conflicted. On one side, There were the tearful accusations from the Wei siblings and the angry crowd stirred up around them. On the other side, he had a good impression of Zhu Yunshu and Pan Pan. Honestly, he didn't think Zhu Yunshu's family was the kind of people they were accused of being. From their previous meetings, he found Zhu Yunshu to be honest and hardworking.
And
If she really had a bad character, how could she miss the chance to curry favor with him? Most importantly, Pan Pan was still here. How could he believe that the mother of such a cute and sensible child was a wicked woman? But as a general, especially one inspecting the farm, he had to handle such accusations, especially those involving capitalists. Does Zhu Yunshu really get that much profit sharing? Thousands of yuan every year. That's a lot. Seeing the hesitation on General Zhai's face, Wei Xiuxiu grew anxious. She knew she had to act decisively. The leader next to the old general was probably someone who knew Ho Qingshan. She had to find a way to make this leader stop supporting Zhu Yunshu. Her eyes twitched, and suddenly she put on a mysterious and disdainful look, leaning in closer and lowering her voice, but making sure everyone could hear. Old general, and you too, this leader, don't be fooled by Zhu Yunshu. That Zhu Yunshu has a very chaotic personal life. When she was in Gusu, she was always at dance parties and drinking coffee. That child of hers. You can tell just by looking. Her hair is naturally curly, like a doll's, and doesn't follow Zhu Yunshu. It looks like she's from another country. Who knows which wild man she was born from, Zhai Yuanzhou. Hearing this, he almost had a shock to his pupils. What does it mean that her hair is naturally curly and looks foreign? What does it mean that she's born from a wild man? Oh my goodness! His grandmother has a bit of minority blood, and the family's hair is naturally a bit curly. He and his father inherited their grandfather's traits, not his grandmother's natural curls. The only one who inherited that was his little uncle, who didn't survive long. This isn't even insulting Pan Pan. It's like pointing at his grandfather and insulting his little uncle, who didn't grow up. Zhai Yuanzhou was stunned. Does he not follow Zhu Yunshu? Or does he follow Hu Qingshan? Curly hair? Foreign? Mixed breed? Hearing these words, General Zhai's face suddenly changed completely. Anger erupted like a volcano, bursting out instantly. He shouted angrily, "How dare you!" At this moment, Wei Yazu finally ran over from afar. He only heard a few words and thought General Zhai was scolding Pan Pan and Zhu Yunshu. Wei Yazu was overjoyed. Ugh ugh ugh. You don't know, that wild child is really bad. She accidentally fell from the building, and she even blamed me. She forced my dad to throw me down from the building too. Look at my head. General Zhai. After confirming his gaze, he couldn't believe a word. What a mess. Anyone who has seen Pan Pan wouldn't believe such nonsense. At this moment, Pan Pan, who had been silent all along, finally smiled. She poked her little head out from beside General Zhai's leg, blinked her eyes, and spoke in a cute voice. I think if you're making up stories, you should make them believable, okay? It's obviously you who pushed me down the stairs. Do you think I'm not here so you can just lie? Wei Xiuxiu, Wei Qingyuan, and Wei Yazu all looked shocked at the same time. Wei Yazu didn't even think and pointed at Pan Pan, blurted out, "How can you little brat be here?" Wei Yazu's extremely rude words instantly made General Zhai's face turn dark with anger. This was simply too outrageous. Just based on the child's curly hair, he accused Pan Pan of being a mixed breed? That's pure nonsense. According to this logic, his wife and even the lost child would also be insulted because of such features. When he first heard this, he felt something was wrong. The well-behaved and smart child, Pan Pan, was being called someone with deep, even malicious thoughts by Wei Yazu. And that Pan Pan forced his father to throw him from the building. It's just ridiculous. Now, with Pan Pan's appearance, everything became clear. Wei Yazu, who had just been claiming to be an innocent victim, directly threw an insult at Pan Pan. From how easily he spat it out, it seemed he had called him that many times before, both in front of and behind his back. Who is truly the bad seed? Who is the one bullying? It was obvious. General Zhai's eyes flashed with anger, and he was about to speak and scold. But a few young boys beside him suddenly exploded with excitement. Wang Jinzhe rolled his eyes and angrily said, "Who are you calling a little bastard?" Wei Yaozu, not understanding the trap in those words, immediately said, "I'm talking about her." Wang Xiaomen clapped and laughed loudly. "Yes. The little bastard is insulting Sister Panpan." The children burst into laughter. Panpan even smiled. This insult was truly a classic. Wei Yaozu had never seen such a scene before and immediately shouted, "I'm not a bastard. I am not." He fell right into his own trap of self-incrimination. Littler Wang Lidong's attitude was a bit more aggressive. He was in his teens and probably understood what drugging meant, so he pointed at Wei Yaozu and said, "Still saying you're not a bastard? Your dad and your aunt were caught doing it." This statement was extremely hurtful. Suddenly, not only did Wei Yaozu's face turn red, but even Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan behind him felt ashamed and embarrassed. Among the children, the most surprising reaction came from Jia Yuanzhou. He didn't directly curse like the Wang brothers. Instead, he kept a small, stern face and glanced at Chen Guo nearby. "Commander Chen, according to the rules, how should we deal with someone who openly insults our military heroes?" Wei Qingyuan and Wei Xiuxiu didn't know who this hero was talking about. They were feeling nervous inside. Just now, they had been happily reporting and complaining, feeling confident. Suddenly, they saw Zhu Yunshu's daughter sneak out from behind the old general. This scared them half to death. How could Zhu Yunshu's daughter be with these people? And these children were all protecting her. Wei Qingyuan felt regret. If he had known the situation was like this, he would have just written the report directly. Who would have thought the visiting general would bring this little girl along? But now it was too late to regret. Forget it. Just go with it. After all, Zhu Yunshu was from a wealthy family, and she had shares in the company. That was reliable. Even a general shouldn't be so biased. There were so many people here. As for the so-called hero earlier, Wei Qingyuan didn't take it seriously at all. What hero or not, he pulled his son behind him and frowned. A little girl. What can she be? Even if her father is a hero, does that mean she is? I think you're just protecting her on purpose and bullying others. Hearing this, the prisoners nearby also started to stir. A hero? A little girl. She can't even lift a hoe. How can she be a hero? Maybe they're just giving her their family titles. Hearing these comments, Chen Guowei's face darkened. "She's not a hero," he sneered. Little Panpan was on a train from Gusu and found a bomb planted by enemy spies. She even helped the train conductor catch the spies, saving all your lives. When he said this, everyone around was stunned. Many of the prisoners had come from that train in Gusu. There was a bomb on the train? Did they almost die? Or was it this little girl who saved them? Chen Guo saw the expressions of the people around him relax and continued. Just yesterday, little Ping Pong, after being kidnapped by enemy agents, stayed brave and, with for older children, planned and fought back, defeating 3 armed enemies. Not only that, she also rescued General Zhai's grandson, Jia Yuanzhou. Tell me, do you think she's a hero? Suddenly, everyone, guards, retired soldiers, and even the labor camp workers who were watching eagerly, were all stunned. All eyes focused on this soft, doll-like little girl. Is this real? Such a small child. Discovering a bomb? Taking down 3 enemies? It sounds like a fairy tale.
But
who would dare lie about this? The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Oh my, this little girl is so amazing. Railway Little Hero. I think I've heard that name before. So it's her. Yesterday. She even took down 3 enemies? Is this for real? While outsiders were shocked, the 3 members of the Wei family felt like thunder had struck them. Wei Qingyuan and Wei Xiuxiu, the brother and sister, went blank, their minds completely stunned. Railway Little Hero? Defeating enemies? Saving the general's grandson? This can't be true. Zhi Yunshu's daughter. She actually made such a big achievement? She really became some kind of little hero? And the general, whom they thought would be their savior, his grandson was actually saved by her? What should they do now? Wei Qingyuan and Wei Xiuxiu's faces turned pale instantly, and they could only think desperately. They had to find a way to get close to General Zhai. They needed to force him to cut ties with Xi Yunshu. Although this plan was risky, it was their only option. Suddenly, Wei Xiuxiu had an idea and shouted desperately, "So obviously favoritism is at play, I knew it. Just because she saved your grandson, you think you can protect a corrupt capitalist's child who relies on exploiting people's hard work? Do you think personal gratitude is more important than justice in your heart?" This questioning felt like a heavy hat being placed directly on General Zhai's head. General Zhai was so angry, he was trembling all over. He fought for victory, for the soldiers and civilians behind him, even sacrificing his own son. But now, someone was pointing at his nose and accusing him of favoritism. This accusation made him feel very uncomfortable and very embarrassed. After all, many eyes were watching him. If he showed any bias or trust toward Pompon's family, it might backfire. Seeing General Zhai's difficult expression, Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. Yes, that's exactly what they wanted. They needed to muddy the waters. As long as they made this old general hesitant and cautious, they might still have a chance to turn things around. The current policies were tightening, and the labels of capitalists and exploiters were being pinned on them. Zhu Yunshu would definitely have a hard time. Even if they had to die, they would drag someone down with them. Wei Xiuxiu seized the moment and continued crying. "Our common people are having a hard time. Boo-hoo, we've been falsely accused and treated badly. But what about the children of the capitalists? Living well and protected, boo-hoo?" At this moment, a soft, childish voice sounded again. Pan Pan blinked her eyes and said clearly, "No, that's not right. Your dad, my so-called grandfather, Wei Shuwen, married into the Zhu family, and in the end, he had my mommy. Later, my grandma fell ill and passed away. The family's factory was managed by Wei Shuwen. You are my mommy's younger sister and brother, and you all live in the same house." Ponpon's words were vague, like a child learning to speak, but to Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan, it was like a bolt from the blue. When did this child become so articulate, able to understand so many family relationships? They were just taking advantage of the fact that no one knew them, pretending to be ordinary people, and stirring up class conflicts. Seeing their faces turn pale, Pan Pan continued softly, with her gentle, childish voice. "What do you call that, ordinary people?" The people around, filled with righteous anger, immediately looked as if they had been splashed with cold water. Just moments ago, it seemed like capitalists were bullying the common people. But what do Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan have to do with ordinary people? These days, people are quite easy to stir up. When they calm down, they realize something is wrong. Yes, they call themselves common folks. The ones who can't do any work are them. And that boy Wei Yaozu, it was him who just threw away the sweet potatoes the other day. How can they call themselves common people? Their behavior is just luxury and indulgence. Seeing the expressions on Wei Xiuxiu and the others' faces, Pan Pan couldn't help but smile. But it's not over yet. Right now, they've only denied Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan's identity as common folks, but they haven't cleared their mother's name. Fortunately, she was smart and immediately donated her dividend passbook. Otherwise, they would be in trouble now. They don't know when the official recognition will come, but for this kind of matter, just calling to ask will give the answer. She turned around and looked at General Zhai, who had just recovered from shock, and said seriously, "Grandpa Zhai, it's okay. My mother is innocent. We're not afraid of investigations. Just send someone to ask in Gusu, and everything will be clear. Who's lying? Who's twisting the truth? It's all obvious once checked." Nai Tuanzi's voice was soft and sweet, but it sounded reassuring. Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan's hearts suddenly felt empty. Go to Gusu for investigation? Wouldn't their lies be exposed immediately? But then they thought again and calmed down. Anyway, they firmly believe that Zhu Yunshu is using her power to distort the truth. Even if the Gusu Public Security Bureau testifies, they can cause trouble. So much time has passed, and there's no evidence to prove otherwise, so it might just be ignored. But the dividend issue is certain and undeniable. As long as they focus on this, they can prove Zhu Yunshu's guilt. Thinking of this, Wei Qingyuan sneered silently and straightened his back. Today, they must drag Zhu Yunshu down. Once Zhu Yunshu is overthrown, Hu Qingshan will definitely be affected. At that time, Deputy Commander Chen Xiangqian will surely help them. The brother and sister quietly comforted themselves in their hearts. Old General Zhai couldn't help but reach out and touch Pon Pon's soft hair, feeling his heart soften completely. Well said. A person with integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. He nodded and loudly declared, "This matter must be investigated. Right now, go to the farm's contact center. I will personally call Gusu to verify the situation." Then he led the way, ready to take everyone to the farm's office area. Just as they could see the outline of the office huts, a voice came from afar. It was the officer guarding the gate, calling out as he approached them. "Director Yang Wei Xiuxiu. Wei Qingyuan. Someone is looking for you at the gate." Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of joy in each other's eyes. Who else could be looking for them besides Deputy Commander Chen Xiangqian? Wei Xiuxiu immediately shouted, "Leader, we want to meet the person who is here to see us first." Wei Qingyuan echoed, "Yes. We need to go to the gate first." It was Chen Xiangqian who reported Zhu Yunshu, so maybe he had new evidence. Old General Zhai frowned, about to refuse. But before he could speak, Pan Pan cheered up. She took the lead, answering cheerfully, Okay. Let's go see who's at the gate." Pon Pon's little plan was working perfectly. She was sure that the person coming was definitely Chen Xiangqian, who had been pedaling his bike all this time. Now, good evidence witnesses. Oh no, the villain's accomplices were coming right to them. Everyone headed toward the gate. From a distance, they saw a figure pushing a bicycle with a large basket. The person was covered in dust, sweating heavily, holding the handlebars and gasping for breath, clearly exhausted from a long ride. When he looked up and saw the crowd approaching, especially recognizing the leading figures, old General Zhai and Chen Guowei, his face froze instantly. It was a mix of shock, fear, and despair. The figure looked like he had seen a ghost, his body stiffening suddenly. He quickly turned his bike around, ignoring the need to mount it, pushed the broken bicycle, and ran away. He scrambled and crawled away. Chen Guowei looked at the familiar figure and suddenly had many thoughts. He immediately shouted, "Damn it! Chen Xiangqian, you bastard! What are you doing here? Stop him for me. How could he be here?" As soon as he saw the struggling figure running away, Chen Guowei's mind suddenly clicked, and he realized what was happening.
Damn.
I knew this was a strange situation. It turns out he was waiting here, all along. Chen Guowei remembered the recent series of events involving Chen Xiangqian and the Hu Qingshan families and suddenly understood everything. First, there was Chen Xiangqian's mother, Grandma Fong, who was extremely biased towards boys. She treated her two granddaughters badly at home and kept all the good things for her precious grandson, Chen Zhuangzhuang. This was just family business, so outsiders shouldn't interfere. But Grandma Fong was allowing her grandson to bully Pan Pan. When he couldn't steal her candy, he even bit her, saying she didn't know how to share politely. After being humiliated and suffering losses, she probably held a grudge. She even took advantage of her son and daughter-in-law being away to make a bet with the 3-year-old girl, Pan Pan. She said if she couldn't grow vegetables, she would have to marry Chen Zhuangzhuang. What era was this? Still practicing feudal arranged marriages. Taking advantage of her parents' absence was just blatant bullying. After this incident, Chen Xiangqian pretended nothing happened and acted as if he was fine for several days, only to retaliate later at Hu Qingshan's training ground. Chen Guowei thought at the time that Hu Qingshan's attack was a bit heavy, but now, it was a good fight. It was too light. He should have let that kid experience what real strength was. Yesterday afternoon, 5 children went missing, but Chen Xiangqian, the deputy commander, disappeared too. Last night, he called Chen Xiangqian over and scolded him. The reason Chen Xiangqian gave was that he was injured by Hu Qingshan and was resting at the clinic. Chen Guowei almost cursed inwardly. He thought that excuse was completely nonsense. But he never expected that his grandson wasn't hiding at the clinic out of laziness. That scoundrel disappeared yesterday to come to this Xian farm, to find Zhu Yunshu's stepbrother and stepsister, to plan how to retaliate against Hu Qingshan. Hu Qingshan, from his background to his achievements, is naturally flawless. Therefore, the only way to attack and revenge against Hu Qingshan is through his wife. His wife, Zhu Yunshu, has a wealthy grandfather who is a businessman. If they can drag Zhu Yunshu into trouble, how can Hu Qingshan, as her husband, remain unaffected? This is truly a clever plan. But, as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. As for now, seeing Chen Xiangqian scrambling and crawling in a panic, Chen Gui sneers. He can guess what happened just by looking at him. Probably, he did something bad yesterday to encourage others to report him, and when he returned, he heard about Ponpon's achievement and was afraid that General Zhai would protect the child.
Wow.
Truly impressive. Chen Gui feels both angry and amused. This is really man proposes, God disposes. Who would have thought that today they would suddenly conduct a surprise inspection on this new farm? And who would have thought that Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan, these two fools, saw General Zhai before Chen Xiangqian even received the notice? They thought they had a huge opportunity and hurried to report it. And right at this critical moment, Chen Xiangqian, exhausted from riding his bike for hours, just arrived. This is what is called the net of heaven is vast, yet nothing escapes. This is called walking into a trap. It's just too unbelievable. Chen Gui feels 1,000 thoughts in his heart. He glances at Pan Pan, who is protected by several children and blinking her big eyes at the commotion, and fully trusts this little lucky star. Catch him. Don't run. Although the people around don't understand what's happening, but the commanding officer ordered it, and if someone turns around and runs, it must be because they have something to hide. The young soldiers, eager to make achievements, rush forward like wolves and tigers. Chen Xiangqian, exhausted after riding his bike for hours, has no strength left now. He pushes the troublesome bicycle, but before he can get far, a quick and sharp veteran tackles him from behind and knocks him to the ground. Let me go. Chen Xiangqian falls hard, landing face first in the dirt. The bicycle also crashes down with a loud bang, looking extremely miserable. He immediately had his hands tied behind his back and was dragged over like a dead dog. Seeing this scene, Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan, the brother and sister, were completely stunned. They stood there blankly, their faces losing all color so quickly it was visible to the eye. What is going on here? The backup they had been hoping for, the one who promised to help them reduce their sentences if they got Zhu Yunshu into trouble, Chen Xiangqian. Why did he run away like a mouse seeing a cat? Wei Xiuxiu's mind was racing, trying to understand this unbelievable scene. Chen Xiangqian ran away. This meant that General Zhai's visit was not arranged by him at all. Then why was he rushing over so urgently? A terrifying thought struck Wei Xiuxiu like lightning. Could it be that Chen Xiangqian didn't bring General Zhai to help them report, but instead came to stop them? To tell them not to act rashly? It seemed to be the case. If they had known in advance that Pan Pan, that little girl, had saved the old general's grandson, they definitely wouldn't have reported at this moment. Now their supposed backup couldn't help them. In fact, they had gotten themselves into trouble. In an instant, Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan felt dizzy, their vision blacked out, their legs weak, almost collapsing to the ground. It was as if they had truly hit a wall. General Zhai's face was dark enough to drip water. He didn't know all the details like Chen Gui did, but just from what he saw now, he could piece together the general situation. A deputy division commander, who wouldn't even ride in a military vehicle, set out alone before dawn from the military district, riding a bicycle secretly to this labor camp. And when he saw his superior, he was so frightened he ran away. If he wasn't guilty in his heart, who would believe it? Thinking further about what Wang Lidong's children mentioned, the absurd bet between Chen's old grandmother and Pan Pan, and the crazy accusations these two prisoners made against Zhu Yunshu and her daughter, General Zhai finally understood what was really going on. This is clearly just personal revenge, trying to drag others into trouble. He hasn't even gone to find Qin Xiangqian's trouble, but now he's the one who came to us. Old General Zhai's eyes were as cold as ice, sweeping over the guards who had already subdued Qin Xiangqian. His voice carried a commanding tone. "Why are you standing there? Bring him over here." With old General Zhai's words, Qin Xiangqian was brought forward. He was held by 2 strong guards on either side, dragged and pushed in front of everyone. Qin Xiangqian was jostled and nearly knelt before old General Zhai. He barely managed to steady himself, but his face was very pale.
It's all over now.
That was the only thought in Qin Xiangqian's mind. He couldn't understand how things had turned out like this. He hurried as fast as he could, almost breaking his legs, just to stop Wei Xiuxiu's 2 foolish friends. But he was still a step too late and ended up right in front of old General Zhai. And who would have thought? Old General Zhai wasn't riding the general's jeep, but a logistics vehicle used for transporting supplies. He saw that vehicle on the way, but since supply trucks are common, he didn't pay much attention. Now he's really regretting it so much he feels sick. What should he do now? Recently, his conflict with Hu Qingshan had become quite obvious. The commanding officer might have noticed their quarrel.
And,
most importantly, the old general's heart was definitely leaning toward that girl. Qin Xiangqian. Old General Zhai's voice was not loud, but carried a heavy weight, hitting everyone's hearts. As deputy commander, why did you come alone on a bike from the new farm? Why did you run when you saw us? Tell me clearly. Qin Xiangqian's mind went blank. He trembled as he looked up, opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. What could he say? That he was beaten by Hu Qingshan during training yesterday and felt resentful, so he deliberately came to talk to Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan about how to smear Hu Qingshan's wife? Or that he came today because he was afraid the truth would come out and wanted to send a message, but ended up risking himself? Is he really able to say that? Hurry up and think quickly. Qin Xiangqian desperately tried to think, but because of extreme panic, his mind went completely blank. Report to the leader, I just wanted to visit the farm to check on the work. Before General Zhai could speak, Guo Qin kicked him directly. You visit the farm? You come on a broken bicycle? You saw the old general turn his head and run away. Does that count as checking the work? Everyone around was already suspicious because Qin Xiangqian was fleeing. Now, hearing his nonsense, even prisoners knew this person was trouble. A guard thought for a moment and loudly said, reporting to the leader, I know this person. He came yesterday afternoon. Not alone, he came with Deputy Commissioner Gao Mingguang from the military district. After that, a few other prisoners also spoke loudly. He came before. Not just yesterday, but about 10 days ago too. He was with a commissioner then, looking for Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan. 10 days ago? Hearing that name and that time, Guo Qin felt a sudden shock. He immediately remembered. Gao Mingguang's wife, Ma Yanmei, and his younger sister-in-law, Ma Xiaoli. Before Zhu Yunshu arrived, rumors about Zhu Yunshu spread all over the family compound. Weren't they all coming from these 2 people? After Zhu Yunshu and Pan Pan arrived, they were caught and had to write self-criticisms. They got along well, and Gao Mingguang still held a grudge? And 10 days ago, if he remembered correctly, it seemed that Zhu Yunshu had just arrived, and there was a conflict with Qin Xiangqian's family, revealing Qin Xiangqian's sexist views. He had scolded Qin Xiangqian. So, 10 days ago, these 2 families were already planning to cause trouble. Pan Pan blinked her eyes, thought for a moment, then said clearly, 10 days ago? Grandpa and Grandma came and said my hair is curly, not like Daddy's. I was wondering, how did they know about my hair at home? Guo Qin suddenly understood. It turns out Gao's parents were also involved in this. They just wanted to cause trouble for the Hao family. Qin Xiangqian watched as his lies were exposed and his accomplices were revealed. He looked pale and hopeless. He knew that if he couldn't escape today, his position as deputy commander would be lost forever. In desperation, he suddenly pointed at the equally pale siblings, Wei Qingyuan and Wei Xiuxiu. Commander, listen to my explanation. It's them. They lied to me. Everyone. The Wei family trio. Chen Xiangqian hurriedly explained. Earlier, I and Commissar Gao Mingguang came to check the situation. It was Gao who asked me to come. The siblings claimed they had a big grievance. They cried so sadly, accusing Comrade Zhu Yunsu of terrible crimes. I was fooled by their sweet words and false tears. I came today because I felt something was wrong and wanted to investigate further. I didn't expect them to dare to accuse her right in front of the old general. This statement stunned Wei Qingyuan and Wei Xiuxiu. They never thought that the person they saw as their supporter just moments ago would suddenly throw all the blame onto them. Wei Qingyuan trembled with anger, pointing at Chen Xiangqian's nose and shouting, "You bastard! Shut your mouth! You came to us yesterday and said if we helped you bring down Zhu Yunsu, you'd help us get a lighter sentence. Was that you who said that?" Wei Xiuxiu also reacted quickly, screaming in agreement, "Yes, it's you. You even taught us how to write a report, saying we should attack Zhu Yunsu's capitalist background and accuse her of corruption. Did you say you never said that?" The farce quickly turned into a vicious fight, with everyone accusing each other. "You're lying. When did I teach you that?" "You did. You said that if we dragged Zhu Yunsu down, Ho Qingshan wouldn't escape either. That way, you could vent your anger." "Nonsense. It was clearly you who hated Zhu Yunsu and wanted to use her as a scapegoat. You came to us first. You falsely accused us." The truth was now clear amid the chaos and accusations. Guo Weichen. He looked at the old general beside him. It was truly embarrassing, so humiliating. Panfan's eyes sparkled as she took a handful of peanuts from her skirt pocket, happily sharing them with Xia Yuanzhou and the three Wang brothers. Snacking is fun. How can she not eat something? Creak, creak. The peanuts smelled delicious, and Panfan chewed happily. These troublemakers didn't even need her to act. They could entertain themselves endlessly. It's great to have such fun. Xia Yuanzhou was munching on peanuts nearby, but he kept feeling like he had forgotten something very important. The switchboard operator at the military district was sweating nervously, looking for someone. "What? The division commander isn't here? And Deputy Division Commander Chen? Is he not here either? Oh my goodness. What should I do?" The call was from the city, saying there was an urgent matter that required the military district leaders to answer. But after asking around, she found out that Division Commander Chen Gui had gone early in the morning with General Zhai to inspect the farm, and she didn't know exactly where they went. She thought about asking the Deputy Division Commander. "Where is Deputy Chen Xiangqian?" He hadn't been seen since yesterday afternoon, supposedly injured during training by Colonel Hu Qingshan, and he didn't even join the kids. Last night, the division commander called him over to scold him. But this morning, he was nowhere to be found. Now both top leaders were missing, and the city was calling urgently. What should she do? The operator was pacing anxiously when a colleague nearby suggested, "Maybe you should transfer the call to the staff office? Let Major Wang answer." And there's the staff officer. The operator suddenly realized and quickly connected the line to the staff office, briefly explaining the situation. Wang Zhengwo answered the phone with a confused look. The voice on the other end sounded serious and direct, asking, "Is this Major Wang Zhengwo?" Hearing the official tone, Wang Zhengwo straightened up immediately. "Yes, this is me. Who is this?" "I'm from the city office. We have an important matter to inform your military district." Wang Zhengwo's heart skipped a beat. A call from the city? And so serious? He instinctively thought of yesterday's intense rescue operation. Could it be that Pan, the child who took down 3 enemy agents, has already spread the news to the city? That shouldn't be. General Zhai mentioned yesterday that they should keep this quiet for now. He hadn't decided how to praise those children yet. Mainly because Pan is so young, and what she did was beyond normal expectations. They hadn't thought of how to reward her, and there was no previous example. Also, the old general said he planned to tell the higher-ups about Pan's actions to get some recognition. Maybe she could even become a role model. How did the news spread so quickly? While he was thinking, he heard the person on the phone continue. "This afternoon, leaders from the province and the city will personally visit your military district. There is an award from Beijing that will be presented to your team in person, from the province, the city, and Beijing? Wang Zhengwo was completely stunned. He hadn't even thought about Ponpon's side. An award from Beijing? Wow, that must mean something very important. With such a big event, could it be that a major figure in the military district has done something extraordinary? Or is it something very big? He asked carefully. Leader, may I ask who is being honored? He heard the sound of papers being shuffled. Then, to his surprise, a name combination was spoken from the receiver. The honored comrades are Zhu Yunshu and Hao Pan, Wang Zhengwo. His hand trembled, almost dropping the phone. Zhu Yunshu and Pan? What kind of earth-shattering thing did those two do now? Wang Zhengwo felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. As for Pan, although she is young, everything she does is more unbelievable than the last, finding bombs, taking down enemy agents. If she earns another award, Wang Zhengwo wouldn't be too surprised. But why is Zhu Yunshu involved in this? Isn't Zhu Yunshu working in the research institute? Can she even be recognized for achievements there? He hurriedly asked, Leader, could you tell me more details? What exactly is this about? Donation profit sharing. The person on the phone seemed busy and replied briefly with 4 words. Donations. Profit sharing? General Wang Zhengwo was even more confused.
Beep. Beep.
Beep. The phone was quickly hung up. Wang Zhengwo held the receiver, standing there stunned, unable to react for a long time. What is going on here? But right now, the most important thing isn't figuring out what this profit sharing means. He must quickly find his senior officers and the old general. The provincial and city leaders are arriving this afternoon, and without someone in charge at the military district, how can that work? He knew that his 3 troublesome sons this morning had gone to the Xian farm with Pan, the senior officers, and the old general. He slapped his thigh, grabbed another phone, and ordered the operator to connect him to Xian farm immediately.
Quick.
Connect me to Xian farm. It's an urgent matter. Xia Yuanzhou, being young, couldn't figure out what he had overlooked, no matter how hard he thought. While a few kids were watching the drama unfold, the dogfight between Qin Xiangqian and the Wei siblings was already nearing its climax. You dare hit me? You scoundrel. You're the one hitting. Fraud. Dog stuff. The 3 of them were fighting fiercely now, and Qin Xiangqian even got his face scratched by Wei Xiuxiu. Watching this farce, General Zhai was completely speechless. Chen Guowei, how do you explain this? Chen Guowei, standing nearby and being called out by the old general, looked like he was on fire, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. His subordinates had caused trouble with Qin Xiangqian and Gao Mingguang. They had completely embarrassed their military district. And in front of so many people, there were quite a few professional soldiers present. Their deputy division commander was such a person. This was too embarrassing. Chen Guowei felt very frustrated. He could only swallow his anger and say to the old general, this kind of thing we will handle strictly. From now on, we will strengthen ideological education for everyone and absolutely prevent such acts of retaliation from happening again. Or maybe we should bring these people back and ask them clearly. Seeing the old general nod, Chen Guowei was about to give an order. But at that moment, the Wei siblings couldn't take it anymore. Wei Xiuxiu knew they were doomed now. Don't talk about reducing their sentences. Given the current situation, they are likely to face strict and heavy punishment. It might even become a luxury to live on the farm in the future. Thinking of this, Wei Xiuxiu's eyes turned red. Wei Qingyuan was also staring intently at Pan. This young girl he used to look down on now looked proud and protected by a group of people. She was wearing a cotton dress, not very bright in color, but it looked new. Maybe because her diet was decent, she didn't lose much weight compared to when she was in Gusu. Her face was chubby and rosy, looking like she hadn't suffered much. But what about his son? Wei Yaozu's chubby face had become thin, his clothes were torn, and he had several large blisters on his hands. Wei Qingyuan felt very resentful inside. Why was this little girl so well off? Why could she enjoy comfort while they suffered here? And that shameless woman Zhu Yunshu could live comfortably outside? As they faced death, they also wanted someone to take the blame. The brother and sister looked at each other and moved at the same time. Wei Xiuxiu suddenly acted wildly, crawling up from the ground, pointing at General Zhai and shouting, "Qin Xiangqian is scheming. That's his business." But what we reported is true. Zhu Yunshu receives thousands of profit shares every year, and that's true too. Why don't you do anything? Wei Qingyuan also went all out, raising his voice. Why isn't Zhu Yunshu being punished? Qin Xiangqian's matters have nothing to do with us. We reported Zhu Yunshu, the descendant of a capitalist. Many people are watching. You can't protect your own. You can't shield her just because this little girl saved your grandson. These words were sharp and vicious. They once again accused General Zhai of favoritism and covering up. General Zhai was so angry that his temples throbbed. He wanted to have these two taken away for further questioning. But at this moment, Pan Pan tugged at his sleeve. The little girl looked up and said sweetly, "Grandpa Zhai, we need to find out the truth. My mommy and I are innocent. We are not afraid of an investigation. We can't let her be the reason for General Zhai to have a weakness that others could attack. Such things are hard to predict. Even if General Zhai can suppress it now, what about in a few years? If policies tighten again and this matter is brought up again, it could cause trouble for many people." Looking at General Zhai, Pan Pan paused, then said, "Mommy has faced a lot of blame and unfair accusations since coming to Fengtian. If everything is clarified, it will be good for all of us." Pan Pan's mind was clear and confident. Back in Gusu, she had already thought about this. In today's world, a capitalist status is like a ticking time bomb, especially that dividend paid every year, which could explode at any moment. That's why she encouraged Mommy to donate that bankbook. She didn't expect that the official notice of recognition would take so long to arrive. Maybe no one is donating dividends these days, or it might be used as a typical example for publicity. But why hasn't it come yet? Still, it's okay this way. It's a good opportunity to clarify everything in front of so many people today. Once the voluntary donation is announced, no one will be able to use capitalist dividends to attack her and Mommy anymore. This would be a permanent solution. It would be hard for any trouble to arise afterward. Seeing Pan Pan's determined look, General Zhai almost felt his heart soften. What a good child. He could tell that Pan Pan was worried about him, afraid he would be embarrassed or get a bad reputation. But standing firm and doing the right thing is what matters. This child is so confident. Maybe she has a clear plan. Then let's find out the truth and clear their names publicly. General Zhai nodded heavily. Let's listen to Pan Pan. We'll call now to verify. The group was about to head to the farm's communication office. Suddenly, from a distance, a communication officer, panting heavily, ran out of a small hut nearby.
Director Yang, Director Yang.
The military district called, calling for the division commander and General Zhai. They said it's an urgent matter. The military district's call? General Zhai frowned, his expression turning serious. Could it be that Qin Xiangqian and Gao Mingguang still have accomplices in the military district, planning something sneaky? He said in a serious voice, "Answer the phone and put it on speaker. I want to hear what's going on." Qin Guowei and General Zhai thought of a place, looked unhappy, and quickened their steps. Everyone hurriedly ran to the contact office. The officer didn't dare delay and quickly handed over the receiver, pressing the speaker button. In the next second, Wang Jiangwo's voice came from the phone. "Hello? Is this the commander? Is the old general there? Why is it Wang Jiangwo?" Chen Guowei was surprised. Isn't Wang Jiangwo friends with Hu Qingshan? At least, they shouldn't be in the same group as Qin Xiangqian. Could there be something urgent? Wang Lidong also looked confused. "Dad? What's happening?" Chen Guowei said. "Commander Wang, you tell us." Wang Jiangwo hurriedly replied, "Oh my goodness, I finally found you. Something big has happened. Leaders from the province and city will come to our military district this afternoon. You need to come back quickly." Leaders from the province and city? General Zhai frowned. What could be such a big matter? He coldly asked, "What's going on?" "Explain clearly," Wang Jiangwo said. "They say they're coming to commend comrades Pan Pan and Zhu Yunshu." Hearing this, Pan Pan cheered inwardly and immediately understood. just as the opportunity arrived. It's really like someone sending a pillow when you're sleepy. But General Zhai, standing nearby, looked confused. Hadn't he just reported the enemy spies? How come the commendation is already here? Could it be that these mother and daughter have some secrets he doesn't know? Wang Jiangwo hurriedly said, "So, when will you come back? I'm afraid there will be reception work soon." When the Wei siblings heard the word commendation, their faces darkened even more. Why are Zhu Yinshu and that girl being so heavily protected, and now there's a commendation too? If they could escape just because of the commendation, they wouldn't be willing. Wei Qingyuan couldn't help but shout, "Commendation? Just because of a commendation, they think they can be protected and ignore our reports. This isn't fair." "Why? Exactly. We want to finish dealing with this first before leaving." Pan Fan almost laughed out loud. These two people really have a way of risking their lives. Anyway, she knew what was going on, so she decided to let them die clearly. Before General Zhai could speak, Pan Fan took the lead. She tilted her head and asked clearly, "Uncle Wang, what are they praising us for?" On the other end of the phone, Wang Jiangwo scratched the back of his head, looking very confused. "I don't know either. I just heard someone from the city mention it. It seems to be about donation dividends? What does that mean? Where did your family get these dividends?" Suddenly, Wei Xiuxiu's scream stopped abruptly. Wei Qingyuan's shout got stuck in his throat. He turned around in disbelief, staring hard at Pan Pan, almost speaking word by word. "Donation? Dividends?" Wang Jingzhe, standing nearby, knew that adults were talking and shouldn't ask, but he couldn't help asking softly, "Little sister Pan Pan, what does donation dividends mean?" Pan Pan turned her head, looking at a few little friends beside her who looked just as confused, and explained clearly, "It's like this. My mom's family's factory, wasn't it taken over by the country? The country gets money into a savings account every year, and that's the dividends." She counted on her fingers, seriously calculating. They said it's true. There really are thousands and thousands of dollars every year. Thousands and thousands? Everyone around gasped. Dividends amounting to thousands and thousands. Then what about donation dividends? Wang Lidong scratched his head in confusion and asked, "So much money. Who did you donate it to?" Pan Pan tilted her head cutely and said clearly, "Big brother Lidong, you're so silly. It must have been donated to the country. Before coming to Fengtian, my mom and I already agreed with people from Gusu to donate the savings account." This sentence was like a heavy bomb, exploding instantly. General Zhai and Chen Wei both looked at each other with wide eyes. They saw shock and horror in each other's eyes that words couldn't describe. Thousands and thousands of dividends every year. That's not a small amount. In this era, an ordinary working-class family might earn only a few hundred yuan a year, which is already considered the maximum. Thousands, what does that mean? That's a huge amount of money that ordinary people can't even imagine. And they just donated it? The guards, retired soldiers, and the prisoners watching the scene were all stunned, their jaws dropping. "Oh my, did I hear that right? Thousands of yuan just donated like that? Are they crazy? How much money is that? I've never seen so much in my life." That kind of dedication is incredible. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to part with it. Everyone was talking excitedly, all eyes focused on the innocent, pure face of Pan Pan, filled with admiration and disbelief. As for Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan, their faces suddenly turned pale, even whiter than before. "This couldn't be true. You're lying." Wei Xiuxiu yelled sharply, like a cat with its tail stepped on. "So much money. How could you be willing to donate it? You're just lying. You're making up stories to save yourselves." Wei Qingyuan shouted desperately, "Yes, you're lying. Who would be so foolish as to donate that much money? You're just trying to fool the old general and everyone. This so-called donation must be fake. No one would really give away that much money." General Zhai couldn't help but ask, "Pan Pan, was this your mother's idea, or?" Pan Pan held her head high, her little face full of pride. "It was me. I told Mommy, and she agreed right away. If it had been Zhu Yinshu's idea, there might be some chance. Maybe she wanted to escape her identity as a capitalist and gain a good reputation. But Pan Pan, she's only 3 years old. What could she understand? And besides, how could such a young child understand this? Chung Wei couldn't help but ask then.
Why?
I told you before not to donate, but why did you do it? Baby, how did you come up with this idea? Pan Pan thought for a moment, then softly but clearly said, because the country is working very hard. The country needs a lot of money to build new factories, make airplanes, and produce tanks to fight the bad guys. It also needs to buy many things so that many people can eat enough and not go hungry. The little girl's soft and gentle voice made everyone around fall silent. She paused and added, I heard my mommy say that when the country was very hard, my mommy's grandpa also donated a lot of money and supplies. Mommy said we should learn from grandpa. So, I also want to do something. After she finished speaking, everyone was completely silent. The questions and shouting from the Wei siblings seemed so pale, so silly, and so ugly compared to the clear, sweet voice of the little girl. Wei Xiuxiu and Wei Qingyuan's faces froze in shock. They opened their mouths but couldn't say a word. Their legs went weak and they sank to the ground. They were completely finished.
And
their desperate attempt to report on others actually became a chance for Zhu Yinshu and her daughter to become famous. It was as if they had handed themselves over on a silver platter, becoming stepping stones for these two. Thinking of this, Wei Xiuxiu let out a hopeless cry and burst into tears. Their crying no longer mattered to anyone. At this moment, everyone present, guards, retired soldiers, officials, even some prisoners gathered around the small girl. Oh my, this child. She spoke so well. Yes, making airplanes, tanks, fighting bad guys. Such a good child. She cares about the country at such a young age. This is what a family of soldiers should be like. Compared to her, Chen Xiangqian's family is like mud in a dirty ditch. These people still want to frame them. It's unforgivable. And that deputy division commander, he's probably just jealous. Jealous of having such a good wife and child. Exactly. I think he feels threatened by this family. And who knows if this child's words were taught by adults. Before he finished speaking, Chen Gui kicked him hard. He knocked out 4 of his big teeth. Pan Pan blinked and said softly, Actually, I didn't just think of donating now. It's mainly because the money before seems to have been secretly taken by Wei Shuwen, their father. I don't know all the details, but the police who came told us a few things. Wei Shuwen is connected to foreign spies and tried to transfer our country's money to Hong Kong, or even abroad. My mom's money was also taken by him, and the police in Gusu haven't found it yet. The little kid sighed shyly. Even the travel expenses, luggage, and clothes were helped by my dad's comrade, Uncle Chen Beichuan. At this, the crowd completely exploded. Traitor. That's treason and espionage.
bah.
None of their family are good people. If the father is a traitor, the children will be falsely accused and harmed. No wonder these two are so bad. It's because the top is crooked and the bottom is crooked. And Chen Xiangqian. Mixing with such people, he's not a good guy either. Compared to them, it's really outrageous. One tried to run off with the money, while the other lost his property, but still wanted to donate his share. Suddenly, all the scolding voices flooded toward the weak Wei siblings on the ground, and toward Chen Xiangqian, who was crouching with his head in his hands, wishing he could bury himself in the dirt. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Zhu Yunsu and Pan Pan are really unlucky. How did they end up with Wei Shuwen as their father and grandfather? Old General Zhai listened to the surrounding gossip and frowned slightly. He was thinking the same thing. Zhu Yunsu and Pan Pan are such good people, he absolutely couldn't let Wei Shuwen or his family drag them down. He secretly made a decision. When they go back, he would find a way for Zhu Yunsu and her daughter to completely cut ties with the Wei family. It would be best to sever all legal and household connections. It's easier that way, after all. Zhu Yinshu's family name is Zhu, not Wei, so it shouldn't be hard to handle. Thinking of this, General Zhai looked at the messy scene in front of him and no longer wanted to stay. He waved his hand firmly and spoke with authority. Let's go. Take these troublemakers to the vehicle. Return to the military district. Now, there was no more questioning or hesitation. A few retired soldiers and guards stepped forward to help, tying up Wei Shuwen and the others, along with Qin Xiangqian, who was also bound tightly. The truck started moving again. News of Zhu Yinshu and her daughter Pan Pan being honored spread like wings, flying all over the military district and the family quarters. Suddenly, the whole military area was buzzing with excitement. Hu Qingshan was training on the field. Wang Jiangwo and Deputy Battalion Commander Su Lihui approached him from both sides, like two curious cats, sniffing the air. Hey, Qingshan, you're really something. Wang Jiangwo nudged him with his elbow, looking a bit envious and jealous. Your luck is amazing, having such a wife and daughter. I just got a call, your award is coming soon. Su Lihui also joined in. Commander, stop training. The provincial and city leaders are coming this afternoon. Shouldn't you go prepare? He didn't have children, so he was full of envy and admiration for Hu Qingshan. When will I have a daughter, like Pan Pan? It doesn't have to be exactly the same, just half as smart and sensible would be enough. Hu Qingshan paused, wiped his sweat. Though his face remained calm and steady, the slight upward curve of his lips showed his pride and happiness inside. That was his wife. That was his precious daughter. Next moment, Wang Jiangwo made a funny face. Although I don't have a daughter, I have 3 sons. Qingshan, if you like any of them, just tell me. Maybe we can become in-laws. Hey, no fighting, just talking. I won't mention it anymore. Hu Qingshan showed a gentle, warm smile and lowered his fist from the chief of staff's ribs. My daughter is still young. Don't even think about it. He decided that if Wang Lidong and the others came again tomorrow, he would send them away. Jia Yuanzhou should be leaving soon. Anyway, his family. Those kids are definitely not allowed to come over. Prevent fires, theft, and troublemakers. Not far away, Gao Mingguang watched this scene, feeling very upset. Why does everything good always go to Huoqingshan? He was holding back his anger. When he went home at noon, the news naturally got back to his family.
What?
Another award. Ma Yanmei and Ma Xiaoli were stunned and couldn't believe it. Ma Xiaoli was even more furious inside. Why are there more awards again? She, having been reborn, had nothing before, and now Zhu Yinshu and Pan Pan were getting more and more recognition. Big sister, what should we do? Ma Xiaoli asked anxiously. Recently, that little girl has made so many achievements, and now even her mother is being honored. How can we deal with them? Ma Yanmei looked worried but then took a deep breath. Fortunately, Deputy Commander Chen has gone to the farm. If she reports now, who knows what might happen? Gao Mingguang paced back and forth, feeling restless. That's right. Luckily, we didn't rush. Now, we can only wait and see, find a way to catch them later. Unaware that Qin Xiangqian, whom they trusted so much, was already in trouble himself. Feeling very annoyed, Gao Mingguang and his family decided to go out and listen for news. In the family compound, it was lively like a festival. The award ceremony in Beijing was coming to the military district, with leaders from the province and city attending. This was a big event. Most people in the family compound liked little Pan Pan. They were very happy to hear she was being honored. Only a few people were secretly scheming. Qin Xiangqian's mother, Old Lady Fong, also heard about Pan Pan's award and immediately took her grandson Qin Zhuangzhuang out. Wang Chunyi saw her and was furious. She stepped forward and said impatiently, Old Lady Fong, I tell you, this is not the time for trouble. Don't bother Pan Pan anymore. She's been honored now, and you still bully her? That's not right. Old Lady Fong, hearing this, was not afraid. Instead, she grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said happily, Oh, Chunyi, look at what you're saying. What's this about causing trouble? Pan Pan, will be my grandson's wife in the future. Our family is one, so there's no need to speak of 2 families. Her little plan was clicking loudly in her mind. Pan Pan is truly a lucky star. If she can become my grandson's wife, then our Qin family will also benefit from her good fortune. Yes, that's the plan. Later, I will bring up that bet and make a fuss about it. I go to check the vegetable field at the Ho family every day, but I haven't seen a single green sprout yet. I am sure I will win this bet.
You.
Wang Chunyi was so angry at her shameless attitude that she almost fainted, ready to roll up her sleeves and scold her. Next, Wang Jiangwo's wife, Wu Xilan, came over, pulled her arm, and asked worriedly, "Chunyi, our Jiangwo said that the teachers and children went to the new self-farm. It's almost afternoon now, but they haven't come back yet. If the leaders come and they're not back, it will be a problem." The new self-farm? These 4 words sounded like a thunderclap, hitting Gao Mingguang's family and Grandma Fong hard. Their faces instantly changed. They knew very well that Qin Xiangqian had sneaked out early this morning, before dawn, riding his bike to the new self-farm. What was he doing there? He was there to stop the Wei siblings from reporting.
And now?
General Zhai actually took Pan Pan and others to the new self-farm too? That means... A terrifying thought exploded in their minds.
Could it be?
They are about to meet? Thinking of this, they all panicked. If Qin Xiangqian was caught by General Zhai, all their plans would be exposed in broad daylight. Even if Ho Qingshan and Zhu Yunce's family were affected by their report. What about them? Soldiers hate backstabbers the most. If General Zhai and Chen Gui find out about this, Gao Mingguang knew very well that he would never make any progress from now on.
But
his reason for trying to ruin Ho Qingshan was for his own future. They must not be discovered. Do not get caught. Gao Mingguang felt nervous and flustered. Seeing the excited crowd, he became a bit chaotic. He could only call out to his wife and sister-in-law, who looked pale. "Hurry. Let's go home." Inside the Gao house, the 3 of them were like ants on a hot pan, rushing around anxiously. No, it won't happen. Nothing bad will happen. Gao Mingguang paced back and forth, trying to comfort himself, his voice trembling. Vice Commander said he would leave before dawn, right? He was a bit slow riding his bike, but he should have arrived before the old general and the others. Ma Yanmei echoed, her face very pale. Yes, yes. He definitely made it. He was probably stopping those 2 Wei guys. Nothing bad happened, but the more they talked, the more uncertain they felt. Ma Xiaoli was so worried she almost cried. She had never experienced such a situation before. What if they caught him? Wouldn't that be worse than her past life? With a sobbing voice, she asked, "Brother-in-law, what if? What if he didn't make it? There is no what if." Gao Mingguang shouted sternly, not sure if he was trying to reassure them or himself. At the door, old Lady Fong's voice was heard. "Gao Mingguang, open the door for me. Tell me what's going on." Old Lady Fong, with her hands on her hips and pulling Qin Zhuangzhuang, stood angrily at the door. Gao Mingguang knew old Lady Fong was a strong-willed woman, but he didn't expect her to come directly after hearing the news. The key was, he couldn't leave the door closed. If she started shouting outside, everything might turn into a big problem. Feeling helpless, Gao Mingguang had no choice but to open the door. "Aunt Fong, Vice Commander is definitely fine." Old Lady Fong pushed past Qin Zhuangzhuang and entered Gao Mingguang's house. She wasn't here to seek warmth or comfort. She came to confront them. "I want to tell you all." Old Lady Fong pointed at Gao Mingguang's nose, spitting as she spoke. "It was your family who came to my house and encouraged my family to go forward. The idea was yours, Gao Mingguang. Don't think you can hide from this. If anything happens to my family, I will not forgive you. I will go straight to the commanding officer to report you." "Why didn't you go this morning yourself?" "You insisted he go." "Did you do something behind the scenes?" Gao Mingguang's face turned pale with anger. "Why you? How could you?" He did intend to use Qin Xiangqian, but dealing with Hu Qingshan was also Qin Xiangqian's idea. And it was all because Grandma Fong offended Hu Qingshan's family, which caused Qin Xiangqian to be criticized by his superior. Why is this blame now being unfairly placed on our family? Also, yesterday's incident had nothing to do with us. Qin Xiangqian was beaten by Hu Qingshan at the training ground, and he wanted to go to the Xian Nong farm to find those siblings. What does that have to do with us? Seeing Gao Mingguang so angry, Ma Yanmi and Ma Xiaoli were not the type to back down easily. Hearing this, Ma Yanmi immediately exploded. She stepped forward, pointing at Grandma Fong's nose, and retorted, "Get lost. The fate hasn't even been decided yet, and you're already coming to accuse us. It was your son who started it yesterday." Ma Xiaoli also chimed in. "Exactly. If he hadn't been so impatient, this wouldn't have happened. You're just being unreasonable. I don't care. You harmed my son. Your son is just useless. How dare you insult my son? I'll tear your mouth apart." The argument escalated. Grandma Fong reached out to grab Ma Yami's hair, but was slapped twice instead. Chen Zhuangzhuang, who was protected behind Grandma Fong, saw his grandmother being bullied. He couldn't hold back anymore. With a loud cry, he rushed forward, kicking and biting Ma Yanmi, leaving 2 rows of teeth marks. Seeing his sister in trouble, Ma Xiaoli hobbled over and swung her cane at Chen Zhuangzhuang. Grandma Fong saw her grandson being hit and screamed as she changed direction, grabbing a large handful of Ma Xiaoli's hair, almost tearing her scalp off. Suddenly, the small main hall of the Gao family was in chaos. Women's screams, children's crying, furniture crashing, everything mixed together, making it even more lively than a market. Gao Mingguang stood aside, helpless and sweating profusely. What if someone is attracted here? With such a big commotion, the neighbors would definitely find out. Don't let Qin Xiangqian get into trouble later, or they might end up exposing themselves. Gao Mingguang wanted to stop the fight, but he didn't know what to do in this kind of shouting match. He could only stand there helplessly. "Stop fighting. Everyone, stop." His shout was drowned out by the chaos. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the wooden door of the Gao family, already shaky, was kicked open from outside. Is this the Gao Mingguang family? Inside, several people were fighting fiercely, frozen as if someone pressed a pause button on them. At the door, a few soldiers with guns and serious faces stood in front, led by Chief of Staff Wang Zhengwo. Wang Zhengwo looked at the chaos inside with a grim face and said coldly, "Political Commissar Gao Mingguang and his family are suspected of false accusations and framing. Come with us." Gao Mingguang collapsed to the ground. "Chief of Staff, that's not how it is." "Listen to me, it's not like that." Wang Zhengwo sneered. "Whatever the situation, we'll talk inside." Old Lady Fong saw Gao Mingguang being taken away, her legs trembling with fear, and she shook all over. There was only one possibility. Her son had run into the old general at the Xian Nong farm. Old Lady Fong immediately begged, "It's all Gao Mingguang's fault. My son didn't mean any harm to that little girl, Zhu Yunsu. It was all Gao Mingguang's idea." Gao Mingguang refused to let her go. "You're talking nonsense. It's clear you caused this. It was your son who planned to go to Xian Nong farm to report someone yesterday. Stop pretending." Wang Zhengwo looked at Old Lady Fong with a cold smile. "We were going to visit Qin Xiangqian's family, but now that's off. Take Qin Xiangqian's family away too. No need for the children." Old Lady Fong's face turned pale. She struggled desperately, but was still dragged out by several soldiers. Nearby, neighbors whispered among themselves, "Oh my, they've been arrested? I just heard that loud noise. Were they fighting each other? I wondered why Qin Xiangqian was missing. Turns out he's angry at Hu Qingshan and reported him." Gao Mingguang's family is the same. The rumors about the squad leader's wife were spread by their family before, and now they are accusing others again. I spit on them. They deserve it.
It's really satisfying.
Just now, Zhu Yunshu returned from the research institute. What happened? Zhu Yunshu was completely stunned. When she was at the research institute just now, she received a call forwarded by Director Huang, saying it was an award from Beijing. As one of the people involved in the donation bonus, Zhu Yunshu understood what this award was about. But when she just got back to the residential compound, she saw Gao Mingguang's family, along with Grandma Fong, being taken away. Only Chen Zhuangzhuang, bloodied and battered, was left sitting in Gao Mingguang's yard, crying loudly. "Qingshan? What happened?" Hu Qingshan saw his wife and walked over, gently holding her hand, and said in a low voice, I'm not exactly sure, but I guess Qin Xiangqian did some sneaky tricks behind the scenes, and somehow it got exposed today. He also found it a bit confusing. He had some guesses about what Qin Xiangqian might have done secretly. But he usually is a straightforward person who isn't afraid of shadows, and he believed he hadn't done anything shameful, so he didn't pay much attention. What exactly did Qin Xiangqian do that caused such a big fuss? At this moment, Wu Xilan saw Zhu Yinshu and quickly ran over. I knew something was off. Just now, everyone was talking about the award. I was planning with Chun and I about the kids going with the old general to Zixin farm today, wondering when they'd come back. And then Commander Gao's face changed when he heard about it. Zixin farm? Hearing this name, Zhu Yinshu's eyes flickered for a moment. That sounds like a place for re-education through labor. Could it be? Wu Xilan saw her reaction and immediately understood. Yes, I heard from my husband that your stepbrother's family and stepsister are over there. Zhu Yinshu suddenly understood. So, they went to find the Wei siblings. They probably want to use the Wei siblings to target her. Maybe to report her background and attack Hu Qingshan. Her face grew slightly serious as she turned to He Qingshan and said, I want to hear what they said. Can I listen in? Usually such things are not allowed to be overheard. However, since Zhu Yinshu is both the person involved and the victim, and now the main person in charge is Wang Jiangua, there's no problem. General Zhai has not returned yet, but he has already briefed Wang Jiangua on the details. The investigation hasn't started yet, they're just being kept in the same interrogation room. Zhu Yinshu and He Qingshan are placed in the room next door, separated by a wall with a special device that allows clear listening. Next door, Wang Jiangua sits at the head of the table, surrounded by guards. There is even a recording device on the table to record every word they say. When they saw this scene, Gao Mingguang's legs went weak. But he forced himself to stay calm, thinking quickly to find a way out. Chief of Staff, this is all a misunderstanding. We've worked together for so many years. Don't you trust me? It's all Qin Xiangqian's fault. Everything is his idea. He's the deputy division commander. I was just confused at the time and got pulled into this. Old Lady Fong immediately jumped up, pointing at Gao Mingguang's nose and shouting, You shameless coward. It's clearly you. Your wife and sister-in-law said Zhu Yinshu was bad and the main person caught her red-handed, so she had to apologize and write a self-criticism, and now you're holding a grudge. You came to my house and told my son bad things about Zhu Yinshu, saying her background was poor, trying to make trouble. Now you're blaming everything on my family and Xiangqian? Gao Mingguang sneered. You're just causing trouble. Everyone knows you've been looking for trouble with the He family. Back then, when the division commander said there was chaos at home, you went to He Qingshan's parents, trying to make their family also cause trouble. Old Lady Fong retorted. Wasn't that your concern too? Wang Jiangua, sitting above, rubbed his forehead, looking at these two fighting each other, feeling a bit headache. Next door, Zhu Yinshu and He Qingshan. Honestly, He Qingshan found it all a bit unbelievable. The conflict with Gao Mingguang was caused by Ma Yanmei and Ma Xiaoli gossiping about Zhu Yinshu in a very unpleasant way. However, after they apologized and wrote a self-criticism, they didn't seem to feel much remorse for what they did to Gao Mingguang. Why does this family keep trying to harm Zhu Yinshu? Hu Qingshan took a deep breath, held Zhu Yinshu's hand gently, and said softly, Indeed. We should always be cautious of others. I was too trusting of them before, and I may have wronged you. Zhu Yinshu shook her head. It's not your fault. It's their problem. Luckily, today the old general took Pan to the Xian Nong farm. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. She felt a bit scared inside. It's easy to be attacked openly, but hard to guard against secret schemes. Although she had donated her share of the profits, if the timing was wrong and others incited the crowd to cause trouble, angry people might not care about the truth. They are impulsive, naive, and easily convinced, blindly following the leader. At that moment, she and her daughter could have been hurt. Fortunately, Pan made a contribution and went to the farm with General Zhai. Fortunately, Pan suggested donating her share of the profits earlier. Zhu Yinshu realized that the reason her donation was praised in the capital was because there had been no precedent before. Among the children of capitalists, no one had donated their profits before. She was the first, so she set an example, making her actions seem especially admirable. If it weren't for Ponpon's move in Gusu, their family might have been in a difficult situation now. Donating the profits again at this time would only be seen as a desperate act to clear their own name, gaining little goodwill. Zhu Yinshu couldn't help but feel emotional. Pan, her little treasure, truly is a lucky star. In the interrogation room, as it looked like another chaos was about to happen, Ma Xiaoli's eyes flickered for a moment before she spoke. Let's be honest, if we report the He family, it's not out of selfish reasons. Ma Xiaoli, having lived through rebirth, knew that with tightening policies, a movement would start in a few years. Her eyes turned sharp as she said loudly, I overheard on the train that Zhu Yinshu, as a descendant of a capitalist family, receives tens of thousands of yuan in dividends every year. Isn't that just money earned from exploitation to live a good life? Even if our way of reporting her was wrong, our intention was not wrong. Old Lady Fong seemed to realize something and immediately said, Yes, you're right. She is a bad person and she should. The door of the interrogation room suddenly burst open. General Zhai's angry words rang out. Every day, talking about sharing profits. Nonsense. Before coming to Fengtian, she had already donated to the country, all day long, using righteous reasons to hide personal grudges and vent private anger. I think you are the real villains. Next to General Zhai's leg, a furry little head peeked out. Pan, without any shame, made a funny face at everyone. Bad person. Pan pouted. She hated people like that the most. Clearly, it was all about her own hidden personal grudges, but they insisted on covering it with a mask of justice. Once that cover is pulled away, what remains is the bare truth. To deal with such people, you have to hit the right spot, completely settle them all at once. Otherwise, keeping them around is just asking for trouble.
She knew this well.
In a few years, the situation would become more and more tense. By then, if accusations like today's were again pinned on her and her mother, it wouldn't be so easy to clear them. She must clarify everything today to prevent these people from continuing to cause trouble, so she and her mother can have a good life. Thinking of this, Pan cheerfully said, Grandpa Zhai, after we find out what they did, can we post it in the family compound? Since my mom and I have already suffered a lot of unfair treatment, ever since we came to serve with the army, many people have lied, saying I'm not Dad's child, saying Mom is a bad person. I want to find out the truth and tell everyone, Mom and I are not villains. We've done many good things. General Zhai gently patted the furry little head of the small child, full of love. What a good kid. This child has probably been bullied so much that she can't take it anymore. He heard Chen Guo say on the way that Ma Yanmei and Ma Xiaoli had been spreading rumors about Zhu Yinshu even before they arrived at the family compound. At that time, the Ma sisters hadn't even met Zhu Yinshu. What kind of thing is this? Don't leave any psychological scars on little Pan, the baby. Old General Zhai nodded and said, Yes, that's how it should be done. Truth can't be hidden. Lies can't be kept. The real story needs everyone to know. Then he turned around and waved his hand toward the door. Chun Xiangqian, tied up like a rice dumpling, and the equally miserable Wei siblings were brought in. Seeing his son, bound and with injuries on his face, Grandma Fong forgot her fear of old General Zhai. She rushed over, crying out loudly, My son, my precious little one, who the heck beat you like this? My heart is breaking. Behind her, Chen Guo walked in with a grim face. I did it. That damn Chen Xiangqian tried to run away and resisted arrest, so I beat him. Seeing Chen Guo, Grandma Fong dared not curse anymore. She could only hold Chen Xiangqian and cry desperately, tears and snot covering her face. Then she realized something. What did old General Zhai just say? It seemed like the bonus was donated? Chen Guo also said. Her precious son saw the generals at the farm and tried to run away. That was resisting arrest. This means more charges. Before she could think further, Gao Mingguang gasped sharply. The bonus has been donated. That can't be true. It's thousands of yuan every year. How could Zhu Yinshu, that woman, be willing to give up? But Gao Mingguang quickly realized. Old General Zhai wouldn't joke about this.
And
wasn't there supposed to be an award? Could it be related to the donation of the bonus? It's very likely that the award came from Beijing, which means the truth of this matter is beyond doubt. Gao Mingguang suddenly understood. The last and most crucial leverage over Zhu Yinshu was gone just like that. They carefully planned to use a big hat to completely crush the Hu family, but who would have thought? They had already taken away the biggest threat themselves and dismantled this major problem. Ma Yanmei and Ma Xiaoli, who were nearby, could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Ma Yanmei simply felt shocked. Who would donate the money they earned? She wouldn't. But Ma Xiaoli clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes filled with almost bloodshot anger. Zhu Yinshu is definitely someone who has been reborn, because as a reborn person, she understands better than anyone else present what this donation and profit-sharing really mean. Right now, no other heir of a business family has ever donated their factory profits.
Not one.
But Zhu Yinshu has become the first. This sets a clear example for others to follow. The people in Beijing most want to see more people like Zhu Yinshu. Someone with progressive ideas, willing to cut ties with their background and dedicate personal wealth to national development. What a role model. Unless you see the opportunities of the times, who would give up their own benefits and money. Ma Xiaoli forced a bitter smile, looking worse than crying. She suddenly understood. No wonder this matter caused such a big fuss. No wonder the recognition came from Beijing, and leaders from the province and city came personally. This isn't just an ordinary award. It's a nationwide announcement, elevating Zhu Yinshu and Pan as role models. In the future, who would dare to target them? Who could still threaten them? Even if a movement started later, this donation and recognition would distinguish her and her mother from others. What's the difference from a golden ticket to safety? Moreover, Hu Qingshan was already very talented and had a bright future. Zhu Yinshu's daughter had also made great contributions, protected by General Zhai. This family was destined to rise rapidly. She came back from rebirth, worked hard, but what was the result? Their accusations and schemes not only failed to harm Zhu Yinshu and her mother, they even ruined their own future. It's truly laughable. General Zhai didn't pay attention to the few people with sad faces. He turned to Qin Guowei and said, "Guowei, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Complete and clear. I want to understand everything about this incident, the causes and the consequences. I want to see if these people are acting out of genuine concern or just personal revenge." His gaze shifted from Gao Mingguang and Qin Xiangqian to the faces of the Wei siblings, and his voice grew colder. For those who cause trouble in the team, spread rumors, or retaliate against colleagues, we must handle them strictly and severely. No tolerance. Today, I won't meet with old friends. I'll stay here and watch. I want to see what results we can get. Qin Guowei felt a jolt in his heart. He realized that the old general was serious about making an example of this case. As for Qin Xiangqian and Gao Mingguang, their political careers might be over. Looking at the current situation, the old general didn't even meet with officials from the city or province over this matter. What kind of future do these two have? Perhaps the new farm will soon welcome new workers. But soon, provincial and city leaders are expected to arrive. As a division commander, Qin Guowei still has work to do. He turned to Wang Jiangwo and said, "Jiangwo, you keep an eye on this place. I'll go arrange the reception. Stay here with the old general and make sure to ask everything clearly. No details should be missed." Wang Jiangwo nodded and agreed. Suddenly, a messenger hurried in from outside, forgetting to even call out, "Division commander." Qin Guowei frowned and looked back. "What's going on? Why are you so panicked?" The messenger swallowed hard, catching his breath before speaking with a faint voice. The leaders are already at the gate of the military district." And Qin Guowei's heart tightened. "And what?" "Say it all at once." The messenger took a deep breath and shouted loudly. And today's People's Daily has arrived. The front page. It reports on our little hero, Pan Pan, Chen Gui, old General Zhai, hidden next door, He Qing-shan and Zhu Yunshu. Even Pan Pan herself was surprised, her big eyes wide open. The People's Daily? Front page? Reporting on her? Pan Pan was completely confused. She probably knew that encouraging Zhu Yunshu to donate part of her earnings would be recognized. At that time, she just wanted to use this uncertain savings book to find a way out for herself and Zhu Yunshu, to avoid any hidden problems. But she didn't expect that what came was not just a way out, but a bright, shining path to success. She was so clever. In the interrogation room and the next door, everyone was stunned. That was the People's Daily, the most authoritative newspaper in the country. What kind of value does that have? A 3-year-old little girl on the front page? This is unbelievable. General Zhai was also shocked, but after the shock, he felt great joy and relief. Great. Wonderful. Now, who dares to criticize Pan Pan and Zhu Yunshu's background? With the report in the People's Daily, it's like a stamp of approval from the whole country for these mother and daughter. From now on, there won't be so many worries. He couldn't help but think. Pan Pan really is a little lucky star. If she hadn't mentioned it, Zhu Yunshu probably wouldn't have thought of donating. If it was just Zhu Yunshu leading the donation, the scene might not have been so big. Adults' voluntary donations often make people suspicious. But a 3-year-old girl who didn't even understand what dividends were, after learning about it, and then offering to donate. That's the pure heart of a little hero. Of course, this should be celebrated. For Gao Mingguang, Chen Xiangqian, and the Wen siblings, this news was like the final judgment. That was the People's Daily. The People's Daily had given this mother and daughter a clear identity, making them role models to be praised. And what did these people do to the mother and daughter? First, they spread rumors, then they incited others to report them, and finally, they falsely accused. What's there to judge? They are doomed to never turn things around. At this moment, a sharp, piercing laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ma Xiaoli sat on the ground, laughing loudly. All her thoughts and plans in her mind were shattered at this moment. The old general's furious anger, the orders for strict punishment, the recognition that Zhu Yunshu and Pan Pan were about to receive, and that little girl Pan Pan, who actually made it to the front page of the People's Daily. One by one, these things felt like loud slaps, hitting her face hard again and again. They made her dizzy. They made her lose her senses. Ma Xiaoli cried and laughed at the same time, feeling very upset inside. She was reborn, and her goal was to escape from her ordinary, dull husband from her previous life. So she wanted to marry He Qing-shan and climb the ladder to a better life. Everything she did seemed like a big joke. Why was this happening? Could it be that her past life was just a silly dream? Ha ha ha. Ugh. This isn't real. This can't be real. Ma Xiaoli suddenly clapped her hands and laughed wildly. In the next moment, she jumped up from the ground, disheveled, and rushing out of the interrogation room. The guards around were startled by her sudden action and instinctively tried to stop her. But Ma Xiaoli seemed to feel no pain, struggling wildly and shouting incoherently. I'm the wife of the team leader. I'm He Qing-shan's wife. I will be a government wife in the future. You lowlifes. You're trying to hurt me. I want a good life. I want to be above others. No one can stop me. Ha ha, she shouted while limping and running outside, her cane probably thrown somewhere along the way. Everyone inside the interrogation room and next door was stunned by this scene. People, they watched helplessly as Ma Xiaoli charged out like a madwoman, unable to react for a long time. What just happened? Old General Zhai quickly said, Guards, catch her. Don't let her scare anyone. Why would Ma Xiaoli suddenly claim to be He Qing-shan's wife? Is this hysteria? Or is there mental illness? He turned to ask Chen Gui, what's going on here? Chen Gui looked confused and looked at Wang Zhangwo. Wang Zhangwo thought for a moment and scratched his head. My wife told me that Ma Xiaoli was brought here by Ma Yanmei to find a match at the military district. But after she came, she kept spreading rumors about Qing Shan's wife. That's probably it. Gao Mingguang also realized what was happening.
Yes.
That's it. All of this was instigated by Ma Xiaoli. If it weren't for her, my wife wouldn't have a feud with Hu Qingshan, and I wouldn't be in this mess. Oh heavens! She's really ruined our family. Now everyone finally understood. This whole situation is crazy. It turns out Ma Xiaoli came to the military district to find a match, but she liked the promising married man Hu Qingshan and then started spreading rumors about his wife. Now that her lies are exposed, she's gone completely crazy. It's just too unbelievable. Pan Pan, with her hands behind her back, sighed. She had already guessed this would happen, and she wanted these adults to feel a bit of the shock she had before, to show them how wrong her mother was treated. Who would have thought she is a crazy person, imagining herself as the wife of the leader? We are also victims. General Zhai looked at the chaotic scene of people fighting each other and felt a wave of nausea. Seeing these endless fights really made him sick. He frowned and glanced at Pan Pan beside him. These dirty things shouldn't be heard by such a young child. Pan Pan is still so small. She shouldn't be polluted by these messy matters. He bent down, gently picked up Pan Pan, and turned to hand her over to Chen Gui. Gui, you take Pan Pan outside first. The leaders from the province and city will probably arrive soon. You go ahead and handle things. I'll stay here. Pan Pan. Wait.
No.
She hasn't had enough yet. She still wants to see what happens to these bad people in the end. But when she saw General Zhai's gentle eyes, Pan Pan shrank back. Forget it. Forget it. Grandpa Zhai is only doing this for her good. But there was one more thing. On the way back, she thought a lot. Chun Xiangqian, Gao Mingguang, those people are definitely going to be finished. The Wei family members will probably spend the rest of their lives working on farms. All of this is their just punishment. Ma Yanmei and Ma Xiaoli were already spreading rumors, and Grandma Fong had been stirring trouble in the courtyard for so long. They all got what they deserved. Even for Chen Zhuangzhuang, that mischievous kid, Pan Pan felt no sympathy. Last time she visited Chen Xiangqian's house, she saw Chen Xiangqian's wife, Huang Chunhua. That woman looked almost skin and bones, with no spirit left in her eyes. She had 2 daughters, named Zhaodi and Pandai, both looking pale and thin. They probably haven't enjoyed much of what Chen Xiangqian provided, and now they are suffering because of the trouble. Pan Pan took a small note she had secretly written on the road from her little pocket and quietly slipped it into General Zhai's hand. The old general was surprised. Then Pan Pan leaned close to Zhai's ear and whispered, "Grandpa Zhai, this is a secret note I wrote for you. When you finish dealing with these bad people, see if you like it." Feeling the small, warm piece of paper in his palm, General Zhai's heart softened again. He nodded and put the note into his pocket. Chun Gui hugged Pan Pan and saluted General Zhai. "Old General, I'll go now. The leaders should arrive soon." Wang Zhengwo also turned his head and gestured toward the listening room next door. "Qingshan, sister-in-law, you all come out too. Today, you are the main characters and can't miss it." In the interrogation room, Chen Xiangqian, who had been lowering his head, suddenly looked up. Hu Qingshan and Zhu Yinshu. They had been listening next door all along? A feeling of shame suddenly arose, but Chen Xiangqian no longer cared about shame. He suddenly knelt toward the direction of the next room and begged loudly, "Hu Qingshan."
Captain Hua, I'm sorry.
"I'm not a good person. I was blinded by the wrong thoughts. We are all comrades from the same military district. We see each other every day. Please forgive me this time. I'll work hard for you in the future." I was confused for a moment and was misled by Gao Mingguang and others. I have a wife and children at home and an elderly mother to support. I can't get into trouble. Captain Hua, since we've worked together for so many years, please plead with the old general for me. You are now a hero's father. You shouldn't be so petty with someone like me. Next door, in the listening room, Hu Qingshan and Zhu Yinshu had just recovered from the shock of their daughter appearing on the front page of the People's Daily. Hearing Qin Xiangqian's tearful, morally loaded pleas, Hua Qingshan's expression was complicated. Zhu Yunshu, standing beside him, felt a bit nervous. Her husband usually looked cold and distant, but he had a kind heart. But she really hoped he wasn't a saint, swayed by Qin Xiangqian's words. She looked at Hua Qingshan with concern. He frowned, silent for a moment, then squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. Listening to him ramble on like that, I wish I had beaten him more harshly on the training ground that day. Zhu Yunshu. She couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. All right, her husband was very reliable. Pan, who was being held by Chen Guowei, was very calm. Listening to Qin Xiangqian's shameless begging, she felt disgusted. She turned her head and spat unceremoniously toward Qin Xiangqian in the interrogation room. I spit. You big bad guy. The little girl's voice was clear and loud, full of disdain. You bullied my mommy and want to hurt my daddy. Now you want my daddy to ask you for mercy?
Dream on.
My daddy is not like you, a bad person. You don't deserve it. Doing bad things means you should be punished. Even a 3-year-old knows that. Aren't you old enough to understand? Shame on you. The door of the interrogation room closed heavily behind Chen Guowei and Pan, sealing Qin Xiangqian's last hope. With General Zhai personally overseeing the investigation, the progress was surprisingly fast. The whole story was quickly made clear. Wang Zhengwo, holding the statement prepared by the recorder, felt that every word on it was absurd. The cause of the incident was actually just a silly, unrealistic fantasy by Ma Xiaoli. Ma Yanmeng asked her sister Ma Xiaoli to come to the military area for a blind date, but she was more interested in Qiao Qingshan, who was full of potential and whose wife hadn't come to join him yet. Then, she lied about meeting a person from Gusu on the train, who told her about Zhu Yunshu's bad behavior, and together with her sister, they maliciously slandered Zhu Yunshu. After being exposed publicly by Qiao Qingshan's family, Gao Mingguang worried that Qiao Qingshan might retaliate later, so he decided to strike first, approaching Qin Xiangqian, who also had conflicts with Qiao Qingshan. The two quickly conspired, working together. First, they tried to contact Qiao Qingshan's parents, hoping to sow discord within the family. Later, they set their sights on Wei siblings at the Xinchuan farm, trying to use them to bring down Zhu Yunshu and, in the process, also drag Qiao Qingshan down. Wang Zhengwo and General Zhai, the secretaries around them. They never expected that a scandal almost overturning the military district was caused by just a woman's foolish obsession and a few idle words among gossiping women. General Zhai slammed his hand on the table, making the teacups jump. This is outrageous, reckless, severe punishment. We must punish them severely. Ma Yanmei and Gao Mingguang knew that the situation was hopeless. They could only desperately beg for mercy and shift all the blame onto the already crazy Ma Xiaoli. Qin Xiangqian also shouted in protest, saying it was all Gao Mingguang's family's fault. They were the ones who came looking for trouble and dragged him into it. Old General Zhai was too tired to listen to their nonsense. Now, just looking at these people made him feel sick. He turned to Wang Zhengwo and said, "Go back and tell Qin Guowei that these people have caused chaos in the military district. They must be made an example of and dealt with strictly." Wang Zhengwo replied, "Yes, I will definitely pass on your words." He paused, then asked hesitantly, "Gao Mingguang's family is involved. It's clear they should be punished, but what about Qin Xiangqian's mother? Old Lady Fang's actions were just some petty troublemaking, causing problems for Pan's family. It was mostly trivial. It seemed unclear how to handle her. And she was old." Old General Zhai snorted coldly. Causing trouble and stirring up conflicts has seriously affected the unity between the family compound and military families. Send her back to her hometown. Have the village committee strengthen her ideological education. He paused again and added, "Her son's crime probably means he will be dismissed from his position and sent to reform through labor. If she's so attached to her precious son and wants to go to the farm with him, then let her go." At that moment, old General Zhai suddenly remembered something. He took out a small note from his pocket that Pan had given him. The investigation was almost finished, and he wanted to see what Pan Pan had written. He unfolded the note. It had a few lines of pencil writing, somewhat crooked, as if hurriedly written. Grandpa Zhai, Chen Xiangqian, is a bad man who favors boys over girls. His wife, Huang Chunhua, is very pitiful and often gets hit. They also have two sisters, Xiaodi and Pandai, who are very thin and look like they don't get enough to eat. Can you help them? Seeing these simple, childish words, old General Zhai's heart suddenly softened. He was stunned for a moment, feeling a mix of emotions. He then turned and handed the note to Wang Zhengwo. Wang Zhengwo was surprised. After reading it, he frowned and said, "This is true. My wife mentioned it to me before. Old Lady Fong is very biased against girls. The two young girls usually only eat leftover food, and both look pale and thin, which makes people feel sad. Chen Xiangqian's wife also often has visible injuries on her body." Old General Zhai was silent for a moment and then said in a serious voice, "If that's the case, then we should ask that woman what she wants. If she wants a divorce, that's okay too. Please also take good care of those two girls in the future. Our organization hasn't been able to properly educate people like Chen Xiangqian, and the children have suffered because of it. We need to look after them." He silently thought to himself that Pan Pan, this child, is very thoughtful. She is truly a good child. In the large conference room of the military district, many people had already gathered. Most of them were women and children from the family housing area, along with some soldiers who weren't on duty. Zhai Yuanzhou and the Wang brothers sat in the front row, each with bright eyes, watching the small figure on stage. But Zhai Yuanzhou's gaze drifted a little to the side. Next to him was Panpan's father, Hu Qingshan. He hadn't seen Hu Qingshan before. On the day of the kidnapping, before the search team returned, he had already been taken to a guest house. When he arrived at Panpan's home this morning, her parents had already gone to work. This was the first time he was meeting Panpan's parents. Panpan's mother, Zhu Yinshu, was very beautiful and looked a lot like her. But Zhai Yuanzhou kept inexplicably looking toward Hu Qingshan. This uncle, whom he was seeing for the first time, sat upright beside him, with a very disciplined military posture. He looked serious and stern, giving off a very strong presence. The Wang brothers seemed a little afraid of him, but Zhai Yuanzhou was not afraid at all. Looking at this serious uncle, he inexplicably felt a kind of warmth and familiarity. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. Oh, right. Had he mentioned this somewhere before? Panpan's curly hair was not just her mother Zhu Yunshu's, but also belonged to Uncle Hua. Zhai Yuanzhou stared at Hu Qingshan's military cap, but noticed that he had a very short haircut. He sighed quietly, feeling a bit regretful.
Could it be
that this sense of closeness was because of this? Zhai Yuanzhou couldn't quite understand. At this moment, there was already some activity on the stage. Since the recognition was for women and children, the provincial authorities specially sent Xia Hongying, the chairwoman of the Women's Federation. The official from the city was named Chen Guorong, mainly there to accompany and witness. Xia Hongying looked to be in her 40s. She stepped forward and gently smiled at Zhu Yinshu and her daughter, Pan Pan. "Comrade Zhu Yinshu, little Pan Pan, everyone has seen the contributions you've made. Today, I am here to deliver the recognition from the capital city." Zhu Yinshu held Pan Pan and, hearing the praise, couldn't help feeling a bit shy. She honestly said, "Chairwoman, you're too kind." Actually, the idea of donating the dividends was mainly Panpan's own. Xia Hongying's smile grew warmer. She is modest, honest, and straightforward. This young Zhu is quite good. Before I came, I heard from Director Li of the Gusu City Public Security Bureau. Director Li said he secretly overheard Pan Pan encouraging you to donate the dividends at the guest house entrance. He was very touched and immediately reported this to higher authorities. Everyone is moved by Pan Pan's wish to donate her dividends to help the country. At this moment, everyone in the meeting room finally understood what had happened. So, the reason for this recognition from the capital, provincial, and city leaders was because of this. Pan Pan had convinced her mother to donate all her annual dividends, worth thousands of yuan, to the country. Oh my! This child is truly amazing. If only I had a child like that.
Mom.
I want a sister like her. Please have one for me. Can we play with her? Jia Yuanzhou felt proud inside. When he heard others wanting to play with Pan, he loudly said, "No, no. Pan is my little sister." Next to him, Wang Lidong quickly retorted, "No. She's our best friend." The family members behind them chuckled, "Ha, those silly kids." On the stage, Xia Hongying was so anxious she finally couldn't hold back. She picked up Pan and, on her chubby, fragrant little face, gave her a big kiss. Little Pan is so well behaved. In the future, when you have free time, you can visit Aunt Xia's house. She has several older brothers who can play with you. Jia Yuanzhou. He instantly became very angry. Another older brother? No way. He doesn't want to go back to Beijing. He wants to stay here forever and play with Sister Pan. He turned his face away and looked at Pan's dad beside him, but was surprised to see the uncle who was sitting calmly and expressionlessly in the audience. After hearing Aunt Xia Hongying's words, he visibly became more alert. "Chairman Xia, I heard that General Zhai from the capital is also here today at this military district. His grandson is here too." Although Chen Guorong didn't know exactly what had happened, he heard people in the military compound talking excitedly, describing everything clearly. It seems that Pan, this child, achieved a great deed yesterday. She saved the general's grandson from enemy spies. Xia Hongying's eyes widened in disbelief, her face full of surprise. She couldn't believe she had saved the general's grandson. What kind of child is she? How is she so brave? Fearing she wouldn't believe, Chen Guorong quietly pointed in the direction of the front row. "Look, the little boy sitting next to Commander Hu Qingshan is the grandson of General Zhai, Jia Yuanzhou." Xia Hongying looked in the direction he pointed. Yes, that silly little boy. No wonder she only mentioned wanting to take Pan home to play with her own kids. This silly boy jumps around like a monkey, with a face full of defiance and pride, saying, "That's my sister." Xia Hongying understood now. She had planned to visit General Zhai. But then she thought, since the general didn't come to the award ceremony today, it probably meant he didn't want to be disturbed. She couldn't be so tactless. Sighing, Xia Hongying decided that even if she couldn't bother the general, she could still ask about Pan. Maybe there will be another award ceremony next time? She should prepare a little. After the ceremony ended, she stepped down from the stage and went straight to the front row, smiling at Jia Yuanzhou. "Little friend, is your name Jia Yuanzhou, right?" Jia Yuanzhou was startled and immediately became cautious. During her time in Fengtian, many people had tried to get close to him, and the last time Jiang Tao scared him quite a bit. He was wary of adults pretending to be friendly. But what Xia Hongying said next made him relax. "Annie wants to ask you about how Pan fought off the enemy spies. Can you tell me what happened?" When he heard this, Jia Yuanzhou's eyes lit up. He liked this topic. He immediately puffed out his chest and cleared his throat. Before he could speak, Wang Lidong quickly started praising her enthusiastically. "Thank you, Auntie Xia. I tell you, Sister Pan is amazing."
She.
Jia Yuanzhou didn't want to be left out and immediately interrupted. No, I want to go first. Yesterday, Pan.
Gosh.
Since they're both praising her, let them do it. The two kids kept talking back and forth, eager to be the first. In their words, Pan seemed like a supergirl who could do anything, calm in danger, full of clever ideas. The summary is simple. Solving the enemy's tricks was Pan's main achievement. Xia Hongying listened, stunned and wide-eyed. Could such a young child really do something like that? She secretly admired her. At this rate, she thought it wouldn't be long before this child was praised again. Just then, a reporter from the Fengtian Daily approached.
Come.
"Comrade Zhu Yunsu, you and little Pan should take a photo together. We'll publish it later." Jia Yuanzhou saw the camera and his eyes lit up even more, but he looked a bit shy. He quietly asked the reporter, "Uncle, we 5 friends escaped from the enemy's hands together. Can we also take a picture with all 5 of us?" The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, and his little head drooped in disappointment. I might be going back to Beijing soon. I want to keep a memory. Pan Pan sighed softly. Although she initially thought Zhai Yuanzhou was a troublemaker and didn't like this childish boy very much, but after spending time with him, she realized he was a bit naive but still a good person. She hurriedly jumped down from the stage. But her long legs weren't very helpful for jumping down. She was caught by Xia Hongying nearby. However, after a few times, she got used to it. Her chubby little arms flapped a bit, and she became accustomed to it. Pan Pan happily skipped over to Zhai Yuanzhou, tiptoed, and gently patted his arm. It's okay.
No gathering lasts forever.
We can still play together. Zhai Yuanzhou's face turned red, and he suddenly looked up. He couldn't let Pan Pan see him cry. Normally, photographic film is very precious, and not everyone can afford to take pictures whenever they want. But today is an exception. Not only because of Xia Hongying, the chairwoman of the Provincial Women's Federation, being present, but also because of Zhai Yuanzhou's identity and the heroic deeds of these 5 children fighting against enemies. These reasons are enough for the reporters to make an exception. Smile. The reporter took a quick photo of the 5 children and said, "When the photos are developed, I will send each of you one." Zhai Yuanzhou was finally happy and showed a big smile. He tiptoed and whispered an address to the reporter. "Uncle, just send the photos to Ichuan Mountain. My name is Zhai Yuanzhou." The reporter paused, surprised. He looked at Zhai Yuanzhou and then at Xia Hongying, hesitating. Is this address really okay to send to? Xia Hongying was also surprised but quickly recovered. She coughed twice and said, "It should be fine, right? If not, I can help send it." Zhai Yuanzhou didn't care how shocked they were. He was happily thinking that if he couldn't bring his sister Pan Pan back to see Grandma, taking the photo back would be good too. Grandma might feel better after seeing her sister. He looked at Pan Pan, feeling a little reluctant. But the commendation ceremony was over, and he should go back to find his grandpa. They should go home now. Old General Zhai had already basically decided what would happen to Qin Xiangqian and the others. Although Chen Guowei and Wang Zhengwo tried hard to persuade him to stay a few more days, to show good hospitality, old General Zhai simply waved his hand and refused. Parting always brings sadness. I won't say goodbye to the children, to avoid making them sad. Please tell Qing Shan and Xiao Zhu for me. The big thing Pan Pan did this time, I will report honestly. The awards they deserve will definitely be given. Old General Zhai didn't want to disturb too many people. He quietly took his somewhat tired grandson and headed back to Beijing. As the saying goes, there is reward and punishment. After the commendation ceremony, the military district held another meeting. This meeting was attended by all senior officers, mainly to discuss Qin Xiangqian's issues. At the same time, a strict notice was posted on the most visible bulletin board in the family housing area. Notice on the serious disciplinary issues of comrades Qin Xiangqian and Gao Mingguang. Many people stopped to look, and some family members who could read began to read aloud. After investigation, former Deputy Division Commander Qin Xiangqian had conflicts with comrade Hu Qingshan over daily family matters, developed resentment, and then abused his power by secretly going to the Xian farm. Attempted to collude with reform prisoners, maliciously spread rumors, and falsely accused and framed members of our military district. His actions seriously violated military discipline, were extremely bad in nature, and severely damaged the unity within the army. Former regiment political commissar Gao Mingguang also had conflicts over family matters. Instead of mediating, he provoked and collaborated with Qin Xiangqian to retaliate against comrade Hu Qingshan. His behavior also seriously violated military discipline. After research by the Military District Party Committee and approval from higher authorities, it has been decided to revoke the military ranks of Qin Xiangqian and Gao Mingguang, dismiss them from the army, and immediately hand them over to the military court for serious legal action.
Oh my.
What is going on here? When the news broke, the entire military district, including officers, soldiers, and family members, was shocked. A deputy division commander and a political commissar, just because of trivial family disputes, actually committed such treacherous acts behind the scenes. Everyone remembered that the troublemakers in the past were clearly from Qin Xiangqian's and Gao Mingguang's families. How could they still have the face to retaliate? It was outrageous. Truly too outrageous. Wu Qingshan, as one of the involved parties, was called to a meeting. At home, only Zhu Yunshu and Pan Fan were left. Pan Fan was worried about something else. She quietly told Zhu Yunshu, then suddenly disappeared from sight and skillfully sneaked to Qin Xiangqian's house. She wanted to see how Huang Chunhua and the two sisters were doing. At first glance, Pan Fan saw several women from the Women's Federation talking with Huang Chunhua inside the house. Comrade Huang Chunhua, you already know what happened. Qin Xiangqian made such a big mistake, and the organization will not tolerate it. The leading officer spoke gently. We are here to ask for your opinion. The organization considered your special situation. If you want a divorce, we will fully support you. Additionally, the cafeteria and logistics department of our military district also need capable women who are willing to work and endure hardships. If you are willing, you can start working anytime and support yourself and your children with your own hands. Huang Chunhua listened blankly, as if she hadn't fully understood. Until the words, divorce, entered her ears, her somewhat numb eyes suddenly brightened. Can I get a divorce? Can I also have a job? After receiving a positive answer, she nodded quickly and without hesitation. In the next moment, this woman, who had been mentally oppressed and numb, could no longer hold back her feelings. She hugged her two weak daughters and burst into tears. It was long-suppressed frustration and pain, as well as joy for a fresh start in the future. After crying for a long time, she lifted her head, her eyes red, and said to the Women's Federation staff, Comrades, thank you. Thank you for still thinking of me. The staff member from the Women's Federation smiled and said, No need to thank us. If you want to thank someone, thank little Pan Pan. She and General Zhai mentioned your situation. Huang Chunhua remembered the little girl who came to her home and almost had her candies taken by Zhuang Zhuang. That girl was loved by her parents, spoke softly, and was like a small adult. Her eyes grew a little moist. I will visit to thank you in person someday. I have one more request. Could you please change the names of my two daughters? I don't want them to be called Zhaodi or Pandi anymore. I want them to have their own names. The Women's Federation staff looked at the two small, thin girls and couldn't help but sigh. Of course. That's a good thing. Come on, let's think of good names for the children. Everyone discussed for a while. In the end, Zhaodi was renamed Huang Qiulan, and Pandi was renamed Huang Qiuling. Pan Fan watched nearby and nodded with satisfaction. It's so good. Now she feels much better. In her previous life, she was in an orphanage. There were almost no healthy boys, but most of the children were healthy girls. The mothers in the orphanage would change the children's names. There is a young girl who is a month or two older than her, and her name has been changed to Zhao Zhao. Her own name has become Pan Fan. When the name changes, the meaning changes too, and she will have a new path to follow. She hopes that these two girls can leave behind Qin Xiangqian and Grandma Fong and start a new life of their own. But suddenly, a voice sounds nearby. How can you be so unkind? You stay at home all day doing nothing, just eating and drinking my dad's stuff. You can't do anything right. It's good that my dad hasn't kicked you out. And now you want to abandon him. 10-year-old Chen Zhuangzhuang stands with his hands on his hips, pointing at his mother's nose and shouting loudly. When my dad comes back, he will beat you to death. Huang Chunhua listens to her son's curse, tears silently falling down her face. She holds her two daughters' hands and says to the Women's Federation officer, Comrade, I am divorcing Qin Xiangqian. We will not live here anymore. I want to take my two daughters and leave. As for Chen Zhuangzhuang, I will leave him with his father. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly erupts outside. Everyone quickly goes out to see what's happening. Even Pan Fan quietly slips out. They see several military trucks parked in the yard. Gao Mingguang and Qin Xiangqian are being escorted by soldiers armed with guns, ready to get on the trucks. Another vehicle has Grandma Fong, Ma Yanmei, and the crazy, disheveled Ma Xiaoli, also being taken away to the detention center. As for Wei Xiuxiu and the others, they are tied up tightly, like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. The family members around are angry and upset. Qin Xiangqian, you bastard, you have no shame. Someone like you should be tried in a military court. It's embarrassing for a military district. A woman from the Women's Federation steps forward and says to the guards, Comrade, this child's name is Qin Zhuangzhuang, and he is Qin Xiangqian's son. He is still a minor. His mother has decided to divorce and take the 2 daughters. This child can't stay alone at home. I think he should stay with his father. She secretly believes that if this child isn't taken, he will end up in a juvenile detention center sooner or later. Hearing this, Qin Zhuangzhuang becomes very scared. Stay with his dad? His dad is about to be taken away. Where will he go? On the truck, Qin Xiangqian and Grandma Fong kept waving at him eagerly, calling him over, while cursing Huang Chunhua with harsh words. Qin Zhuangzhuang was so scared he cried out loud and turned to hug Huang Chunhua's leg.
Mom.
I was wrong.
Mom.
I don't want to go with Dad. I want to stay with you. Mom. Huang Chunhua turned and walked away. She decided to pretend she didn't have the son. At this moment, Pan Fan quietly found a quiet corner, removed her invisibility, and leisurely came over to watch the scene. Hearing Qin Zhuangzhuang's loud, pig-like crying, she shook her head in disbelief. Grandma Fong and Qin Xiangqian loved him so much, but in the end, they spoiled him into what he is now. He's not even better than a piece of roasted pork. When Qin Zhuangzhuang shouted this, Pan Fan saw the expressions on the 2 people on the truck change instantly. Qin Xiangqian was still struggling desperately, cursing and yelling that Huang Chunhua was a bad woman. But after hearing his beloved son's words, his face turned pale. His precious son, who he loved deeply, was calling to leave with Huang Chunhua, this unkind woman? Who was he doing this for? His conflict with the Hua family started because of Qin Zhuangzhuang in the first place. Grandma Fong was also stunned. She loved her grandson so much, but when she saw him being taken away, he was crying and shouting to find Huang Chunhua, refusing to go with them. What was he thinking? In that moment, the 2 of them felt dizzy, as if their strength had been drained, and they collapsed weakly. Pan Pan watched nearby, shaking her head. This really was so disappointing. She had thought Qin Zhuangzhuang was a tough kid. Seeing Qin Xiangqian and Grandma Fong being taken away, now crying and calling for their mother. But when he was insulting his mother earlier, he was so arrogant, not a bit less. In the end, he was just spoiled, selfish to the extreme. He didn't really want to leave with Qin Xiangqian and Grandma Fong. He was just scared, afraid he wouldn't have a good life in the future. Now, he had even offended his own father and grandmother. She wondered if, now that he was with his real parents, they would still love him as they did before. Pei Pei listened to Qin Zhuangzhuang's loud crying as he was pulled into the car, along with the gossiping whispers of the people around. She felt it was all pointless now. All the bad people had received their deserved punishment, and that was enough. She turned around, crossed her arms behind her back, and strolled home. On the way, she could hear the adults and children in the neighborhood happily talking about what had just happened. Wow, did you see? When Qin Xiangqian and Gao Mingguang were taken into the car, their faces turned green. Serves them right. They did such dishonest things. Stabbing others in the back. No good at all. Exactly. And that old lady Fong, who was always bossy in the yard, now she's been sent back to her hometown for some reflection. Let's see how she acts now. The funniest part is Ma Xiaoli. I heard she went crazy and kept shouting in the interrogation room that she was Captain Hu's wife. Oh my, really? That's so shameless. Pei Pei listened to these words, her little mouth pouting. Humph, they got what they deserved. She happily strolled back home. The yard was quiet, but the vegetable garden seemed a little different.
Huh?
Has it sprouted? Inside the garden, the small green vegetables had already sprouted, tender and bright green. It looked really nice. She moved a small stool and sat in front of her tiny vegetable patch, feeling a great sense of achievement. Although the space was already full of plants, it was still different. Using a smart gardening app and planting by herself definitely felt different from just ordering online. At the gate of the yard, Wang Chunyi carried a basket and had just returned from outside. She immediately saw the vegetable patch in Pei Pei's yard. Was she seeing things? Wang Chunyi rubbed her eyes hard, then took a few steps closer and looked carefully. In the vegetable patch that Pei Pei had messed up, a row of neat, bright green little sprouts had actually appeared. Wang Chunyi. She had watched Pei Pei plant the vegetables herself. At first, it was okay with her helping, but later, Wang's 3 mischievous kids dug holes, and Pei Pei filled the soil. Although the holes were dug well, Pei Pei was still young and didn't know how to plant seeds properly. In the end, she just patted the soil down. Seeing that scene, Wang Chunyi thought to herself that these vegetables probably wouldn't survive.
She was still thinking about it.
The child had made a bet with Grandma Fong. If she lost, she might get scolded by her. So she had already decided that if there was no sign of activity in the vegetable field in a few days, she would secretly get up at midnight and replant the vegetables for the child. Who would have thought? Grandma Fong and Qin Xiangqian's family were caught. And then, surprisingly, the vegetables grew on their own. Pan Pan is really a lucky child. Even the vegetables can sprout. Right now, Wu Xilan was about to go home and passed by the He Qingshan house. Wang Chunyi immediately waved to her. Xilan, come quickly. Pan Pan's vegetables have sprouted. Everyone knew about the bet between Pan Pan and Grandma Fong. It was a sure loss bet. When Grandma Fong and her family were taken away, the vegetables surprisingly sprouted. Now, not only Wu Xilan came over, but a few other women also gathered around. But at this moment, they heard Pan Pan squatting in front of the vegetable patch, sighing deeply like a little adult. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What's wrong with this child? The vegetables are growing. Shouldn't she be happy?
Why is she sighing?
Wu Xilan, being straightforward, couldn't help asking. Pan Pan, your vegetables are already sprouting. Why are you sighing? Pan Pan looked upset and said, well, I won the bet, but Grandma Fong was taken away. I still want to hear her call me Grandma. The little girl paused, then counted on her fingers, seriously adding, if that happens, Qin Xiangqian, that big bad guy, would have to call me Great-Grandma, right? And he might even have to kowtow to me. That would be so fun. Ha ha. Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter erupted at the yard gate. Several women burst out laughing, tears almost coming out of their eyes. Oh my goodness. This child is so funny. Exactly. Calling her great-grandma, she's so clever. Hey. In my opinion, Qin Xiangqian has done so many bad things. Their family has bullied this child many times. They should just call her that and kowtow a few more times. Now, Pan Pan was a well-known person in the residential area. Initially, the outrageous bet between her and Grandma Fong was already the talk of the neighborhood. Everyone knew about it. People thought that Pan Pan was being bullied by Grandma Fong, and they all felt sorry for her. No one expected that this child would actually grow vegetables. Now, everyone was both happy and a little regretful. Regretful because Grandma Fong and the others caught her too early. They didn't get to see Qin Xiangqian call her great-grandmother. The sprouting of the small green vegetables usually takes about 3 to 5 days. Pan Pan sprouted quickly, but it was still within the normal range. No one thought much of it. After all, Pan Pan is a lucky child. In the evening, Hu Qingshan returned from a meeting and saw the lush little vegetable seedlings in the yard. He was surprised. Wow, she really grew vegetables so fast. Pan Pan cheerfully said, Daddy, Daddy, I won. From now on, you'll be the great-grandpa of Qin Xiangqian's big bad girl, Hu Qingshan. His daughter still remembers grudges. He walked over, picked her up, and gave her a big kiss on her little face. Pan Pan, you're so clever. You grew vegetables so quickly. He patted her little head. When these vegetables grow up, I'll cook a delicious dish just for you. Pan Pan giggled happily in his arms. The family was very happy, and no one paid much attention to the vegetable patch. However, the next morning, everyone was stunned. Early the next morning, just before dawn, Wang Chunyi's surprised voice was heard outside.
Oh my!
Oh my goodness. These seedlings are growing so fast. Wang Chunni was busy with chores at her own home. She was used to working hard and even planned to water Ponpon's seedlings or add some fertilizer. Growing seedlings and fertilizer aren't directly related, but if the soil lacks nutrients, they won't grow fast. If she wanted to help Ponpon's family, she had to hide from her mother-in-law. These days, people say fertilizer and water don't flow into outsiders' fields, meaning fertilizer is precious. If her mother-in-law saw it, she might scold her. Wang Chunni looked closer and was stunned. In the small vegetable garden, the tiny sprouts that just peeked out yesterday had suddenly grown a lot taller today. Each one was lush green and lively, full of energy, looking very pleasing. Wang Chunni rubbed her eyes, thinking she might be seeing things or that her eyes were playing tricks on her. How could the young sprouts that just appeared yesterday have grown so much overnight? She remembered that she had checked yesterday. She hadn't fertilized the plants, only watered them, then went back to sleep. Wang Chunni was puzzled and turned to find Wu Xiaolan. Xiaolan, come quickly and look. Wu Xiaolan had also gotten up by then. She was the mother of 3 lively children and had a lot of chores to do in the morning. What's going on? Early in the morning, before she finished speaking, she looked in the direction Wang Chunni was pointing and was stunned. What's happening? How come these vegetable seedlings are growing so fast? Wu Xiaolan was also surprised. Her own plants, watered with manure water, hadn't grown this quickly. Chunni, tell me, why are these vegetables growing so well? It's like they've been fertilized. They look even better than the ones I fertilized at home. Wang Chunni was also confused. She circled around the garden, lowered her voice, and asked Wu Xiaolan. Xiaolan, be honest with me. Did you secretly water the plants with fertilizer in the middle of the night because you felt sorry for that child? Wu Xiaolan shook her head with a puzzled look.
No.
I was thinking, if they don't sprout in a couple of days, I'd replant them and add fertilizer then. That's strange. Wang Chunni frowned and leaned in to smell the soil. No, that can't be. There's no smell of manure or fertilizer at all. Soon, the noise attracted other early risers from the neighborhood, the women and older ladies. A few experienced gardeners also gathered around, stretching their necks to see, murmuring in amazement. Wow, these vegetables are growing so fast. Really no fertilizer? Looking at their growth, the base fertilizer must be good. One woman squatted down, pinched some soil, sniffed it, and shook her head confidently. No manure or fertilizer smell. But how come they're growing like they've been fertilized? Just when everyone was puzzled, Wang Chunni suddenly slapped her thigh.
Oh.
I just remembered. Do you all remember? A few days ago, Pan Fan was planting vegetables and mentioned she had a little secret recipe. Wu Xiaolan also remembered. Yes. That's right. We didn't take her words seriously at the time, thought she was just joking around.
Could it be?
That child really has a secret way to grow vegetables? This group of people didn't think about fertilizer at all. In this era, chemical fertilizer was very precious. Especially after the recent food shortage crisis, everyone wanted to increase crop yields. The total national production of fertilizer was only about 40,000 tons, and urea production was 0. More than half of the fertilizer used nationwide was imported, and many had to be bought from nearby countries. That meant spending real money and foreign currency to buy it.
Who would have thought of that?
Inside the house, Zhu Yunshu was also awakened by the noise outside. She put on her clothes, walked to the window, and looked out, feeling a sudden jolt in her heart. She knew her daughter had many mysterious talents. Now that the vegetables were growing so quickly, she wondered if Zhu Yunshu was a bit worried. Could it be that Pan Pan, worried about losing the bet and not wanting to lose face, secretly added fertilizer to the garden? If anyone found out about this anomaly, it would be trouble. As she was anxiously thinking about how to explain, the ant in the yard was already calling her. Little Zhu, come out and see. Your vegetables, how are they growing so well? It's amazing. Zhu Yunshu hesitated but went outside. Looking at the thriving vegetable garden, she was at a loss for words. I don't really understand this. It's the kids doing. How would I know? Hua Qingshan also peeked out from the kitchen. Usually dressed in military uniform, today he was in casual clothes with an apron tied around his waist. A smell of pancakes and oil wafted over. He nodded to the women outside and said to Zhu Yunshu, "Let's eat first." "I made egg pancakes today." Pan Pan, smelling the delicious aroma in her sleep, also woke up. Egg pancakes. The women outside were all surprised.
Wow.
Captain Hua is making pancakes. This man really loves his wife. Yes, yes. My husband wouldn't even let me into the kitchen. Life must be pretty good. I smell some eggs here. Didn't Springflower bring a few? These eggs were indeed sent by Qin Xiangqian's ex-wife, Huang Chanhua. She had brought a basket of farm eggs yesterday to thank them. Zhu Yunsu didn't want to accept them at first, but after hearing that Pan Pan had given a little note to General Zhai, she decided to take the eggs. Today, the family happily ate egg pancakes. But the pancakes weren't the main point. Pan Pan happily got up, feeling very excited. She had been planning for a while and even made a silly bet with Grandma Fong just for this. Haha. The adults all fell for it. She quickly got out of bed, scrambled onto a small stool, and carefully brushed her teeth and washed her face. Then she wandered outside, took the wrapped egg pancake from her dad, and ate while walking slowly into the yard. Seeing Pan Pan come over, a few women immediately gathered around her. "Pan Pan, sweetheart, how did you grow this little green vegetable? How did it grow so well, without any fertilizer?" Pan Pan cleared her throat and cheerfully said, "I did use fertilizer." Wang Chunni was surprised. "But the soil clearly hasn't been fertilized." Pan Pan puffed up her little chest proudly and said, "Because I didn't use stinky fertilizer. I made my own fertilizer." Everyone. Did they hear wrong? When Pan Pan said this, the area suddenly fell silent. Even Zhu Yunsu was stunned. Her mind buzzed. She couldn't believe it as she recalled her daughter's recent activities. Pan Pan had gone to the research institute, fought off enemies, and then accompanied the old general on inspections. She hadn't had a moment to rest. When did she make the fertilizer? Zhu Yunsu was shocked, not to mention the women at the door. Fertilizer? Little Zhu, is what Pan Pan said true? Oh my goodness, these days fertilizer is so precious. Where did you get it? Wu Xiaolan instinctively thought it was bought. She leaned closer to Zhu Yunshu, lowered her voice, and asked with envy, "Little Zhu, does your family have a special way to get it?" Another auntie nodded along. "Exactly. Back in my hometown, the production team has to get a ticket to get manure. And fertilizer? That's unthinkable." Everyone was talking, assuming that Hua Qingshan had connections to get the fertilizer, and their eyes showed envy. Pan Pan. No, I mean, how did this get overheard? The little girl, small and worried, held up her egg pancake, puffed her cheeks, and corrected. "It's not Daddy who bought it. I made it myself. It's called urea. The book says it works really well." "What? You made it yourself? You mean you can make fertilizer yourself?" Wu Xiaolan felt her head buzzing and a bit dizzy. But she widened her eyes, staring at the little girl in the crowd, and raised her voice. Still urea? Most of the aunties present, though not very educated, knew the word urea well. Wang Chunni patted her thigh. "Urea? Is it that kind from Japan, packed in a big white bag with something written on it? Something like corporation?" Yes, yes. "That's the one," another auntie excitedly agreed. "My husband saw it at the commune. Said it's very expensive, takes a lot of foreign currency to buy." "Oh my goodness. Our country still can't produce that stuff, and Pan Pan, she can make it herself. How is that possible?" Everyone was puzzled. Pan Pan, no matter how clever, couldn't possibly do that. Just then, a sharp-eyed auntie pointed at the soil near the vegetable patch and shouted, "Look! Over there! Those white things." Pon Pon's eyes lit up. Finally, someone noticed. She had placed those white things in the soil on purpose, waiting for someone to ask. Everyone gathered around quickly. The aunt carefully squatted down, picked up some white crystals from beside the vegetable patch, and looked at them in her hand. "I just looked at this, and thought it's not common. When I heard urea, I remembered. My family's team used this before. This seems similar to imported urea from Japan. There's not much difference. Now, the crowd exploded. Chinese people are very dedicated to farming, especially after years of shortages. Everyone cares a lot about food, vegetables, and harvests. When they heard that little Pan, a small baby, had made fertilizer that the country usually has to import and spend foreign currency on, everyone was shocked. Who could stay calm now? Is this real? Show me. How did this kid do it? If it really is urea, and it's used on farms in the north, I wonder how much grain they could harvest. And it saves foreign exchange. Our country earns foreign currency hard enough. We can't just give it away cheaply. Zhu Yinshu was completely stunned. Her mind went blank. She quickly walked over, pulled Pan from the crowd into her arms, and her voice was a little shaky. Pan, how did you make this? Pan was a little proud. Now everyone knows how amazing she is. If she explains her technique, she can take credit and help the country use good fertilizer. She crossed her small arms confidently and said clearly, I used equipment from the Research Institute and synthesized it myself. I saw the formula for making urea artificially in a book before. It looked simple, so I made some myself to see how it works. Zhu Yinshu's smile was very forced. Inside, she really wanted to curse Zheng's whole family.
What?
She left the child with Xing Lao, and what did he do? Secretly used Research Institute equipment. Made chemical experiments herself. And she bet 50 cents that Xing Lao had no idea about this clever little girl's actions. Zhu Yinshu took a deep breath. Everyone, don't get too excited. She still had some understanding of artificial urea synthesis. This thing can be made on a small scale in the lab, and it's possible. Pan probably saw related knowledge in a book. Kids are very curious, so she played around with it herself like doing a little experiment. She paused and added, however, this kind of lab method produces very little, and the cost is very high. It can't be used for large-scale production. So, it can't solve our country's big problem of lacking fertilizer. Zhu Yinshu's words were like a cold splash of water, instantly cooling everyone's enthusiasm.
Oh.
I see. So, the kid was just doing a little experiment for fun. Everyone's excited expressions visibly faded, gradually turning into disappointment. That's understandable if it were so easy to figure out. With so many scientists, they would have already done it. There's no way a 3-year-old could do it. But even with disappointment, everyone still looked at Pan with admiration and love. Wow, no matter what, Pan is so smart. She can make urea at 3 years old. Just think what she'll be able to do when she grows up. Exactly. She's a little genius. It's a pity. If only she could make more of this, our country's grain yield could increase a lot. Everyone praised Pan, but their words carried a strong sense of regret. Who doesn't want higher grain production? Who doesn't want to eat enough? Pan blinked, feeling it was the right time. She imitated adults and sighed seriously. If only I had lots of steel and equipment, I could make a machine to produce urea according to the assembly line plans. Then, our country wouldn't lack fertilizer anymore. Pan's words were soft, with a childish, sweet, and innocent tone. But to everyone present, it was like a thunderclap. They all stared at Pan in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. A machine to produce urea? Wait, can they even hear this? Is this something a child should say? Zhu Yinshu's previously relaxed heart suddenly tightened again. She looked at her daughter in shock, with only one thought in her mind. What drawings? Where did they come from? A chemical equation is one thing. She could say she saw it in a book. But a complete set of production drawings for industrial machines? That's not something you see in ordinary books. Where did this child see them? Although she knew Pan had some special experiences and even learned many things in her dreams. Could she really see the production line drawings for urea synthesis in her dreams? Zhu Yinshu's mind was filled with waves of shock, and she didn't know how to respond. At this moment, Chen Guowei and Wang Zhengwo also came over. They had planned to go to the military office for an early meeting to discuss recent discipline issues in the troops. From afar, they saw a large crowd gathered at the Hu family's door, arguing loudly, and thought something had happened. But as they approached, they heard keywords like urea and self-made, and they froze in place. As senior officers, they naturally understood more about national affairs than ordinary people. They knew exactly what urea meant. When they pushed through the crowd, they just heard Pan say something shocking. If only I had lots of steel and equipment, I could make the machines to produce urea according to the drawings. Wang Zhengwo. Chen Guowei. What did they just hear?
Urea?
The drawings for making urea? As military leaders, they knew better than anyone what these words together meant. It meant increased food production. It meant enough military supplies. It meant the country could save a lot of precious foreign exchange. This was no joke. Chen Guowei was the first to react. He ignored greeting the women around and hurriedly walked to Zhu Yinshu. Comrade Zhu Yinshu, was what Pan just said true? The drawings? What drawings? Wang Zhengwo quickly came over and asked, Yes. Anna Oyama, this is no joke. Quickly ask Pan what the drawings are really about. They are very anxious about the urea. They are extremely worried. The country is so poor right now, everywhere needs money. Every bit of foreign exchange is spent carefully. To ensure enough food, they have to spend a lot to import fertilizer, even if it's expensive. This is like handing over their vital resources to others who can threaten them at any time. It's better to leave it in the hands of Zairizi. The soldiers know very well that having enough food makes them feel secure. Suddenly, a 3-year-old girl says she has the drawings. It sounds unbelievable, extremely absurd. But what if it's true? Pan has done many amazing things before, like catching enemy spies on the train or fighting off 3 enemies with a few children. Maybe it's really true. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they must not let it go. If they can figure out how to make the urea-producing machine work, it would be a huge breakthrough, not just increasing food but shaking the whole country. Then China's agriculture wouldn't be controlled by foreign countries anymore. Wang Zhengwo looked at the chubby little girl and couldn't help but feel amazed. If it's true, she would be a great blessing for China. Next to him, Chen Guowei looked at Zhu Yinshu, who looked confused, and then at Hu Qingshan, who was coming out of the house wearing an apron. Qingshan, how about this? Aren't you supposed to work at the research institute? Maybe you can take Pan there with you. We want to go and check the drawings too. Don't worry, it's not about any secret research. We just want to verify the drawings. Qingshan, talk to your wife. Hu Qingshan was still stunned, not quite able to think clearly. His little girl at home, how much does she know? He bent down and picked up Pan, holding her up to his eye level, and asked, Pan, you decide. Pan couldn't help but smile. Her dad is so kind, always caring about her opinion and feelings. She said sweetly, no problem. I have a great memory. If the drawings I see can help the country and allow more people to enjoy white rice and big steamed buns, that would be wonderful. Zhu Yinshu looked deeply at her daughter, feeling a bit helpless. Since her daughter could say such things, she was very confident about it. Her daughter was so impressive, it was a sweet kind of worry. Director Huang saw Zhu Yinshu from afar and was about to go over and talk to her about the previous situation with Jiang Wenbin. But then he saw a group of people approaching, coming closer from a distance. Not only Zhu Yinshu, but also Commander Chen Guowei and the Chief of Staff from the military district. Director Huang looked confused, and old Zheng beside him also looked puzzled. Did something happen? Normally, there shouldn't be any big issues. If there was a serious problem, why did they bring Pan here?
And
why does Zhu Yinshu look at him with such complicated, hard-to-explain eyes? Little Zhu, what happened? Why did you bring so many people and little Pan here? He asked as he stepped forward.
Zu Yunshus Mord was complicated,
A few days ago, did Pan do something with chemical experiments here? His heart skipped a beat. It seemed. There might be something to it. Our research institute was originally a physics and chemistry lab, and we do have some empty chemical labs. Old Zheng's eyes drifted a bit. Facing his daughter-in-law, he suddenly remembered. Letting such a small child go into an unused chemical lab might, maybe, possibly, be a little inappropriate. Mainly because Pan isn't an ordinary child. Old Jung. Well, let me explain. Zhu Yunshu looked at him quietly. Old Jung. Did Pan Pan use anything from the chemical lab? Pan Pan had been waiting for this chance. She cheerfully said, Grandpa Zheng, I used the chemicals and equipment from the lab to make urea. Old Zheng. He finally understood why these people had come. He forced a laugh. It's just a small experiment without much danger. Why are you guys here this time? Zhu Yunshu sighed with a complicated mood. This child said she saw a drawing of a urea production line somewhere. Looking like a little adult, Pan Pan nodded and said, Yes, yes. And I remember very well. I memorized every word. Pan Pan thought to herself. Anyway, she could secretly look at the space to cheat. She was so clever. Old Zheng and director Huang were both stunned. Not just them, the researchers watching nearby were also wide-eyed, almost frozen in place. What did they just hear? Urea? The blueprint of the production line? Although these people are physicists, they work at a research institute. Who doesn't know about the current state of domestic fertilizer? It's precious. Extremely precious. That thing is the key to food security. During the difficult years before, everyone was afraid of starving. No one wants to go through those days again. How to increase grain yield? Besides improving seeds and farming techniques, the most important thing is fertilizer. Farm manure is good, but it relies on people and animals to pull it. Is that enough? The real way to boost grain production is through chemical fertilizer. But now, the country's fertilizer production is so limited, not enough to share. Urea still needs to be imported. Everywhere in the country needs money now. Buying machines costs money. Building infrastructure costs money. Every foreign exchange dollar is split into many parts. Now, a 3-year-old child says she has the blueprint for a urea production line? If that's true, then Pan Pan is basically a national treasure. Old Zheng was the first to regain his senses. He looked at the growing crowd around him and quickly signaled to Director Huang. Huang, this matter is too big. We can't discuss it here. Director Huang also reacted and hurriedly said, Yes, yes. Commander Chen, Commander Wang, Comrade Little Zhu, Comrade Qingshan, we should take the child to my office. The group hurried into Director Huang's office. Once the door was closed, they were completely cut off from outside view. Old Zheng didn't even have time to swallow his saliva and rushed over to Pan Pan. Sweetheart Pan Pan, tell Grandpa Zheng, where did you see that blueprint? Pan Pan tilted her little head and said, It seems. Inside the old house of the Zhu family, I was flipping through books in the study. There are many books, and the drawings are tucked inside one of them. Zhu Yunshu's heart skipped a beat. She knew very well how many books were in her study, absolutely no such drawings. But she quickly understood. These drawings are probably related to a secret about her daughter. However, the dream her daughter had and the immortal in the dream, if revealed, might be seen as strange or suspicious. But when she looked down, she saw Pan Fan's bright eyes watching her secretly, winking at her. Zhu Yunshu's heart softened instantly. She sighed. Forget it. Her daughter is not an ordinary child. If she wants to do something, let her do it. As a mother, her only job is to smooth things over and protect her child as much as possible. Then Zhu Yunshu said, I just remembered, these might have been left by my grandfather. My grandfather Zhu Nanshan was very interested in new machines from overseas. He collected books and information about them everywhere, even in his later years. Pan Fan probably saw things that came from him. She paused, her voice hesitant and her expression troubled. But now, given the situation, our family's background is complicated and sensitive. Everyone present was sharp and could understand her meaning. Chen Gui immediately waved his hand. Don't worry, Comrade Xiao Zhu. We're not talking about family background now. Let's focus on the matter, just the drawings. Yes, Director Huang also asked eagerly. Where is that book now? Zhu Yunshu's eyes dimmed slightly. You all know about Wei Qingyuan, my half-brother, trying to slander me. My biological father, Wei Shuwen, who was once a son-in-law of the Zhu family, wanted to collude with foreign agents and escape with money in Gusu. He was caught, but those items haven't been found yet. This was their story at the police station years ago. What? Old Zheng exclaimed in shock.
So, does that mean?
Ponfon's memory is the only way to find those drawings? A 3-year-old child who has only seen the drawings once, how much can she remember? Even a genius might not remember everything. This hope seems very slim. Pan heard this and immediately became unhappy. She puffed out her cheeks and proudly straightened her little chest. Don't underestimate me. I have a good memory. I remember every word, every line. It's just a joke. In her past life, she was a little genius who got into the youth class from the orphanage. Remembering everything is just basic for her. Even without cheating with space, she's confident she can do it. Hui Qingshan had been silent, just quietly watching his daughter's soft little face. Now, he stepped forward, bent down, and gently picked her up, holding her in his arms, softly saying, I believe in you, Pan, but she's still a child. Remembering such complicated things might be too tiring for her. Director Huang and Old Zheng finally reacted. Yes. Director Huang slapped his forehead. Look at our memory. Pan is our big hero. We definitely can't let her get tired. Let her take her time to think. We won't push her. Old Zheng nodded repeatedly. Pan, if you're tired, just say so. We're in no rush. Is there anything you want? Tell Grandpa I'll get it for you. Pan blinked her big eyes. Will I get food? I want to eat meat. The tense atmosphere in the room was instantly broken by her innocent words. Director Huang laughed happily, patted his chest, and confidently promised. Yes, absolutely. Every meal will have meat. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. And Pan is contributing to the country. I'll ask the higher-ups soon. We can't let our little hero work for nothing. Just joking. If Pan had to work without pay, where would he put his face? Her eyes immediately lit up. Really like this? She supported her chubby chin and happily started counting on her fingers. She's 3.5 years old now. If she starts earning a salary now, by the time she turns 18, her work experience would be nearly 15 years. That would be wonderful. She waved her small fist. Yay! Let's get to work. Pan wants to earn some pocket money and buy lots of delicious food. Because of this secret, the research institute's work went very quickly. In less than half an hour, Director Huang's office was taken over and turned into Pon's special space. All the items on the desk were cleared out and replaced with large sheets of drawing paper. Even more surprisingly, maybe because Pan asked for food, a big pile of snacks was placed next to the desk. Cans of malted milk, white rabbit candies, cookies, fruit. Fearing to disappoint this little princess, Director Huang even shared all his treasured snacks. But no one thought it was inappropriate. As long as she could draw the plans, not only would these snacks be enough, but even the moon in the sky could be taken down if she wanted. Pan happily looked around her territory, then waved her little hand. Okay, you can all go now. Mom and I are enough here. Chen Gui and Wang Jiangwo originally wanted to stay and watch, but they didn't understand much and couldn't help. They were both very busy, so they had to leave, glancing back nervously as they did. The office door clicked shut, leaving only Zhu Yunshu and her daughter inside. After making sure no one was around, Zhu Yunshu squatted down, took Pon's small hand, and whispered, Pan, tell Mom the truth. How did you get that drawing? Pon's big eyes flickered and looked a bit uncertain. She leaned close to Zhu Yunshu's ear and whispered, Mommy, I told you, but you must not tell anyone. On the train after I caught that bad spy, I had a dream. I dreamed of a fairy sister who teaches me how to hide things. The drawing was shown to me by the fairy sister. The fairy sister said that because I did a good deed, she came to reward me. She also said that if I keep doing good and helping the country, she will give me more nice things and make our country stronger. Zhu Yunshu was stunned, feeling both surprised and complicated. Doing good deeds for the country, doesn't that mean making meritorious service? Previously, Pan was so brave, leading a few almost grown children to outsmart 3 enemies armed with weapons. Was it because of this? This child truly is. Zhu Yunshu didn't know how to describe her feelings. She gently touched her daughter's soft face and took a deep breath to calm herself. Her little treasure probably has a bright future ahead.
But
She was a bit worried about her child's safety. Zhu Yunshu patted Ponpon's small head and softly asked, "Will thinking about these drawings affect you badly? Will it make you tired?" Pan shook her head and patted her chest to promise. "No. Sister Fairy said these things are already in my mind. I can't forget them even if I try." Hearing her daughter's promise, Zhu Yunshu finally relaxed. She took a deep breath, her eyes becoming firm. "Good. Then today, let's draw this amazing thing together." Mother and daughter started working immediately. Most of the drawing was left to Zhu Yunshu. After all, Ponpon's chubby little hands are now a bit shaky when holding a pen, so drawing is out of the question. While guiding Zhu Yunshu to draw, Pan quietly counted on her fingers. This time, submitting the drawing will surely earn a lot of points. Earlier, on the train, she caught some enemies. When she was praised, the system rewarded her with points. Later, she convinced her mom to donate some of her share, and she received recognition from the capital city, earning more points. The issue with Urea is progressing as she expected, but she doesn't know how long it will take to turn into real benefits. Now, only the matter of saving Zhai Yuanzhou remains. Grandpa Zhai said when he left that he would report everything truthfully, and the deserved recognition would definitely come. She wondered, when will those awards and points arrive? Once they do, she can exchange them for many good things. In Jincheng, Yinquan Mountain, a military jeep slowly stopped in the small courtyard. As the door opened, Zhai Yuanzhou happily rushed out. "Grandma, Grandma, I'm back." Grandpa Zhai followed behind, watching his lively grandson jump around, shaking his head with some helplessness. He turned his head and asked the guard in the small courtyard, "How has she been these days?" The guard looked serious for a moment and shook his head, saying, "Sir, after you went to Fengtian, the old lady's condition hasn't improved much. She seems less energetic, sometimes alert, sometimes confused. She even has trouble recognizing people." Old General Zhai's smile slowly faded from his face. The commanding presence he usually had as a general was gone, and he nervously rubbed his hands, asking, "How did it get so serious again?" The room was softly lit, and a faint smell of medicine filled the air. Zhai Yuanzhou had already rushed to the window, leaning toward the old lady sitting in the rocking chair. "Grandma, Grandma." The old lady in the rocking chair was startled and slowly opened her eyes. She had white, shoulder-length hair with natural curls that looked like they had been styled with heat. She squinted, looking tiredly at the boy who was leaning in her arms. With her wrinkled, trembling hand, she first touched Zhai Yuanzhou's face, then moved up to gently stroke his fluffy head, as if trying to confirm something. Zhai Yuanzhou was a bit confused. He was still a child and didn't understand what was happening or why Grandma wasn't holding him as she used to. Suddenly, the old lady's eyes sharpened with suspicion and alertness. She pushed Zhai Yuanzhou away quickly, instinctively reaching toward her waist, but found nothing.
who are you?
"You're not my little mountain." Unprepared, Zhai Yuanzhou sat down hard on the ground, completely stunned. He asked confusedly, "Grandma? You don't recognize me anymore?" Zhai Weigua hurried forward, picked up Zhai Yuanzhou, and looked just as confused. But he saw the old lady clutching the armrests of the rocking chair tightly, leaning forward, with her cloudy eyes fixed on her grandson and himself. Her voice was hoarse and sharp. "Where's my little mountain? Where have you hidden my little mountain? My little mountain isn't this big." Tears welled up in Zhai Weigua's eyes as he quietly said to Zhai Yuanzhou, "It's okay. Grandma is sick. She's confused right now. It will get better soon." He took a few steps forward and held the old lady's hand. Yue. "It's me, Zhai Weigua." Hearing the name Zhai Weigua, the elderly woman in the rocking chair struggled to recognize his face. Zhai Weigua, why do you look so old?" Suddenly, her voice became sharp. "Zhai Weigua, they stole our little mountain. Please, bring back the little mountain." The guard quietly wiped his eyes and took Zhai Yuanzhou a little farther away. When she was young, the grandmother looked fine. No one could see her sadness. But as she aged and her mind declined, it became harder to recognize people. Only then did everyone realize she had never truly moved on. Jia Yuanzhou wiped his tears and looked at his grandmother in the rocking chair, who no longer seemed to recognize him. He felt a bit regretful. That day, he had clearly seen Uncle Panpan. Why didn't he ask him to bring Panpan to Beijing to visit? Even just to see her once would be good. Maybe seeing her would make her better. Jia Yuanzhou thought for a moment and suddenly shouted loudly at his grandmother. Grandma, I went to Old Bear Mountain. I met Uncle Little Mountain. Meeting a ghost, well,
It counts as meeting, right?
thinking of how Uncle Little Mountain's ghost had protected him, Jia Yuanzhou felt confident. Jia Yuanzhou's words made everyone in the room freeze.
A few guards looked confused. Seeing.
Little Mountain? That boy named Little Mountain. Wasn't he thrown into the river by enemy agents over 20 years ago? Only Zhai Weiguo understood what Jia Yuanzhou was talking about and knew why he said that. He also faintly felt that Jia Yuanzhou's encounter with Panpan and his safe escape from Old Bear Mountain might be influenced by some unseen force. Maybe Little Mountain was protecting him. Jia Yuanzhou mentioned this because he knew what was troubling Yue and wanted to wake her up in this way. The grandmother, who just moments before looked lost and cautious, suddenly trembled violently when she heard the words Little Mountain. She slowly, with some difficulty, turned her head and looked directly at Jia Yuanzhou. That gaze was no longer wary like when she saw a stranger, but filled with trembling, unbelievable hope. Her voice was hoarse but very clear. She recognized him. Jia Yuanzhou's tears suddenly burst out. He scrambled and ran, throwing himself into the old lady's arms. Grandma, you recognize me. Grandma, the old lady reached out tremblingly, tightly holding Jia Yuanzhou's arm with surprising strength. Yuanzhou, what did you just say? Say it again. Did you see your little uncle? How is he? Jia Yuanzhou dared not mention anything about spirits or the afterlife. He quickly changed the subject, acting cute in the old lady's embrace. Grandma, I was in Fengtian this time and met some enemies. They took 4 of us children and wanted to use our safety as bait. They even wanted to set landmines to hurt Grandpa. Although the old lady cared about the little uncle, Jia Yuanzhou mentioned, hearing about the danger made her gasp in shock. She carefully checked Jia Yuanzhou's body. Yuanzhou, are you okay? Jia Yuanzhou nodded vigorously. I'm fine. Sister Panpan is amazing. She has little curls like you, Grandma. She's so smart. She's only 3 years old but managed to cut the ropes, disarm the landmines, and even defeat 3 enemies. 3 armed enemies? These young children actually fought back? And the leader was only 3 years old? The guards nearby were stunned. The old lady touched her chest in disbelief, took a couple of deep breaths, and finally calmed down. Then she realized something important. That child also has curly hair. Could she be your little uncle's child? Did you find your little uncle? Jia Yuanzhou. Grandma must have misunderstood. Jia Yuanzhou was just a 6 or 7-year-old kid. How could his thinking be so quick?
No.
Sister Panpan's dad is Uncle Hu Qingshan, the regiment commander of the military district. The little uncle, isn't that one? After the enemies took me, a bad guy kicked me so hard I hit a protruding stone. But I felt like something blocked me. I didn't get a bruise, but I saw no other thing behind me except the stone. And also, after we escaped, we used a wooden box as a boat, flowing down the river from Old Bear Mountain. The water was very fast, but our box was very steady. Some fish even jumped into the river. Jia Yuanzhou became more excited, his face turning bright red. Grandma, it must be Uncle Xiao. It's definitely Uncle Xiao's spirit watching over us. If not, I might have really died on the mountain. Hearing the words Uncle Xiao's spirit, the expressions of the guards became a bit strange.
They understood now.
What Jia Yuanzhou meant by meeting Uncle Xiao. Actually, such words are a bit inappropriate. If others hear, they might make a fuss. Who would criticize a grandson hoping to make his grandma happy, or an old woman who lost her child and has been in pain for many years? At this moment, Zhai Weiguo stared tightly at his wife Xin Yue's face, afraid she would break down because of the words, Uncle Zhao's spirit, and return to her previous confused state. Xinyue shivered all over after hearing this, tears falling like broken beads. She held tightly to Zhai Yuanzhou, her thin shoulders trembling violently, repeatedly whispering, "It's Xiaoshan. My Xiaoshan. He's blessing you. He's blessing our family." Many years had passed, but she never forgot her child. She always thought it was her fault, that she let the child be stolen and eventually disappear into the cold river water. This guilt and longing became her inner demon, making her mental state worse as she aged, often living in the past, unable to distinguish reality from memories. Xinyue held her grandson and cried for a long time before gradually calming down. She wiped her tears, her eyes returning to their usual clarity and kindness. "Good child, you've suffered." She patted Zhai Yuanzhou's head, full of love and concern. "Quick, call your dad and tell him about this. Let him rest assured. Let him know Uncle Xiao has been watching over us all along." Zhai Yuanzhou's father, Zhai Yuntao, was stationed on a southern sea island all year round and could only come back a few times a year. "Okay." Zhai Yuanzhou responded crisply, feeling incredibly happy inside. "Grandma is finally better." Zhai Weiguo happily patted his head, about to say something when, suddenly, the guards' voices came from the gate of the yard. "Commander, Comrade Yuliang has come with a child to see you and the old lady." As soon as he finished speaking, a man in his 30s entered with a boy around 5 or 6 years old. Zhai Yuanzhou's smile immediately faded, and he instinctively pursed his lips. Again, it's them. Zhai Yuliang is the son of Zhai Weiguo's younger brother. According to the family hierarchy, Zhai Yuanzhou should call him little uncle. But Zhai Yuanzhou doesn't like it. For some reason, he always feels that this uncle doesn't seem to like him very much. And also, he really dislikes this cousin. Xinyue doesn't know how Zhai Yuanzhou feels. She is quite happy and waves at the visitors. "Yuliang is here. Come in quickly and sit down." She then looks at the boy next to Yuliang, smiling even more happily. "Junfeng is here too. Come over, I want to give him a big hug." The boy named Zhai Junfeng is about the same age as Zhai Yuanzhou, with a fair and clean face. Unlike Zhai Yuanzhou's short, buzzed haircut, this boy's hair is a bit longer and has some soft curls. She reaches out carefully to touch Zhai Junfeng's little curly hair, then pulls her hand back. "This child is really lucky. He just happens to look so much like me." Zhai Yuanzhou makes a face. "Not at all. And I hope my sister Pan Pan looks more like me." My sister Pan Pan's soft, curly hair feels really nice to touch. Zhai Junfeng's hair is different, hard and dry, like straw curled up. Before seeing sister Pan Pan, he used to envy Junfeng because, even without blood relation, his hair looked like grandma's. Although she later realized it was just a coincidence and a misunderstanding caused by a child's limited way of expressing herself, she still kept it in her mind. The old lady's face showed a hint of concern. "If you get along well with that girl, you can invite her to play at our house." When Zhai Yuliang heard this, his smile froze for a moment. He glanced at Zhai Yuanzhou and smiled gently. People outside are really quick to find out things. Yuanzhou is still young and hasn't interacted much with outsiders, so he needs to be careful. Some people might hear our family secrets and try to get close by curling the child's hair. As soon as he said this, Zhai Yuanzhou exploded. "You're talking nonsense." He turned red with anger, pointing at Zhai Yuliang's nose to argue. "Pan Pan's hair is natural. She's only 3.5 years old. How could she have her hair curled? Moreover, she's my lifesaver, the little hero who helped us catch the enemy spies." Zhai Weiguo also frowned and said seriously, "You shouldn't say that, Yuliang. I've met Pan Pan and I can tell she has a kind heart." Yuanzhou is right. This time, Yuanzhou was able to turn danger into safety because of her. She's a brave little hero. You should be more careful with your words. Hearing this, Zhai Yuliang looked a bit embarrassed. He raised his hand and gently slapped himself. "Look at my mouth. I can't speak properly. I just care too much." At this moment, Xinyue became genuinely interested. She didn't expect her husband to think so highly of the girl. She looked kindly at Zhai Yuanzhou and asked, Yuanzhou, what kind of girl is Panpan? Hearing Grandma ask about Panpan, Zhai Yuanzhou got excited. Grandma, Panpan is amazing. We set up traps and laid out mechanisms, all based on what Panpan told us. When she pressed the button, the enemy spies were blown up, and there was another enemy spy who was shooting wildly. Panpan found the gun that was blown away and gave it to Wang Lidong so we could catch the last spy. Panpan looks like a doll, and she's very lucky. He is a little lucky star. No one dislikes her. Well, except for the bad guys. Xinyue listened and kept laughing. That's so nice. If there's a chance, Grandma also wants to meet this little lucky star who saved us and Yuanzhou. Of course. Zhai Yuanzhou quickly said. We took a photo with the reporter uncle. He said he'll send the picture in a few days. I'll show it to Grandma then. The grandparent and grandchild enjoyed their time happily. Meanwhile, Zhai Yuliang, standing nearby, looked a bit uncomfortable. He had specially brought his son over today because he heard that the old general had returned from Fengtian and planned to visit to make a good impression. But Zhai Yuanzhou was acting strangely, constantly mentioning others. Could he not see what was happening? This little kid, Zhai Yuanzhou, was definitely doing it on purpose. He was disappointed, sat for a while, then put down the fruit he brought, made an excuse, and left with his son. Back home, Zhai Yuliang's face darkened. He closed the door, pulled his son Zhai Junfeng over, and without saying a word, reached out to mess with his little curly hair. He carefully checked the roots, parted the hair, looked at it inch by inch, even leaned in close and sniffed. Luckily, there was no smell of hair dye or burning smell. He finally relaxed, but inside, he was extremely annoyed. What's going on with Zhai Yuanzhou? Not caring for his own family, but insisting on mentioning an outsider in front of Grandma. I thought he saw something. And now he wants to show Grandma the photo. Does he understand the principle of keeping good things in the family? Zhai Yuliang's wife, Yuli, came over with a cup of water, her face showing some worry and confusion. What if she really figures it out? What should we do then? They had put a lot of effort into making his son's curls look natural, wrapping them with cloth strips every night, then unwrapping them in the morning. Sometimes they even used hot iron wires to set the style, which was very troublesome. If she finds out, so what? Zhai Yuliang waved dismissively. If she finds out, we're just putting on a show for the old lady. Who can say anything about us? He sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, drank it all in one go, then continued. Look at the situation now. Zhai Yuntao is so focused on that broken island in the South China Sea, he doesn't come back all year. The old man's connections are all in the army. Zhai Yuanzhou's son, in a few years, will probably be sent to the Navy by his father. What does the old man care about most? It's the death of his son years ago, and the health of the old lady. If we can comfort the old lady, that's the best thing. Zhai Yuliang's plans are working well. In the future, when Junfeng joins the army, the old man will surely help him. His connections in the army might eventually benefit Junfeng the most. Yuli sighed but still felt uneasy.
But
I think something is unusual this time. Yuanzhou happened to be near Laoxiong Mountain and met a girl with curly hair. That's too much of a coincidence. It's probably just luck. Recently, many people from all over the country are going to Fengtian. It's normal to see a few kids with curly hair. Zhai Yuliang sneered, showing some disdain. That Panpan doesn't even have the Zhai family name. She's not related to us at all. I'm watching her closely. Don't think that saving Yuanzhou once means she can come to the old man and share benefits. Yuli thought for a moment and then said, anyway, let's keep an eye on her. Yuanzhou wanted to show the old lady some photos, right? Do you think we can do something with that? Achoo. Achoo. Panpan sneezed loudly twice in a row. She rubbed her itchy nose, puffed out her cheeks, and muttered to herself. Humph, someone must be talking behind her back. But she didn't have time to worry about that now. She and Zhu Yinshu had been working at the research institute for 2 days straight. Although they were working, Panpan felt like she was living like a fairy. Director Huang had set aside an office just for her, which had become her little snack kingdom. She happily finished 3 boxes of cookies, 2 plates of fruit, and even a big dish of white rabbit candies. With so many snacks, she finally finished drawing the plans smoothly. Pan Pan let out a satisfied burp and covered her little mouth. I wonder why my teeth feel a little sore. Could it be from eating too much candy and getting a cavity? I really can't have a cavity. Recently, Zhu Yunqiu has been very busy and hasn't had time to worry about her candy eating. If she finds out she has a cavity, it will be terrible. She won't be able to enjoy eating candy comfortably anymore. Pan Pan is thinking to herself, wondering if spiritual spring water can cure this. Tonight, she plans to secretly drink a few sips of the spring water. She can't let the cavity get worse. Luckily, after 2 busy days, she finally has some rest. Director Huang looks at the blueprints, smiling so much that his eyes almost disappear. He waves his hand and immediately grants her and her mother a few days off. Comrade Zhu, Pan Pan, you've worked hard. Go home and rest well. Zhu Yunqiu is also very tired. Over the past 2 days, she hardly stopped working, focusing completely on drawing plans under Pan Pan's guidance, feeling very tense. Now she can finally relax. After Zhu Yunqiu and Pan Pan leave, only Director Huang and old Zheng are left in the office. They exchange a glance, both seeing a hint of nervousness and hope in each other's eyes. Carefully, Director Huang picks up the blueprints, his hands trembling a little. Old Zheng, do you think? This thing is reliable, he feels uncertain inside. After all, these are blueprints for an entire industrial production line. Can a 3.5-year-old really remember all this? Old Zheng also takes a deep breath, looking serious. I don't know. Usually, a child can't remember something this clearly. These complex blueprints, no matter if it's us, who have studied for a lifetime, or anyone else, wouldn't remember after just one look.
But
Old Zheng pauses, pushes up his reading glasses, and a glint appears in his eyes. Pan Pan isn't an ordinary child. What if she really has a photographic memory? They stopped talking and immediately spread out the blueprints, leaning in to study them. They had prepared themselves mentally, thinking there would be many mistakes such as incomplete data, missing information, or contradictions and confusion, since these were drawn from memory. After all, they were drawn from the memory of a 3-year-old child. But the more they looked, the more amazed they became. As an expert in nuclear physics, Old Zheng has a solid foundation in basic chemistry and industrial knowledge. The more he looked, the wider his eyes became. Finally, he took off his glasses to wipe them and kept staring at the lines of text. This seems to be a full-cycle water solution method. From what I see, this process has some real potential, this technique. It seems more advanced than the semi-cycle method that a few factories in our country have been secretly testing. It's better. Director Huang took a deep breath. He had heard that factories in Anhui and Sichuan provinces were secretly experimenting with the semi-cycle method. This full-cycle method does seem to be a bit more advanced. This might really work. Both of them looked at each other and saw the excitement and joy in each other's eyes. Old Zheng could no longer sit still. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up. No. This is too important. I need to call the Chemical Research Institute in Beijing right now. He picked up the phone, his hands trembling slightly, and dialed a number he remembered by heart. When the call connected, a calm male voice came through. Hello, this is the Chemical Research Institute. I am Wenruhai. Hearing this voice, Old Zheng quickly said, Old Wen. It's me, Zheng Weidong. There was a brief pause on the other end, then Wenruhai smiled and said, Oh, Old Zheng? Why are you calling me today? Old Zheng was anxious as if his heart was on fire, but he knew he couldn't say everything directly. If he told him outright that he had a diagram for a urea production line drawn from memory by a 3-year-old, Wenruhai would think he was crazy. He cleared his throat and tried to sound casual. Don't mention it. I'm right next to your institute. We have a young friend here, very smart. He's fertilizing his family's vegetable garden. Using urea, he synthesized himself in the lab. This just made me think of you. I want to ask, how is our country's large-scale urea production technology coming along? Any progress? When Rahai listened and first praised him. Wow, kids these days are really impressive, so capable. They can synthesize urea on their own now. Looks like a real talent. In a couple of years, you should introduce him to me. Old Jung. Could Wen Ruohai be a little mistaken about the age of the little kid he mentioned? It's not just a couple of years. 12 years is practically child labor. But now isn't the time to focus on that. Because on the other end of the phone, Wen Ruohai's tone quickly grew serious, and he sighed. Ah, don't mention it, Old Jung. This has been bothering me so much I almost lost my hair. Old Jung asked anxiously. What's wrong? Right now, some factory areas are testing and adjusting a new method, but there are many problems, and we're still working hard to solve them. I don't know when we'll succeed. We're thinking about whether to bite the bullet and spend a lot of money to import a full-cycle urea water solution production technology from the tulip country in Europe. But with tight foreign exchange, those foreign guys are asking for a crazy price.
Sigh.
It's driving me crazy. Hearing the words, full-cycle water solution method, Old Jung's heart suddenly jumped. It was exactly the same as the name on the blueprint that Pan Pan showed him. He couldn't hold back anymore and said into the phone, Warren, don't worry. I have an important blueprint here. I'll send it to you by fax, right away. Just wait. Without waiting for Wen Ruohai to reply, he hung up the phone with a snap. Wen Ruohai? Beep.
Beep.
Beep. Listening to the busy signal from the phone, Wen Ruohai held the receiver in shock. He looked puzzled, placing the phone back and wondering, what was Old Jung up to today? So secretive, so strange. First, he suddenly asked about urea out of nowhere, then said he had an important blueprint to send. Wen always felt that Old Jung's call today was a bit off, like he had some hidden purpose. Could it really be that he was just worried about a kid making some urea and suddenly became interested in the country's fertilizer industry? That's too far-fetched. Wen Ruohai shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. He temporarily pushed this matter aside, rubbed his aching temples, and focused back on the documents in front of him. Soon, the phone from Tulip Country will ring. He needs to quickly review the technical details and the possible conditions the other side might propose, so he can negotiate better for the country. Time passes slowly. An hour later, the fax machine in the corner of the office suddenly buzzed loudly, breaking the quiet. Sheets of paper with ink smell slowly came out of the machine. A young researcher walked over, organized the fax documents, and respectfully placed them on Director Wen Ruohai's desk. Director Wen, Professor Zheng's fax has arrived. Oh, just put it there. Wen Ruohai didn't look up. He sat upright, focused on the materials in his hands, and casually responded. He crossed his legs, finished his last bit of work, then picked up a porcelain cup on the desk, took a sip of strong tea, and then lazily reached out to pick up the stack of faxes. What important drawings? Old Jung, a physicist, sent him drawings. But he doesn't understand physics drawings. He leaned back in his chair and glanced casually. But in the next second, Wen Ruohai suddenly and forcefully fell to the ground, along with his chair. Other researchers working nearby were startled by the sudden noise. They saw that their usually very neat Director Wen, who always kept his shirt buttons buttoned to the top, was now lying in a mess of broken chair pieces. Before they could react or help him up, Wen Ruohai shot up from the floor, still clutching the fax papers tightly, his face flushed with excitement. He pointed at the phone and shouted, "Make the call. Quickly. Call Professor Zheng Weidong at the Fengtian Research Institute. Hurry, hurry, hurry. It's urgent." The young girl responsible for answering the phone was startled by his appearance and hesitated before softly reminding him. But Director Wen, the overseas long-distance call from Tulip Country might come in within these 10 minutes. Who cares about Tulip Country? Wen Ruohai was so anxious he stamped his foot.
Call. Now.
Immediately. Right away. His eyes were fixed on the blueprint in his hands, his heart pounding rapidly, and only one thought was spinning wildly in his mind. If he hadn't seen it wrong. If he really hadn't seen it wrong. The technical details on the fax from Old Jung were almost exactly the same as the set of technology that Tulip Country was planning to sell to them. Zhu Yunshu rode her bicycle home with Pan Pan. She leaned on her mother's back, holding her little cheek, still thinking about checking her baby teeth. But as soon as her small feet touched the ground and she was about to run home, a familiar figure hurriedly approached from the direction of the office building. "Oh, my little ancestor, you're finally back. Did everything go smoothly with the blueprint?" He said this casually, then reached out and lifted Pan Pan onto his shoulder. Pan Pan asked Commander Uncle, "What's wrong?" Zhu Yinshu quickly followed and asked curiously, "Commander Wang, what happened?" Wang Zhengwo replied, "Nothing serious. Little Zhu, you rest first. Later, I'll make sure Qing Shan brings the kids back." Pan Pan felt completely at ease with these familiar adults. "Mommy, you rest. I'll be right back." Wang Zhengwo went to his office and finally put Pan Pan down. "These past few days, Jia Yuanzhou has called you several times. I heard you've been busy, and that kid sounded almost to tears from feeling wronged. Today, I knew you'd be back in the afternoon, so I told him to wait half an hour before calling again."
Looking at the time, it's about right.
Almost to tears? A question mark slowly appeared over Pan Pan's little head. Jia Yuanzhou? Feeling wronged? How are these two words connected? Jia Yuanzhou is General Zhai's beloved son, and he's returned to the capital. Who could possibly make him feel wronged? Pan Pan couldn't figure it out.
Just then the phone rang.
Pan Pan tiptoed, picked up the receiver with both hands.
"Hello?
Jia Yuanzhou? What's wrong?" On the other end, a familiar voice immediately responded. Jia Yuanzhou, sounding pitiful. "Pan Pan, little sister." His tone was like a small dog that had its favorite toy snatched away and was kicked, sounding very sad. The next moment, Jia Yuanzhou looked a bit agitated and said, "There's something very important. Can you ask your dad to be like a son to my grandpa?" Pan Pan, Wang Zhengwo. Although he spoke lightly, the meaning behind his words almost made these two people's pupils shake. "What's going on?" Wang Zhengwo was stunned for a moment before realizing what Jia Yuanzhou was talking about. On one hand, his pupils were still shaking, and on the other, he was marveling at Hu Qingshan's good luck. Chun Xiangqian was demoted, leaving a vacancy for the deputy division commander, and Hu Qingshan was probably the most likely to fill that position directly. If Jia Yuanzhou could really help, maybe by making Hu Qingshan and General Zhai become like family. Oh my goodness! That kid Hu Qingshan is truly full of potential. Chun Guowei, who was eavesdropping at the door, couldn't help but come in. Why does all the good luck seem to fall on Hu Qingshan? He was about to rise through his daughter's help. However, Pan Pan, holding the microphone nearby, was stunned. She had never heard such a strange request before. But my dad already has a dad of his own," Jia Yuanzhou hurriedly said, "but your dad's dad seems to be quite mean to him, and he seems to prefer his younger brother more. Since he's so mean, why not give your dad a new dad?" Pan Pan looked thoughtful. "Maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit of reason in that. It's hard to understand what Xiao Huishan was like as a child, whether her hair was straight or curly. And hearing some rumors, she immediately caused trouble at her family compound, openly slandering her mom. Honestly, she even started to doubt if this was how a real parent should treat their child. Maybe if she had a different dad, or a different grandfather, it might actually work. She was led astray by Jia Yuanzhou. Can you really just change things like that? And what kind of shock did Jia Yuanzhou suffer that made him suddenly bring this up? She still needed to ask him clearly. Pan Pan cleared her throat and asked, "But on the other hand, did something happen to you? Why are you suddenly telling me this?" On the other end, Jia Yuanzhou, hearing Pan Pan ask, finally vented the frustration he had been holding for days. His young voice was full of sadness, even a little choked. "Pan Pan, my cousin Jia Yuliang is so annoying. He always brings his son Jia Junfeng to our house, acting like his hair is a little curly, trying to impress Grandma. Jia Junfeng even says Grandma should treat him like her own grandson. But I'm the real grandson.
And
I always feel like my cousin doesn't like me for some reason. The worst part is, my cousin even suspects that your little curl is dyed. I think his son Jia Junfeng's hair is fake, dry and brittle, definitely not a fraction as nice as yours." Pan Pan. No, is that really the main point? Why did it suddenly turn into her side of the story?
And
How can Jia Yuanzhou compare himself like that? But after hearing this, she probably understood a little. This matter shouldn't be heard by too many people. She instinctively looked up and glanced at Wang Jiangwo in the office, and then at Chen Wei, who just slipped in from the door. The two sharp-eyed adults exchanged a look, clearly understanding what was going on. This was a family matter of the Zhai family, involving next-generation sibling rivalry and family conflicts. As outsiders, they shouldn't be listening nearby. Chen Guowei cleared his throat and said, "Oh, I just remembered I have a document to sign. I'll go now." Wang Jiangwo quickly nodded and said, I also have some things to do. Pan, you go ahead and chat. Uncle will be right back." After speaking, the two uncles slipped away faster than anyone else. Pan, honestly, someone who can reach this level is really clever, and surprisingly, they even chose to step back voluntarily. Once the office door closed, only Pan was left inside. She then asked into the microphone about serious matters. How many children does your grandfather have? Where are they working now? Although Jia Yuanzhou didn't understand why Pan asked this, he still answered honestly. My grandfather originally had 2 sons, but my little uncle had an accident. Now only my dad is left. My parents are both on Cheongzhou Island in Manhwa. He paused and continued. My grandma isn't in good health, so I came back to Beijing to take care of her. Interesting. The elderly are in Beijing. The children are on Cheongzhou Island. Looking at this situation, Jia Yuanzhou's father is probably in the Navy? That so-called cousin Jia Yuliang wants to take advantage of the situation, maybe because, in an instant, many thoughts flashed through Pon's mind. She then asked again, "Is your grandfather always in the army? His old connections from before are probably in the army too, right?" On the other end of the phone, Jia Yuanzhou was momentarily stunned. Huh? Sister Pan, how do you know that? Pan felt a bit speechless. You're really a fool. They came to flatter your grandma with their son, probably because your family has what they want. Your dad is in the Navy, so his career will likely go that way. Many of your grandfather's old army contacts are probably no longer useful. That cousin of yours, he's probably jealous and wants your grandma to like his son more. In simple terms, he wants your grandfather to use his connections to raise his son, treating him like a grandson. Jia Yuanzhou was silent for a moment, then suddenly realized and said, "Oh, no wonder he always felt that Jia Yuliang and Jia Junfeng didn't like him. It turns out this cousin and nephew are after his family's resources." Jia Yuanzhou was not upset about being called a fool. Instead, he was surprised and widened his eyes. It really seems like that. Sister Pan, you're so smart. How do you understand everything? Pan sighed silently. That fool Jia Yuanzhou. If he hadn't called her to ask, she might have been so frustrated she couldn't breathe. From their brief time together, she could tell Jia Yuanzhou was a very sensitive child. Or maybe, because he had left his parents at a young age, he was very good at sensing others' feelings. For example, that girl named Xiaotao. Jia Yuanzhou had told her about her. Whenever Xiaotao looked at him, he felt uncomfortable all over, like he was just a piece of goods being weighed and measured. So he wanted to run away. This time, he disliked Jia Yuliang and Jia Junfeng so much because he sensed some hidden malice from them. But this feeling wasn't based on real proof. And since they weren't outsiders but relatives, it was even harder to judge. She finally understood. This was just like the family conflicts often written about in novels. The Jia Yuanzhou in front of her might be the kind of wealthy, powerful man the senior sister used to admire in her favorite stories. But, despite her amusement, she still had one question. By the way, I've been wondering, why does having curly hair make you more likely to please your grandmother? According to that logic, if your grandmother sees me, she would probably like me a lot, right? Jia Yuanzhou finally realized. It seemed he hadn't told Pan about his family's past. If you go to see my grandmother, she will definitely like you very much. I forgot to tell you about the hair thing before. Remember last time at Laoxiong Mountain? My grandfather lost a child there many years ago. They used the child to threaten my grandfather to let them leave. But my grandfather didn't agree, so they threw my little uncle into that river. Pan nodded. Yes, I know a little, but I don't know the details. That was what the enemy agent had said at the time. Those enemies still want to use this to set a trap for General Zhai. Zhai Yuanzhou continued, "My little uncle is just like my grandma. He was born with curly hair. When my grandma was young, she was very upset about this. Over the years, as she got older and her mind wasn't so clear, she sometimes forgot people and kept thinking about my little uncle. It's like she's stuck in the day she lost her child." At this point, a sad and fearful look appeared in Zhai Yuanzhou's eyes. His voice choked a little. "This time when I came back, she almost didn't recognize me. She touched my hair and then pushed me away, saying, 'I wasn't her little mountain anymore,' sob sob. My dad's hair isn't curly, so before I was born, everyone in the family hoped I would have my grandma's curly hair. But unfortunately, I didn't." Pan Pan sighed. "It sounds a lot like symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. The strong trauma from early years might have caused her memories to stay stuck on that day." Suddenly, Pan Pan remembered something and asked, "Was the long life lock you gave me when you were at the research institute because of this?" On the other end of the phone, Zhai Yuanzhou nodded repeatedly, sounding a bit embarrassed. "Yes. When I saw you, I thought, if only I could bring you back to show my grandma. Maybe her illness would get better right away." Pan Pan. "Are you polite?" Zhai Yuanzhou, that kid, even had thoughts of kidnapping. But after hearing his series of words, she felt something was very wrong. "No, this is extremely wrong. It's 100% suspicious. Old Bear Mountain, the missing child from over 20 years ago, with curly hair. Plus, old Third Hua and his wife's strange attitude toward Hu Qingshan, and even not knowing he had curly hair as a child. Could it really be just a coincidence? Could her father, Hu Qingshan, actually be the missing child that Zhai Weiguo lost?" Although this shocking guess popped into her mind, Pan Pan knew she absolutely couldn't say it out loud. Zhai Yuanzhou can call and casually suggest that her father should treat General Zhai as a son. After all, he is General Zhai's grandson, so he can say whatever he wants and others won't think much of it. But if her family directly agrees and responds honestly, Pan Pan feels this is quite inappropriate. It's fine for the two children to joke around, but if adults take this seriously, it would definitely seem like they're trying to curry favor. That kind of reputation would not be good. Similarly, Pan Pan can now guess or suspect, but if she doesn't verify and just states her suspicion directly, remember, this is an era without parental DNA testing. DNA tests wouldn't appear until the late 1980s. This isn't like later times, where a simple DNA test would suffice. She needs to find evidence, search all over Laoxiong Mountain, and even repeatedly question old Third Hua for confirmation. This matter definitely can't be ignored. If it turns out to be true, that would be good. But what if it's not? She would end up causing trouble for Hu Qingshan. Hu Qingshan is someone who became a squad leader in his 20s through his own ability. Getting involved in such trouble and gaining a reputation for clinging to others is unacceptable. No, she must investigate herself first. Pan Pan suppresses her shock and continues asking Zhai Yuanzhou, "Then, your little uncle, was he found? What specific year did this happen? Besides his curly hair, is there anything else recognizable? For example, did he carry anything?" If someone else asked, Zhai Yuanzhou probably wouldn't say so much. But since Pan Pan asked, he answers honestly, leaving nothing out. He tries to recall what his grandparents told him, frowning as he says, "The incident happened 23 years ago, and at that time, my little uncle was less than a year old. My grandma said many times that her little uncle was wrapped in a red swaddling cloth which didn't have anything special, just embroidered with a mountain shape because my little uncle's nickname is Little Mountain. At that time, Grandpa ordered to open fire, and those bad guys threw my little uncle directly into the river. Later, Grandpa searched downstream for a long time but couldn't find him. They didn't even see the swaddling cloth." Pan Pan almost dropped her phone, her breath catching suddenly. She suddenly remembered something important. When they escaped from the enemy agents, they passed by a hunter's cabin. Yes, that hunter's cabin where she took the rifle. At that moment, she looked inside through the window using her space ability. She clearly remembers that on the bed, there was a worn-out red cloth bag, looking like a baby blanket used by villagers. Could this be an old item from the past? She must find a chance to go back and check that cabin again. Also, tonight she must ask Ho Ching-shan about his childhood. Pan Pan, are you there? Hello?
Pan Pan.
Is the signal bad? Why aren't you talking? Zhai Yuanzhou's voice came from the other side. Pan Pan suddenly realized she had been lost in thought for a while. She supported her chubby chin and quietly asked Zhai Yuanzhou, "Do you think good people are always protected by fate? Since your little uncle hasn't been found, is there a chance he's still alive?" Zhai Yuanzhou hadn't thought about this before. Since he was young, his father, grandfather, and grandmother always talked about that missing little uncle. They even burned paper money for him every year. He seemed to assume that the little uncle had already died in the cold river. But not finding him could mean either he's dead or still alive. Zhai Yuanzhou was still young, and in just a few words, Pan Pan managed to confuse him. Yeah, that's possible. Maybe the little uncle is still alive. If only we had searched carefully on Old Bear Mountain that day. Then he suddenly had an idea. Pan Pan, my dad and grandpa look very similar when they were young. I'll secretly send you a photo of his when he was young. Mainly, if the little uncle is still alive, he'd be in his 20s now. Comparing that to a photo of my grandpa with wrinkled skin, you definitely can't tell they're related. Pan Pan. Wrinkled skin. If General Zhai hears this, he'd definitely give you a good scolding for speaking so recklessly. Having played together for so long and sharing the hardships of fighting enemies, Pan Pan now considers Zhai Yuanzhou as her little brother. It's one thing if her parents scold her little brother, but it's not okay if others bully him. Even if he later becomes her older cousin, he will still be her little brother. Pan Pan whispered to him, "By the way, remember to be careful when you go back. You're not very smart, so be careful not to get tricked by your uncles. And about sending me the photo, just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone, especially your uncle." Got it. Zhai Yuanzhou probably wouldn't understand the fuss about sending a photo. But if Zhai Yuliang finds out, he might overthink it. Pan Pan rested her chin on her chubby hand, silently worrying. Zhai Yuanzhou already mentioned his curly hair and the Old Bear Mountain, so Zhai Yuliang would definitely pay attention. He might even come to investigate her. If he finds out about the photo, that would be bad. After listening to Pan Pan, Zhai Yuanzhou nodded eagerly on the phone. Yeah. Don't worry, Sister Pan Pan. I'll listen to you. I definitely won't tell him." After hanging up, Pan Pan stretched lazily and quickly analyzed her thoughts. This matter has been over 20 years ago, so investigating it now is a bit difficult. But it's not impossible to find clues. There are a few things she needs to do now. First and easiest is to ask Hu Qingshan about his childhood. That's simple because Hu Qingshan cares for her deeply and wouldn't hide anything from her. Second, she needs to find time to visit the Old Bear Mountain Hunter's cabin again. The old red blanket is the most important piece of evidence right now. If she confirms that the blanket is an old item from the Zhai family, she can then investigate the connection between the hunter's cabin and Hu Qingshan's grandfather. If both clues match, Hu Qingshan's identity will be clear. She also needs to find a way to secretly visit Hu's village. If Hu Qingshan isn't her biological brother, then Hu Laosen and his wife, as well as Hu Wenming, must know the truth. They had previously wanted to detain her, but this angered Zhai Yuanzhou and Wang Lidong. It seems their days are about to get tougher. When times are hard, people tend to complain more and reveal important information. Pan Pan counted on her fingers and thought, "Oh, time is quite tight. But you have to take things step by step, eating one bite at a time." Anyway, she's now in the office building, so she might as well go find her dad and ask about the situation. She slipped off her chair, walked to the door, tiptoed, and finally reached the door handle, opening the office door. The corridor was empty. Wang Zhengwo and Chen Gui were no longer there. She had wanted them to take her to find her dad. But it's not a big problem. Right now, Pan Pan is a well-known little celebrity in the entire military district. Her round, pink, chubby face is very recognizable. She crossed her arms like a little officer inspecting and strolled around. Before she had gone 10 meters, someone picked her up from the ground.
Wow.
Isn't this our little hero, Pan Pan? Why are you here all alone? Pan Pan blinked her big eyes and looked over. The man in front of her was a young soldier, looking at her with curiosity. With this shout, several soldiers in green uniforms gathered around, all staring at her without blinking. Oh my! Why is this little girl so adorable? Look at her skin. It's so tender I wouldn't dare to touch it. Another soldier nearby also came over, reaching out to pinch Pon Pon's small face but then pulling back. Exactly. This kid is really pretty, like a doll from a New Year picture. Look at her big eyes, her little curly hair, so lovable. If I had a daughter like this, I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. Carrying her on my shoulders every day, buying her the prettiest dresses, the most candies. Dream on. With your looks, how could you have such a beautiful daughter? Hey, what are you saying? What's wrong with how I look? My features may not be as handsome as the commander's, but they're decent. You big rough guy, give it a rest. Pan Pan giggled happily at their teasing. She was not shy at all, and asked sweetly, Uncles, do you know where my dad, Huqing Shan, works? This kind of big, simple doll is very charming. The soldier holding her gently weighed her in his hand. Got it? Got it. This is the office of our squad leader. Come on, Uncle will take you there. Huqing Shan's office. Commander? Chief of Staff. Are you saying that I will take over as deputy squad leader? Huqing Shan was sitting in a chair, still a bit stunned. Recently, he had been asked about this and that, openly and secretly. After Chen Xiangqian was arrested and dismissed, the deputy squad leader position was vacant. Everyone wanted to know who would fill that role next. Huqing Shan didn't even think about himself. He was still under 25, still young. He never expected that today, this opportunity would fall into his lap. Chen Guowei patted his shoulder. Why are you just standing there? That position left by Chen Xiangqian will definitely be yours, kid. You can't escape it. Wang Zhengwo also nodded and smiled in agreement. Yes, Qing Shan. Not to mention your past achievements and skills, but recently, your daughter Pan Pan has done something amazing. A 3-year-old child with such military sense, even managing to turn the tables and take down 3 armed enemies. That's because of your good parenting. Her awareness, her courage, impressive. Anyway, be prepared. This responsibility will fall on you. Huqing Shan listened to their praise, but his face showed a bit of embarrassment, even a look of honest confusion. He realized he was just riding on his daughter's coattails. Commander, Chief of Staff, I actually didn't teach her much. She's been mostly raised by her mother before. I've been in the army most of the time, so I didn't really supervise her. Chen Guowei, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, giving Huqing Shan a gentle tap on the forehead. You, kid. I know you love your wife and think about her all the time. But if you start blaming your wife for the child setting traps and planting mines, that's a bit too much. Although they didn't often mention Zhu Yunshu's background, she was still the former young lady of the Zhu family in Gusu. Mines? That's not something she'd be involved in. That's just joking. Huqing Shan wanted to explain, Master, I really didn't. Before he could finish, the office door was pushed open from outside. Pan Pan's little head peeked in. Seeing the 3 adults inside, she ran in on her short legs. Dad, don't be too modest. The little girl, small but lively, trotted over to the 3 adults, lifting her little face. Mummy used to tell me bedtime stories every day. The stories about heroes fighting villains, weren't they all stories you first told Mummy? I listened so much that I learned them. So, all the credit goes to Dad. Huqing Shan. After hearing his daughter's words, he fell into deep thought. He had indeed told Yunshu some stories about the army and past battles. Yunshu also often told these stories to Pan Pan as bedtime stories. So, is it true that his daughter is so amazing because of him?
Could it be
that he is really so capable? Just from remote bedtime stories, could he guide his daughter to outsmart enemy spies? Am I a genius myself? Huqing Shan was so fooled by his daughter that he was stunned, almost believing it himself. Pan Pan looked at her honest dad and sighed inwardly. Sigh. Her dad was just too sincere. All these compliments and praise that came to him, How could he refuse to accept them? Really? Anyway, with Pan perfect explanation, Hu Qingshan was almost certain to fill the vacancy left by Chun Xiangqian and be promoted to deputy division commander. Chun Gui and Wang Zhengwo also gave a few more instructions, their expressions serious. Qingshan, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. Pan's safety is very important. Regarding the train incident, the Fengtian Daily reported that Pan was recognized by those enemy spies. Once General Zhai awards her for her bravery, the whole country will know that we have a little hero who caught enemy spies. Those hidden enemy organizations in the country will definitely notice Pan. And there might be revenge or attacks targeting her as a little hero. Hu Qingshan's expression turned serious, and he nodded solemnly. Pan listened nearby, sneering silently in her heart. She is not afraid at all. Those bad guys better not come. If they dare to come, she will send each one away, one at a time, or two at a time. It's a good chance for her to earn points. At the end of the workday, Hu Qingshan feels very happy. He carefully places Pan on his shoulder, and he keeps smiling all the way. Seeing this, some familiar soldiers almost think they are dreaming. Girl, what do you want to eat today? Do you want braised pork? Or sweet and sour ribs? Pan sits on Hu Qingshan's shoulder, swinging her little legs. I want sweet and sour ribs. A big portion. As soon as they enter the cafeteria, they become the center of attention. Pan's reputation is now even more famous than her dad's.
Wow.
Commander, who brought our little lucky star to eat. Little baby is having sweet and sour ribs today? Come on, give the kid more chopsticks. The chef greets warmly and quickly takes 2 steaming, golden rice cakes from the steamer, placing them into Hu Qingshan's lunchbox without hesitation. He also speaks to Pan with a smile. Here, little Pan, Uncle invites you to eat rice cakes. They just came out of the pot, and they're very sweet. The rice cakes are soft and fluffy, sweet and fragrant, with some dates inside, rare and special. After getting their food and leaving the cafeteria, Pan rides on Hu Qingshan's neck, smiling happily. Daddy, I heard Uncle Wang say today that you are very familiar with the Old Bear Mountain area. When we were taken away, you led the team to find us. Hearing Old Bear Mountain, Hu Qingshan's smile pauses slightly, then quickly returns to normal. He nods and says, Yeah, I guess so. Didn't I tell you and Mom? When I was little, I was raised by my grandfather. He was an old hunter in the mountains, so Hu Qingshan pauses, seeming to organize his words. Actually, not only Old Bear Mountain, but the surrounding mountains are so familiar to him that he could walk them with his eyes closed. He doesn't like to talk much about his childhood with Zhu Yunshu. He worries she might not like hearing it, or might think he's just a country boy. So, he rarely mentions those years of wandering and fighting in the woods. But he didn't expect that his little daughter, who was on his shoulder, would suddenly light up her eyes when she heard he went hunting.
Wow.
Dad can go hunting. Pan's voice was full of admiration and surprise.
Wow.
Dad is so amazing. Next time you go hunting, can I come too? I want to see it too. Each time she said, so amazing and take me, it almost made Hu Qingshan forget his own name because he was so happy. His little girl looked at him with bright eyes and full of admiration. Which father could resist feeling proud? He couldn't wait to tell her stories about his past hunting adventures. Even if there was a bear in front of him now, Hu Qingshan felt he could stand his ground against it. He suddenly started talking eagerly, spilling out all his childhood stories like a bamboo tube pouring beans, sharing his shining moments. He said he used a slingshot to catch sparrows when he was 3. At 5, he set traps in the snow to catch flying dragons. At 10, he went pig hunting with his grandfather and hunting dogs. He even told about an encounter with a dangerous bear, where he and his grandfather used guns to protect the village. Hu Qingshan talked more and more excitedly, as if he was back in his carefree youth running through the forest. He pounded his chest proudly and promised Pan, Don't worry, girl. When I'm not busy later, I'll go up the mountain to hunt some wild game for you to try. If you want to go, I'll take you with me. Let you see how good your dad is. Pan was mostly happy now, her heart jumping with joy. But her little face still looked curious as she asked casually. Then, Dad, when you go into the mountains to hunt, where do you stay at night? Do you have to walk so far every day to go home and sleep? Qingshan was caught off guard by the question but then smiled, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. How could I go home every day? My grandfather built a small wooden house by the river near Laoxiong Mountain. When we went hunting, we stayed in that little house.
But
It's been about 10 years since I last went back, so I don't know if the house is still there. By the river. A small wooden house. Pan's heart was pounding fast. She was sure that the small wooden house her dad mentioned was definitely the one she had secretly taken the hunting gun from before. The nearly decayed red cradle was right inside that house. Ponpon's little mind was busy calculating, but she kept talking. Daddy, does your grandpa's little wooden house have anything fun inside? Maybe some treasures you hid when you were little. Kids love to ask about hidden treasures. Her question was innocent and natural. Qingshan's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. There are no treasures. The mountains don't have anything special, just some hunting tools. He paused and added, there should be a few dried animal skins and some traps. Oh, and my grandpa's double-barrel hunting gun from back then. It should still be in the wooden house. But that old thing is probably very old, even older than me. I don't know if it still works. Ponpon's eyes flickered with curiosity. She remembered what she saw inside the house. Seems like those things really were there. But as for the gun, she had already taken it quietly, and now it was safely stored in her personal space. Her dad had just said that he would take her hunting soon, and they would go back to that little wooden house. If they went back and the gun was gone, that would be suspicious. No, she had to secretly return it tonight when she checked. She couldn't let Qingshan find out. Luckily, Qingshan was lost in his memories and didn't notice her stiff expression for a moment. Pan quickly changed the subject. Her little brain spun and she thought of another important question. She wrapped her small hand around Qingshan's neck and softly asked, with some confusion and curiosity, Daddy, did you always stay with Grandpa the Hunter when you were little? I've always wondered, your parents don't seem to like you very much, or me and Mommy. Why is that? Qingshan froze for a moment, then took a step forward, his voice a little lower than before. Maybe they didn't dislike me, he sighed, his tone carrying a hint of confusion he didn't even realize himself. Actually, I don't know. I rarely saw them when I was young. Grandpa said that back then, things were chaotic and they probably hid away. Then when Ming was born. Maybe. Maybe I didn't grow up around them, so I wasn't close to them. Qingshan's voice was very calm, like he was talking about someone else's story. But Pan could hear beneath that calmness a deep sense of sadness and confusion. Her smile just now had faded a little. Having grown up in an orphanage in her past life, she understood clearly. How could a child not long for their parents' love? Qingshan sighed and continued, I was raised by my grandfather since I was little. Back then, the world was chaotic, so we hid in the mountains. There was enough food there to survive. Grandpa was hoping every day that peace would return so they could come back. But after the founding of the country, they still didn't come. Only someone sent a message saying they needed money. Pan said, they are really mean. Qingshan didn't argue with that and kept talking. Later, my grandfather fell while hunting and couldn't move. I wrote to them, but I got no reply. During that time, I had to risk going into the mountains alone, hunting animals to bring back food for the old man. Almost a year passed. My grandfather felt sorry for me and always said I had suffered. He said that when he was 100 years old, the old houses and the small fields in the village would be left to me for my future family. When Pan heard this, she understood what was coming. She asked, and then? Did you get the house and land? Qingshan shook his head and gave a self-deprecating smile.
No.
After my grandfather died and was buried, they came back. Actually, I was quite happy then. I thought I finally had parents, but when they returned, things were different. At that time, he thought he had finally found his family, but what he got were a couple more interested in worldly possessions. They thought Grandpa must have secretly left me some savings. Qingshan's voice had completely turned cold, with no emotion left. I hunted for several years back then, and saved some money. They looked for me for days but couldn't find me, so they kept making excuses, saying the family was in trouble and needed money everywhere. After they found out I could go hunting in the mountains, they often asked me for things. In winter, they said my younger brother was cold and needed a new coat, and they asked where I could find ginseng in the mountains, even asking me to dig some for them. At this point, Ho Qingshan touched Ponpon's soft, curly hair and didn't say anything more. He didn't want his daughter to know what happened later. He didn't want those dirty things to taint his little girl's ears. In short, his money was taken, and the ginseng he found ended up in the pockets of old Third Ho's family. After injuring his leg while searching for ginseng, he didn't receive care or concern from his parents, only complete indifference. Once his leg healed, Ho Qingshan never returned to that so-called home. Later, he heard that after he became a company commander, old Third Ho and his family came to see him. They asked him to give up the military position he earned with his life so that Ho Wenming could have it. At that time, Ho Qingshan secretly vowed, if he ever had children, he would only have one, and he would make sure that child wouldn't suffer the same unfair treatment he did. Although Ho Qingshan didn't say this out loud, Pan Pan naturally understood what had happened. Ho Qingshan was not old Third Ho's biological child. So, they all kept their guard and had their own schemes in their hearts about this unaware child. Once they learned that the child had learned hunting skills from the old hunter, they probably would use Ho Qingshan's abilities to turn him into their family's money tree. This family was simply too mean. Even if the truth was revealed, that Ho Qingshan was not their real son, they wouldn't be upset for long. Most likely, they were afraid that if they told Ho Qingshan the truth, they would lose a source of money they could control with family ties. She ran to Ho Qingshan's leg, hugged his thigh, looked up seriously, and said, "Daddy, I think they are not your real parents." Real parents wouldn't treat their children like that. Ho Qingshan felt warm inside. He squatted down, patted his daughter's head, and the coldness in his eyes melted away. "Silly girl, you're still young and don't understand these things." Pan Pan didn't ask further. After all, from Ho Qingshan's story, she had already gotten the answer. This matter, 9 times out of 10, is exactly as she thought. Her father is definitely not old Third Ho's biological son. And there's a high chance he is the child lost by the Zhai family. Just wait. She must find out the truth and help her father find the real family who loves him. When it was late at night and quiet, Pan Pan decided to act. Fortunately, Ho Qingshan had prepared a small, private room for her with her own little window. Otherwise, with her habit of sneaking out at night, it would be very inconvenient. Pan Pan quietly climbed out of her small bed. She sat on the edge, put on her tiny slippers, then tiptoed to the door like a little cat. First, she listened carefully outside to make sure Zhu Yunshu and Ho Qingshan were not there. Only then did she gently lock the door from the inside. After finishing, she yawned, rubbed her sleepy eyes.
Oh.
So tired. During the day, she played and talked with friends, and at night, she still had to work overtime and go on business trips. If she kept this up, she might not grow taller. Tomorrow, she planned to sleep all day and rest well. Although she was complaining inside, her movements were quick and careful. With a thought, her tiny figure disappeared instantly. As her points from catching spies and saving her deposit book increased, Pan Pan found her space abilities also improving. After about half an hour, she could smell the familiar forest scent. Pan Pan appeared near the half-collapsed mountain cave. She looked around, confirmed no one was nearby, then took out a military flashlight larger than her palm from her space. With a click, a bright beam of light pierced the darkness. She didn't walk on the ground but, trusting her skills and bravery, leapt lightly from one treetop to another. She was wearing slippers on her small feet. If she walked on the ground, not only would her view be limited, but her feet might get dirty. There was also a surprise find in the tree.
Huh.
She passed by a bird's nest. Inside, she saw a few round bird eggs. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly put them into her space. She planned to make a steamed egg dish later. She wondered if wild bird eggs might taste even better. Ahead, she saw a tree with some wild fruits hanging on it. They were bright red, and looked very sweet. She also picked some without hesitation. Haha, now she had fruit for after the meal. While following the sound of water, she walked toward the river, looking around at the mountain treasures she saw, satisfying her curiosity. What is that mountain cave ahead? As she approached, she frowned. Why does the cave smell so strong and fishy? Could there be wild animals inside? She instinctively wrinkled her nose and curiously used her space ability to scan inside. In the next second, her face suddenly turned pale. Deep inside the cave, there was a large, brown-furred bear lying on its back, drooling in sleep. She gasped in fear and quickly withdrew her exploration. Luckily, she hadn't encountered a bear when she was with Xia Yuanzhou and the others last time. Otherwise, to protect her friends, she might have had to reveal her powers and perform a dramatic move to tear apart the bear. Revealing her abilities would be too terrifying. She patted her chest, calming her nerves, and followed the sound of water to continue forward. Soon, a lonely little wooden house appeared in the beam of her flashlight. Last time, she had taken that old hunting rifle through the window from a distance. She needed to return the gun. After hearing her father talk so much today, she was sure her dad would come back to check on things. If he found the gun missing, it would be hard to explain. Thinking this, she moved her mind, and the old double-barreled hunting rifle, marked by years, silently appeared inside the wooden house, resting firmly in its original spot. After doing all this, her figure flickered, and she also entered the small wooden house. If someone saw this scene now, they might be so frightened they would faint on the spot. Because she wanted to leave no footprints, Pan Pan floated in midair, with her tiny feet a few centimeters above the ground. She was just floating there, like a little fairy who had accidentally entered the mortal world. The flashlight's beam seemed like a magical glow surrounding the little fairy. Pan Pan held up her flashlight, shining its light around the dusty room. The animal skins and trap jaws matched what Huoqingshan had described. Finally, her gaze settled steadily on the red cloth bundle at the head of the bed, which looked somewhat decayed. This thing looked like a small cradle. After more than 20 years, the red cradle had faded badly, and some fibers looked like they were starting to rot. Pan Pan dared not touch it. She was afraid that if she touched it, this important evidence would fall apart into a pile of cloth scraps. She didn't dare to reach out or use the nearby stick to move it. Thinking for a moment, she used her space ability again. The old, worn red cradle slowly floated up from the bed and gently unfolded in the air. Pan Pan moved closer and carefully shone her flashlight on it. The cradle was badly damaged, with several holes as if gnawed by something and obvious water stains and tears. But perseverance paid off. She noticed a thread at one corner that was different from the rest of the fabric. She focused her flashlight on it and examined carefully. It was a half-rotted pattern with some loose threads. The stitches were rough and uneven, like a few worms stitched together. But the outline clearly resembled a mountain shape. The bottom was flat, with 3 pointed peaks on top, just like mountain summits. Ponpon's heart suddenly started pounding wildly. Just like what Xia Yuanzhou had said. The cradle was embroidered with a rough thread in the shape of a mountain peak. The most important evidence had been found. Huoqingshan was definitely the lost child of General Zhai. Pan Pan frowned and thought carefully.
Could it be
that Huoqingshan was rescued from the river by the old hunter years ago? The old hunter, who lives in the mountains, might have consciously avoided soldiers during times of war. This experienced hunter, if hiding in the mountains or venturing deep into the endless range of Old Bear Mountain, the searchers would definitely not find any trace. Pan Pan squinted her eyes and carefully tucked the baby into her space pouch. For the old hunter who raised Huoqingshan, Pan Pan actually feels grateful. If it weren't for him, Huoqingshan, as a child, might have been swept away by the river and drowned downstream. But as for Old Third and his wife, Pan Pan has only one sentence. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is me. Let's go. Next stop, her family village. It was already very late at night, but the lights in Old Third's house were still on. Old Third and his family of 3 hadn't slept. Since a few days ago, after Hu Qingshan's daughter and those boys came to the village and caused a fuss, the family hadn't had a good night's sleep. Since that day, the villagers looked at them with strange eyes. Especially the village chief who sent those children back. When he came back, his gaze was a bit strange, like his nose wasn't his nose, and his eyes weren't his eyes. Later, they found out. These children had been kidnapped by enemies, but they fought back and killed the enemies, earning great credit. Their family was now seen as a negative example. Huo Wenming was pacing anxiously inside the house, stomping the floor until it was worn out. He sighed heavily, his face long and worried as he looked at his parents. Dad, Mom, what should we do now? You tell me, how did we get so reckless and offend Hu Qingshan? Old Third was already full of anger. When he heard this, he suddenly turned around, glaring like a knife at his wife, who was shrinking her neck nearby. What do you mean? What should we do? I want to ask this old woman too. Why didn't you try to get along better with Hu Qingshan back then? When we went to the military district, why didn't you stop him?
Huh.
This was all his wife's fault. Mother Hu was so scolded that she trembled and instinctively stepped back, quietly defending herself. Well, it's because civilization wanted to join the army for the benefits. Besides, we've raised Hu Qingshan for so many years. Can't he help out a little? Let him contribute to civilization. What's wrong with that? Old Third Hu slammed the table and pointed at his wife's nose, scolding. You're still arguing. Huo Wenming sighed and looked at his mother with a face full of blame. Exactly, Mom. Can't you act a little? Be a bit more pitiful. Be nicer to him. And he might fall for it? Now look at us. His future looks bright, and his daughter has made a big achievement, even written about in the newspapers. And us? We haven't gained anything. Mother Hu listened as her two sons kept blaming her, feeling very wronged inside. She couldn't help but mutter softly. You two didn't act back then either. A crisp slap echoed through the house. Old Third Hu slapped his wife's face, making her see stars and her half of her face swell. You still dare to talk back? Huo Wenming watched silently, not trying to stop him, just frowning and finally advising, Dad, don't hit Mom anymore. Now isn't the time to argue. We need to think about how to fix this relationship. Old Third Hu felt unhappy. Fix it? In the end, I have to beg this ungrateful person, right? If it weren't for that old fool pulling him out of the river, he'd be dead 100 times over. That's a life-saving grace. Shouldn't we count it? And he's eaten at our house for so many years. That should be counted too. How much does he owe our Hu family? He should contribute to our family. That ungrateful person has grown wings and doesn't care about the family anymore. Mother Hu covered her face, thinking that Hu Qingshan still didn't know he wasn't her biological son. But she was afraid to say anything, worried about getting hit again. Huo Wenming frowned and said helplessly, Dad, now isn't the time to count these things. I heard that recently, a deputy division commander in their military district was dismissed. That opened up a position. You guys think his daughter made such a big achievement, and she's been praised in the newspapers every day. Surely, there will be recognition from above. Maybe that deputy division commander will be promoted because of it? Mother Hua, who had been covering her face and not daring to speak, suddenly looked up when she heard this, her eyes full of shock. What? Deputy commander? That's a high-ranking official. Could this kid really be about to succeed? Old Third Hu sat there, smoking his dry pipe slowly. Listening to Hu Qingshan's promotion and wealth, he felt worse than losing hundreds of yuan. If Hu Qingshan really became a deputy commander, what would happen to their family? Would he come back to take revenge on them? Why can a foundling like him become an official? His own son, Huo Wenming, is already so old and still doesn't have a wife. Years ago, they hid away from outsiders, and their savings were long gone. Later, they wanted to find a wife for Huo Wenming. The girl admired soldiers and insisted on marrying a soldier. They had no choice but to use Hu Qingshan's name, claiming he was a company commander in the army. Only then did the girl agree. But what happened? Because of that military position, they had a big fight with Hu Qingshan. When the girl heard about it, she refused to marry him. What's wrong with Hu Qingshan wanting a military job? Why cause such a big fuss? Recently, someone in the village was willing to talk about marriage for Hu Wenming, and it looked like it was going to happen. But then, Hu Qingshan's young daughter brought some children from important families to visit. Now everyone in the village knows they've offended Hu Qingshan badly, and in doing so, also offended many important people who would still want to marry into their family. This marriage is ruined. Now the villagers look at their family differently. Many are secretly gossiping behind their backs. They worked hard to raise a promising son, but because of favoritism, they pushed him away. Old Third Her felt a deep frustration he couldn't express. No one in the village knew that Hu Qingshan was actually a foundling. He took a deep drag on his pipe, tapping it against the table leg as if making a firm decision. Later, we'll go and find out what's really going on. If the people in his unit want to advance, they can't ignore their parents and brothers. They have to be filial. If he doesn't fix Wenming's problem, we'll go report him to the higher-ups. He accused them of being unfilial and abusing their siblings. Mother Hu hesitated again, worried. What if their leader protects him? Third brother Hu's eyes flashed with a cruel look. He lowered his voice and said, "Then we go to Fengtian, to the military district. If that doesn't work, we go to Beijing. As long as we stick to our story and make sure he never finds out he was adopted, then for the rest of his life, Hu Qingshan will have to treat us like real parents." None of them knew that outside their window, a child's eyes were watching them closely. Pan Pan listened to their conversation, her cheeks puffed out with anger, and her teeth clenched with a clicking sound. What a family! They took the kindness of Grandpa Hunter, who saved and raised them, and used it as their own achievement, boldly making Dad work as their lifelong money tree. Now, they even want to threaten his future with Dad. This family is like leeches. A family of vampires. So evil. Truly wicked. Hu Wenming lowered his voice, nervously reminding, "Dad, Mom, be quiet. We can't let others find out about this." Then he asked again, "By the way, how many people knew about the day we found him?" Third brother Hu waved impatiently. "No way. No one knew. That old fool back then wrote us a letter saying he found a kid by the river. When was that? During a time of chaos and war. Who had the money to raise a wild kid? I told him in my reply to just throw the kid into a cesspit and drown him. At that time, your mom was pregnant with you. I thought with money and food, we should focus on our own flesh and blood. But that old fool, whether he was really stupid or pretending, silently kept the kid and told the villagers it was our child." Outside the window, Pan Pan clenched her small fists in anger when she heard this. Drowning him in a cesspit? How could this with third brother have such a cruel heart? It's probably because he's too scheming and vicious that Grandpa Hunter had to train him first. This bad guy, I must think of a way to deal with them. Hu Wenming listened and frowned even more. Then, after we came back, why didn't we tell the villagers about this? When they first returned, Hu Wenming was still young and didn't remember much. He thought Hu Qingshan was capable and could earn a living by working hard. Hearing this, Hu's mother lowered her hand from her face and forced a smile. "I was planning to say something at the time. When your father saw him, that boy was tall and strong. He must have eaten a lot of food and meat growing up. If we had kicked him out, it would have been a big loss. He can do heavy work, learn hunting from the old man for many years, and can even go up the mountain to dig for ginseng, catching wild boars and bears. He's a strong worker for free. Who would have thought he would be so stubborn?" His third son was angry. All he did was ask where that old man's money was. He took a wild ginseng root. Then he went off to join the army, without saying a word. Now he's made enemies. His mother slapped her thigh, seeming to remember something. "Oh,
Right.
his father, that boy dug up some ginseng from the mountain back then. We kept one root, remember? It's a good one. Maybe we should take it to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow to sell? Or exchange it for something. It could be a bride price for Wenming. Maybe we can get him married." Hu Wenming's eyes lit up at the thought of getting married. All those women in the village are just after money. They look down on us because we have no money. Selling that ginseng will definitely work. Hearing their shameless plan, Pan Pan outside was so angry she almost wanted to perform a flying escape, burst in, and overturn their house. Using her father as free labor? They even wanted to throw her father into a dung pit and drown him? And now they want to use her father's risky search for ginseng to marry off their useless son? No way. The windows are welded shut. Anyway, Pan Pan was fearless and specialized in dealing with such scoundrels. She had already taken care of Wei Shuwen and others before. Today, if she didn't clear out the Hor family's house, her name would be written backwards. Inside, Hua's third family whispered and discussed for a while, finally turning off the lights and going to sleep. Under the moonlight, a small figure silently appeared in the cluttered storage room of the Hua family. Pan Pan, with her hands behind her back, looked like a little queen inspecting her territory, her face serious as she surveyed this empty house. She thought to herself, in the kitchen, the pots, bowls, and utensils hanging on the wall, along with rice, oil, salt, and other daily items, instantly disappeared without a trace. In the storage room, the few animal pelts that Ho Qingshan's childhood friends had brought and that old third Ho's family refused to sell were taken away. She didn't really want these things. She just wanted to teach those bad people a lesson. With a flick of her small hand, she stuffed everything into her space. The sewing basket, torn cloth pieces, old clothes and pants, and even the rags hanging outside. None of these were left for them. The storage room and storeroom were quickly emptied. She floated around, quietly entering Ho Wenming's room. The secret stash of pocket money under the pillow?
Taken.
The big shorts?
Disgusting.
Such things can't go into her space. They should be thrown into a dirty ditch.
Huh?
There are women's underwear under the pillow? Pon Pon's big eyes widened in surprise. Could Ho Wenming be a pervert who steals women's clothes? If he wears those clothes, and they find out tomorrow, there will be a big fuss. She would make sure the owner comes to trouble him. After finishing all this, she clapped her small hands and entered the main house. On the bed, Ho Old Third and his wife were sleeping soundly, completely unaware that their home had been emptied. Pan Pan quickly found the small wooden medicine box that Ho's mother had hidden under the bed. Opening the box, a strong medicinal smell wafted out. On the top layer, a carefully wrapped item in red cloth lay quietly. She knew without looking that it was definitely the old ginseng that Ho Qingshan had found years ago. Trying to use her father's things to find a wife for their useless family?
Dream on.
After doing all this, Pan Pan still felt unsatisfied. She floated to the chicken coop behind the house. Old hens? Taken away. Roosters? Not kept either. Since they were so malicious and wanted to be parasites for life, she wouldn't leave any way out for this family. With a flick of her small hand, the entire chicken coop, including the chickens and the nest, disappeared instantly. They went into her space to lay eggs. Not a single one for the bad guys. Gather, gather, move, move. Pan Pan circled around the yard, collecting everything she could take into her space. Finally, she floated into the air, looking down at the earthen house below, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. She waved her small hand again. I see that old man whose house has its roof tiles, beams, and even the swallows' nests under the eaves suddenly separated from the wall structure as if lifted away by an invisible hand. The upper half of the house disappeared completely, as if an unseen force had taken the roof away. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the bare earthen walls inside and the couple sleeping soundly on the Kong bed. Of course, there was also Hua Wenming, covered in someone else's underwear. Pan Pan happily clapped her hands. Humph, trying to trick Daddy. They even lifted the roof of their house. Let them wait and see the cold wind. Pan Pan yawned contentedly. She slipped into her personal space, found a cozy corner, curled into a small ball, and prepared to sleep. Since it gets bright early now, she thought she'd sleep a while and then sneak back home. By then, her parents should be waking up. Hee, just in time. This way, she wouldn't miss the good show of Old Man Hua's family. Recently, the mornings have been gloomy, with occasional drizzles. She hoped it would rain today, too. Better if it rained heavily, so that the bad family could experience what it's like when the roof leaks during a storm. Huo Wenming was awakened by a bone-chilling cold. He groggily opened his eyes, feeling tightly wrapped in something wet and cold, sticky on his body, making him miserable. He shivered and instinctively pulled the blanket up. What he touched was a damp, cold piece of cloth. When Huo Wenming opened his eyes, he was stunned. In front of him was a gray sky, with faint dawn light behind the thick clouds and raindrops falling from the sky, forming streaks. How could he see the sky directly? What about his house's roof? Startled, Huo Wenming suddenly sat up in bed. He then realized that not only was the roof gone, but the blanket covering him was wet and soaked through by the rain. Where is my roof? My roof is gone. My money. The money I hid under the bed is gone. And my pot. My pot is also missing. My clothes? All our clothes are gone. How are we supposed to go out now? Civilization, are you okay over there? Huo Wenming looked around. His room was completely empty. Cabinets and boxes had vanished without a trace. Even the big underwear he took off when he went to bed was gone. Only a woman's undergarment remained on the bed. Huo Wenming's eyes flickered with a strange look. This thing might be better stolen.
But he didn't have time to think about that now.
His heart was filled with pain and anger. Someone broke into the house. He was about to get married. Now, the house was literally empty. How could he get married like this?
Mom, Dad.
Everything in my room is gone. Hurry, call someone. Someone come quick. Our house has been robbed. What's all this noise? Why are you making trouble so early in the morning? It seems someone robbed a house. Never mind. Let's get up and check. First, let's see if anything is missing from our house. The neighbors checked their homes first, then dressed quickly and rushed outside in the light rain. But as soon as they stepped out, everyone was stunned by what they saw. Oh my goodness! What is going on here? God in heaven, did we see this wrong? I must be seeing things too. How come Old Man Hua's house suddenly has no roof? They saw Old Man Hua's house standing there, completely bare, with only 4 walls left. It looked like someone had taken the roof away out of thin air. No tiles left at all. What is happening? Who steals from a house and even takes the roof? This is unbelievable. Pan Pan yawned softly and sat up from her space. She concealed her form and happily watched the chaos. Now, some curious people approached to look into the yard. When they saw it, they gasped in shock.
Look.
Their yard is empty too. The chicken coop is gone. The firewood in the shed outside is all gone. Wow, it looks like the whole house is empty. Everyone was talking excitedly, and the way they looked at Old Man Third's family became strange. Did he offend someone? His methods are too harsh. Who knows what bad things he did? Maybe he's getting his punishment. This is not something a normal person can do. Who can secretly move a roof?
Could it have been
blown away by a tornado? Come on. If his roof flew away, why is ours still intact? Could it be that they did something really bad? Inside, Old Man Third's family listened to the gossip outside, feeling worried and angry, almost losing their temper. Their house had been robbed. The villagers didn't seem to care about friendship at all, and were saying bad things about them. But Old Man Third didn't dare to say a word. He could only wrap himself in a blanket, walk to the door, and open it. Fellow villagers, please help us. Our house is completely empty now. How can we live like this? Our family isn't even married yet. At this moment, the village chief of Hua's village also arrived, looking serious and bringing his family. He saw this strange scene and was stunned. What is going on? It's really unbelievable. In the country of Manhwa, such things are not allowed to be talked about. The village chief didn't say anything, but he wondered in his mind. Did Old Man Third offend some powerful spirit? The village chief's daughter whispered to him, Dad, even though his family hasn't done good things and almost caused trouble for our village, if this keeps going, we can't live like this. We should go see what's happening. The village chief nodded and took his daughter a few steps inside. She immediately saw the small undergarment in Huo Wenming's room and stopped in her tracks, her face turning red. She quickly ran over, swung her fists, and slapped Huo Wenming hard twice. Huo Wenming, you shameless bully. The other day, my clothes hanging in the yard disappeared, and it was you who stole them. Good for nothing. Lazy bum. Your family deserved to be robbed. The village chief's son-in-law, who was following behind, heard this and his eyes turned red. His wife's intimate clothes had been stolen by this lazy person. How could he tolerate that? I'll beat you to death, you thief. How dare you steal my wife's clothes? You are really acting like a troublemaker. Are you tired of living? Huo Wenming saw that things were getting bad, so he ran away quickly. But he wasn't wearing any clothes, so how could he run? He had only taken a few steps when the village chief's son-in-law grabbed him and punched him, giving him a black eye with purple and blue bruises. Pan Pan was very happy to see this. She hid her shape, ate snacks from Gusu, drank milk powder, and watched the fun happily. Oh, really, it wasn't me. I swear that little thief stole my clothes and is trying to blame me. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. The people around looked at Huo Wenming's expression and quickly became very disdainful. Ha! No wonder he was robbed. It turns out he was the thief himself. Huo Laosan and Huo's mother tried to protect their family, but since the stolen items were found with them, they couldn't argue. They kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Although Wenming made a mistake, it's a small matter. You're the village chief. You have to help us. Our family was robbed by a wicked thief. Please help us find the items. They must still be in the village. Otherwise, we have no way to survive. The village chief looked at his daughter, who was crying from anger, and his son-in-law, who was still hitting someone. His anger was rising. Help! What help? He didn't like Huo Laosan's family because of what happened last time with Pan Pan. This fool, he refused to support his promising son Huo Qingshan, was biased and even offended Pan Pan, who had made great contributions. Anyone who got involved with his family would be unlucky. Now his son was even stealing his daughter's underwear. He was still a bit angry, but as village chief, he wasn't a saint. He couldn't be so generous. The village chief snorted coldly and said impatiently, "Who knows what kind of trouble your family has caused? Besides, look at your situation. Your house has no roof. Is this something that can be fixed by manpower?" He glanced at the villagers watching the fun and raised his voice meaningfully. "I think it's probably because Huo Laosan is too biased, doing too many bad things, and even heaven can't tolerate it." When he said this, the villagers started talking and nodded in agreement. Exactly. The village chief is right. Huo Laosan is known for being biased. Last time, Pan Pan came to the village, looking like a traditional doll, so adorable and loved by everyone. He almost let someone bully her. Such a wicked person, spoiling Huo Wenming. TSK. Stealing his wife's underwear. So disgusting. Forcing Huo Qingshan's talented son to leave. That's right. People like him will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Seeing everyone in the village taking sides, Huo Laosan's family became very nervous. Huo's mother sat on the ground, pounding her chest and rolling around in anger. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what, Huo Qingshan is my son. I can do whatever I want with my own son. Huo Laosan had already forgotten his cruel words from last night. If you dare to bully others, I'll find my son to help me check. Catch the thief directly. Pan Pan, hiding in the shadows, listened to this and almost couldn't help but laugh. Oh, now she's thinking about her dad? Too late. No chance now. She had seen enough fun and needed to go home quickly. If she didn't go back now, her mom would find out she sneaked out in the middle of the night. Ponpon's timing was perfect, down to the second. She quietly slipped back into her room and lay down on her small bed without making a sound. Just outside the door, she could hear Zhu Yunshu and Huo Qingshan getting up. "Qingshan, you woke up so early today." Zhu Yunshu's voice was a little sleepy. "Yes, I have the day off. I thought I'd get up early and water the vegetables in the yard. Sleep a little longer. What do you want for breakfast? The canteen has buns this morning. If you don't want that, I can make you some scallion egg pancakes." Huo Qingshan's voice was full of warmth. Today was a rare day off for him, mainly because Zhu Yunshu and Pan Pan had been busy drawing plans for several days. He also wanted to take this chance to stay at home and spend time with his wife and kids. Look at how much he spoils his wife. Pan Pan listened from inside, feeling a bit hungry. Snacks are snacks, but proper meals are proper. She's still growing, so she needs to eat more. She pulled back the blanket, pretending she had just woken up, rubbed her eyes, and got out of bed. Daddy, Mommy, I don't want to eat salty food. I want something sweet. Qingshan opened the door, picked up his little girl, and kissed her again. Pandion has been so tired these days. Look at her. She's so sleepy. I remember Commander Wang said yesterday that sister-in-law will make buns at home today. The dough must have risen. As he spoke, he turned and took a small cloth bag from the cabinet, filling it with some brown sugar. Let the child sleep a little longer. I'll think of a way to get something sweet. After saying that, he left the house. Pandion didn't really sleep. She got up to wash up and then watered the vegetables with Zhu Yunshu. Right now, the small green vegetables in her family's garden were growing very well, lush and green. People passing by would stop to look and whisper about the fertilizer. After watering, Qingshan returned, carrying a lunchbox. Inside the lunchbox, several plump, steaming sweet pastries lay quietly, giving off a tempting aroma. Here, girl, eat it while it's hot. Zhu Yunshu smiled and said, Have you thanked Sister Xiaolon properly? Qingshan nodded. I asked sister-in-law to make extra, so Li Dong and the others can have something sweet. Pandion happily held a warm sweet pastry and took a big bite. The red sugar syrup almost dripped out. She ate while holding her enamel cup, drinking the malted milk Zhu Yunshu had prepared for her. While her parents weren't paying attention, she secretly dropped some spring water into the malted milk. Please, please, don't let her get cavities. The spring water must be strong enough to heal that slightly sore tooth. The family finished breakfast happily. Just then a little soldier ran up to the yard gate. Report to Commander Hua. There's a call for you at home. Hearing at home, the smile on Qingshan's face instantly disappeared, and his eyebrows furrowed automatically. He didn't even ask what it was about, and simply waved his hand at the soldier. From now on, just hang up such calls. No need to come and pass the message. The little soldier probably understood what was going on but looked a bit embarrassed and scratched his head as he stammered. No, it's not, Captain. It's the village chief calling.
He said.
He said there's a big problem at your home. It seems like there was a theft or something. All the household items, pots, bowls, grains, clothes, are all gone. Even the roof is missing. Qingshan. Zhu Yunshu was also stunned. Then, her suspicious eyes quietly shifted to her daughter, who was trying hard to make herself less noticeable. The roof is gone? This sounds strange and a bit creepy. A mother knows her daughter best. Zhu Yunshu felt very sure that this was probably related to her little girl. Pang shrank her neck. But soon, she puffed out her little chest and showed a proud little smile. She had bravely fought off those bullies who had been mean to her dad and protected him. That was a big achievement. Mommy definitely wouldn't blame her. Zhu Yunshu looked at her little girl, who first looked guilty and timid, then suddenly stood tall and looked brave. She felt both annoyed and amused, but mostly she felt a wave of heartache. How young is this child? And she was running around late at night, worried about the family's mess and not sleeping. She's only 3.5 years old, so worried. How will she grow up healthy? But after figuring out that Pang was the one who caused this, Zhu Yunshu also felt a bit confused. Her daughter wasn't the type to cause trouble on purpose. Although Pang had special abilities, she never used them to bully others. Every time she fought back, it was only after someone else had first provoked her. For example, the trouble with Wei Shuwen's family before. Wasn't it because they wanted to hurt her and her mother? Compared to that, today's incident seemed more like she had taken the initiative to act. But Zhu Yunshu knew very well, her little girl wasn't the kind to cause trouble without reason. Her family, Pan, caused such a big fuss that they even tore off the roof. It must be old Third Hu's family again, doing some terrible deed that everyone hates. What exactly happened? After Qingshan leaves, she plans to ask Pan carefully. However, after hearing the soldier's story, Qingshan didn't move at all. He showed no sign of worry, not even a flicker of emotion. His brows just furrowed tighter, and his eyes showed clear annoyance. Zhu Yunshu was also stunned. She knew about Hua Qingshan's relationship with his parents, but why didn't he even ask questions? The soldier saw his reaction and was also surprised. With such a big theft at home, why was Captain Hua so calm? Hua Qingshan secretly sneered. The roof is gone? That kind of nonsense only a 3-year-old would believe.
No.
Pan Pan wouldn't believe it either. Hua Qingshan was no longer the naive boy who easily believed their lies. He remembered when he first established himself in the army. When he heard news about his family, old Third Hua and his wife kept coming up with reasons to ask for money or supplies. Today, they said Hua Wenming was sick and needed money for a doctor. Tomorrow, they said old Third Hua went to the mountain to chop wood and fell, needing nutrition. The day after, they claimed the family had suffered a disaster. All the grain was gone, and they needed money to save them. Back then, he still remembered his grandfather's kindness and wanted to stay close to his parents, so he always helped. But after a while, he saw through it. There were no such coincidences. Why was his family always sick or in trouble? Later, he didn't send money anymore. Then, there was the time they came to the military district, boldly demanding he give up his hard-earned position to Hua Wenming. From that moment, Hua Qingshan was completely disappointed with his family. They even made up such absurd lies. Stealing is stealing, and they even claimed to have stolen the roof? Did they think he was a fool? Hua Qingshan never expected that all of this was his precious daughter's doing at night. He just thought, most likely it was another new trick from that family trying to find ways to get money from him. He looked up at the young soldier with a worried face and calmly waved his hand. All right, I understand. You don't need to worry about this anymore. He paused and added, this isn't the first time they've lied like this. If you get another call like this, just hang up. No need to come and tell me. The soldier's face changed when he heard that. I knew it. How could someone believe such a story about the roof being stolen? Once he realized, anger and righteousness appeared on his face.
Captain,
They are too much. I heard they even wanted you to give your military position to your brother. And now they're making up these lies to scam money. How can parents be so shameless? The soldier's face turned red with anger. Such a family of vampires. Captain Hua is so pitiful. The family members watching nearby also heard this and started talking. No one would believe such a story about the roof being gone. Exactly, it's obvious they just want money. Captain Hua is so unlucky. Are there really parents like that? It's unheard of. When their son succeeds, they don't feel proud but try to squeeze money from him.
Disgusting.
That's right. They even wanted to take his military position before, and now they're at it again. Shameless. Captain Hua is such a good person, with a harmonious family. Why did he end up with such parents? Hearing the gossip around, Zhu Yunsu and Pan Pan exchanged glances. Zhu Yunsu's eyes showed some helplessness. And Pan Pan's little mind remembered the story of the boy who cried wolf.
See?
Isn't this a perfect example? Old Third Hua's family really is shameless, telling lies so often that no one believes the truth anymore. Although, the so-called lie in this matter was something she caused herself. Hua Qingshan listened to the gossip around him, his face still a bit gloomy. Such a rare holiday. His good mood for the day was ruined by these troubles. He stood up and said to Zhu Yunshu, I should go tell my teachers and elders. His parents are really shameless. Although the teachers and elders knew about the phone call before, they might worry about his family. It's better if they try to trick him into giving money, because he knows the truth and won't give them a single cent. If the teachers and elders help this family just because of him, it would encourage their lies. He needs to warn everyone. All right, go ahead. Zhu Yunshu nodded. Don't get upset over these things. It's not worth it. Okay, Hua Qingshan replied and turned to walk toward the office building. After Hua Qingshan left, Zhu Yunshu and the others exchanged a few polite words. She quickly took Pan Pan's small hand and went back inside. She closed the door, made sure no one was listening outside, then squatted down and gently touched Pan Pan's tiny nose with her finger. Tell me, sweetheart, why did you go to deal with them? Did they do something bad again? She knew she couldn't hide this from Zhu Yunshu. Pan Pan thought for a moment, then whispered into her ear, "Mommy, Daddy, they're not really my parents, and they want to keep it a secret from Daddy, just to make him give them money." Zhu Yunshu was stunned. She stared at Pan Pan in shock, speechless for a long time. No, they're not her real parents? She initially thought that old Hu was up to some bad tricks, and Pan Pan overheard it somewhere. But unexpectedly, Pan Pan just dropped a big bombshell on her. She hurriedly asked Pan Pan, "How do you know this?" Pan Pan lowered her voice and whispered, "I heard Daddy talking about his childhood yesterday. It seemed strange. How could parents treat their children like that? So, that night, I wanted to go see Hu's village. Then, I overheard them discussing something bad on their roof. They said Daddy was picked up from the river by Grandpa long ago, and he's not really their child. They also said they absolutely must not tell Dad the truth, because then they could keep controlling him, making him work hard for their family and benefit the Hu family." After hearing this, Ji Yinshu was completely stunned. She had met Hu Wenming and the Hu family. At that time, she was very relieved. Hu Qingshan's looks were different from Hu Wenming's. Otherwise, someone like her, who cares about looks when choosing a partner, wouldn't even want to marry him, even if she had to jump into a river. Now that she thinks about it, that makes sense. Back then, she was also reluctant to marry Hu Qingshan. It wasn't until they met that she felt more at ease. All those confusing details from before suddenly made sense. Why were they so harsh to Hu Qingshan but so biased toward Hu Wenming? Why didn't they even know if Hu Qingshan's hair was straight or curly when he was a child? Why could they confidently let Hu Qingshan give up his future for Hu Wenming? It all makes sense now. She had wondered before how such cruel parents could exist, how such biased parents could be. But she never expected the truth was that Hu Qingshan wasn't even their biological son. The Hu family still wanted to hide the truth, using Hu Qingshan as a lifelong money tree, draining his resources and taking advantage of him.
How could they tolerate that?
Ji Yinshu was so angry she was trembling all over, and her eyes turned red. When they first got married, she knew Hu Qingshan had some emotional issues with his parents. Even such a strong man had once leaned on her shoulder, with tears in his eyes, when he was ignored by his parents. Now she understood the truth. She took several deep breaths to calm herself down. Looking at Pan Pan, her voice trembling slightly, she asked, then, "Pan Pan, do you know who your daddy's real parents are?" Pan Pan's eyes flickered instinctively. Her heart started pounding. If Mommy found out that Daddy wasn't their biological son, she would be very angry and would want to help find Daddy's real parents. But she couldn't tell her now. Although she was 100% sure in her heart that Daddy was the child of the Zhai family. But, just like she thought before, this matter must never be spoken about outside their family. First, in today's world, there is no such thing as a DNA test for family verification. If they go to claim kinship, why would others believe them? They might think she is after the Zhai family's power and trying to climb higher. Second, Zhai Yuanzhou told her that his uncle, Zhai Yuliang, and his family are still watching closely, waiting to take advantage. If her family rushes to claim kinship without caution, Zhai Yuliang might add fuel to the fire, spread rumors, and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. If that happens, they might fail to establish the relationship and end up causing trouble for themselves, which would be very unfortunate. What if she tells her mother now, and her mother can't hold back and tells her father, or even goes directly to the Zhai family? What should she do then? While Pan Pan was lowering her head, worried about how to explain to her mother, suddenly, Zhuang Yunshu's gentle voice came from beside her. "Pan Pan is your father. The child who was lost on Laoxiong Mountain years ago, from the Zhai family." Pan Pan suddenly looked up, her big eyes wide with shock. How did Mom guess? Seeing her daughter's stunned expression, Zhuang Yunshu understood everything. A mother knows her daughter best. She saw Pan Pan hesitating, and immediately understood what was going on. She had heard about the Zhai general losing a child during the recent enemy spy kidnapping incident. But at first, she couldn't connect these two things, until she saw Pan Pan's hesitant look. After all, If they were just an ordinary family, Pan Pan would have told her directly. She reached out, gently stroked Ponpon's soft, curly hair, and softly smiled. Are you worried that if I find out, I might get too excited and say something? Pan Pan nodded honestly. Zhuang Yinshu was amused by her obedient look. She couldn't help but lower her head and kiss her on the chubby little face. You're worried about me, huh? But I'm not that naive. She sat on the bed, holding Pan Pan on her lap, and said confidently, I know very well that directly going to claim kinship is the worst idea. The best way is to let them come to us on their own. Do you still not know about your father? He is very proud and has no desire to rely on others. His current position was earned through his hard work, blood, and sweat, step by step. Pan Pan looked up at Zhu Yunshu. She could see pride in Zhu Yunshu's eyes, along with some sadness for Hu Qingshan. Zhu Yunshu continued. Now, he's about to be promoted to Deputy Division Commander. That appointment is almost certain. If we rush to the Zhai family now to show our connection, what will others say when he gets promoted? They will definitely say that Hu Qingshan only got ahead because of the Zhai family's help, and no one will remember his own efforts. The mother and daughter looked at each other, both seeing the same idea in each other's eyes. Zhu Yunshu gently poked Ponpon's little nose, teasingly and affectionately. Moreover, the biggest contributor to your father's promotion this time is our Pan Pan. I won't allow the Zhai family to steal my daughter's credit. Hearing this, Pan Pan felt very happy. She nuzzled her head into Zhu Yunshu's embrace. Mommy and she thought exactly the same. She knew her mommy was the smartest mom in the world. Mommy, showing our connection isn't impossible. Pan Pan raised her little face, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Zhu Yunshu, whispering mysteriously. I have a plan. What kind of clever ideas does her little mind hold? Zhu Yunshu pinched the child's chubby face. What good idea does our Pan Pan have? Quickly tell Mommy. Pan Pan was very confident. Mommy, do you remember the last time we caught some spies? A reporter uncle came to take pictures of us. Zhu Yunshu nodded. Of course I remember. Your older brother Zhai Yuanzhou even told the reporter to send the photos to the capital. Hearing this, Zhu Yunshu suddenly realized. You mean these photos could make them come to recognize us? But even the old general didn't recognize you when he saw you. Pan Pan, although resembling Hu Qingshan in some ways, mostly looked like herself. If I had known earlier, I should have stayed then to meet General Zhai. Pan Pan smiled and said, Today Dad has a rare day off, so our whole family can take a family photo. And we can also help Uncle Reporter. Zhu Yunshu was a bit confused. Help that reporter? But how does that relate to recognizing family ties? And why take a family photo? Seeing Zhu Yunshu look so conflicted, Pan Pan felt helpless. Mommy, did you forget? If that reporter sends the photo, he has to send it directly to Ichuan Mountain. He's just a small reporter. Does he dare to send it? Zhu Yunshu exclaimed. Suddenly, she understood. She realized what Pan Pan was trying to do. Wait for Dad to come back. Let's go take the family photo now. Several miles away at the Hua family village, things looked very different. Old Hua, the third, was wrapped in a blanket, pacing anxiously outside the village committee. He was now truly very poor, with no clothes to wear. How could he not be worried? And it wasn't just about being poor, because he had done many bad things before, and Ho Wenming had even stolen the village chief's daughter's underwear. He was now hated by everyone in the village, and everyone spat at him when they saw him. Originally, the village chief didn't want to bother with him, let alone let him use the village phone to contact Hu Qingshan. But old Hua was shameless. Is there a reason for father and son to hold a grudge overnight? Even if Qingshan misunderstood us before, he knows our family is in big trouble. He will definitely come back to help. Village chief, just let me use the phone. If Qingshan finds out you didn't let me contact them, he might get angry. Humph. Don't forget, he's about to be promoted to Deputy Division Commander, the village chief. Although he thought that even if Qingshan found out, he wouldn't look kindly on old Hua. But what if? What if Qingshan was overly filial and held a grudge against him? Anyway, it was a public phone. He frowned and helped dial the number. The operator promised to notify Qingshan immediately. But wait. From early morning until noon, there was no response. Old Hu was completely confused. Why hasn't Hu Qingshan called back yet? Could it be that he is really determined not to care about their family's life and death? Does Hu Qingshan know something? Seeing his wife and son, one barely clothed and the other with a bruised face, the neighbors, who had been silent for a long time, started to talk among themselves. Third brother, who clenched his teeth and once again went to the village chief's house to make that call. As soon as the phone was answered, he shouted anxiously, "Where is Hu Qingshan? Where is he? Why isn't he calling me back? I am his father. Something serious happened at home, and he's not caring at all." Before he finished speaking, the operator on the other end started to curse. "What's wrong with you? Are you done yet? Our squad leader said you've lied many times before. You said your leg was broken or your family was in trouble, just making up stories to get money. Our squad leader is kind-hearted and doesn't want to argue with you. But you've gone even further. Now you say the roof is gone? Do you think we're fools? Can't you tell a proper story?" Hearing this, third brother, who got even more anxious. "I'm not lying. I really am not.
Our roof is really gone."
If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves. Hu Qingshan doesn't care about me, his father. He's unfilial. I'm going to report him to the higher authorities." "Report him? Do you even have the nerve?" The operator's voice grew angrier. "You all have lied to the squad leader before. Don't think we don't know. Trying to get the squad leader a military position, spreading rumors about the squad leader's wife. Now you're just making excuses to scam money. Don't even think about it." Hearing this, third brother, who was stunned. The village chief was also surprised. He hadn't expected that third brother who had lied to Hu Qingshan so many times before. He was worried that the military district might stop answering calls from their village, so he quickly grabbed the phone.
"Comrade, don't worry.
I am the village chief of Hu Family Village. I won't let him bother squad leader, Hu, anymore." As he spoke, he covered third brother Hu's mouth and hung up the phone with a snap, then angrily said, "Get out. Hurry up and leave. The military district usually takes good care of our village and even helps us sometimes. If you keep acting like this, they might stop answering our calls." Hearing this, the villagers outside the door also didn't want to stay quiet. "Yes, that's right. We can't let him keep calling. He is a troublemaker himself. Don't drag our village into it. Who knows what's wrong with his roof? Maybe he offended some kind of immortal being. See, I told you. The more lies he tells, the less anyone believes him when he finally tells the truth. Serves him right. He kept tricking Commander Hua before." The village chief simply shut the door and refused to listen anymore. Hua Laoson's family has nothing, living in poverty and hunger. He can only be shameless and beg for food and tools to fix the roof. But now, who would still help him? In the end, he just found some straw and haphazardly covered the bare beams. The family of three huddled in a makeshift shelter that let the wind blow through. Hua Wenming's face was swollen and bruised. Thinking about how he couldn't find a wife and how the villagers looked at him, he was angry. "Dad, Mom, we can't count on Hu Qingshan anymore. Everyone in his unit supports him. We need to go to Fengtian City. We should complain to the higher authorities. If Hu Qingshan ignores us and doesn't help, we won't let him become deputy division commander." Hua's mother's eyes lit up, thinking it was a good idea. But then she looked at the torn blanket wrapped around her and frowned.
How?
"How can we go? We don't even have proper clothes. We can't just walk around naked, right?" Hua Wenming. It seemed there was no other way. Since he was young, he never paid attention to anything. He also wanted Qingshan to work hard for their family. What a joke. "We can't let these people keep taking advantage of us soldiers to make money. If they complain, I promise to stand up for Qingshan." After saying this, he signaled to Wang Zhengwo, and the two of them pushed Hu Qingshan out. "Your daughter and wife have made great contributions. You should rest a bit. I'll lend you my car, and you can take the kids to Fengtian for fun." "Exactly. Your wife and kids haven't been to Fengtian yet." When Hu Qingshan got home, he still felt a little down after the morning's fuss. But as soon as he entered, Pan ran out to greet him.
"Daddy, Daddy.
Today, can we go to the photo studio and take a family picture? The little girl looked up with big, bright eyes. Before Hu Shan could answer, she seemed to remember something and added, "Oh, Daddy, the photo the reporter uncle took of us, has it been developed yet? It has me, Brother Yuan Zhou, and Brother Li Dong. I want to print more copies to send to the Wang family. I also want to go to the newspaper office again." Hu Shan was surprised and looked instinctively at Zhu Yunshu. Was she trying to cheer him up because he looked upset? A warm feeling suddenly filled his heart, dispelling the gloom from earlier. He picked up Pan Pan and kissed her little face softly. "All right, let's do what our Pan Pan wants." "Exactly. You've been here so long and haven't visited Fengtian City. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for a meal and buy some clothes for the kids."
Yay. Pan Pan cheered immediately.
Since coming into this world, she mostly stayed at the family compound. She hadn't really gone shopping properly before. She hugged Hu Shan's neck and pouted. "Daddy, I want to buy a new little dress. The prettiest one." Zhu Yunshu smiled and said, "It's time to get Pan Pan some new clothes. Kids grow fast. And it's getting cooler, so we should get her a pair of warm little leather shoes." Hearing about new clothes and shoes for his daughter, Hu Shan immediately perked up. He put down Pan Pan and turned to rummage through the closet, quickly finding several pieces of tanned leather. "No need to buy. I have some ready here." He spread out the leather, looking quite proud. "These are all skins I hunted myself a few years ago. This fox fur is long and soft, perfect for making a collar for Pan Pan. It can also be turned into small leather boots to keep her warm. And then I'll make a scarf for you." Zhu Yunshu was a bit surprised. So many skins. How long has Hu Shan been saving up? Just as she was surprised, Hu Shan had already packed the skins into his backpack and turned to ask, "Baby, what do you want to eat today?" Pan Pan touched her cheek. The little tooth that was aching this morning no longer felt anything now. The fruit from Lingquan really works. She immediately cheerfully named her dishes. "I want to eat sweet and sour pork. And squirrel fish." Zhu Yunshu couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. "Everything's sweet and sour, right? Be careful with your teeth. Don't think I didn't see you holding your cheek this morning." Hearing this, Pan Pan got worried. She hugged Zhu Yunshu's leg and started to act cute. "Mommy, I really don't have a cavity. Listen to my excuse. The sugar triangle was just too hot." The family of three sat in a military jeep, driving into Fengtian City with a bump-bump sound.
It was noon now.
Hu Shan took his wife and daughter to a state-run restaurant for a nice meal. Squirrel fish, sweet and sour pork, plus some braised tofu and stir-fried vegetables. 3 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meats and 2 vegetables. Enough for the family to enjoy a delicious meal. After eating, Pan Pan's belly was full, and she didn't want to walk. She was sitting on Hu Shan's shoulders, looking proud. Several kids on the street saw her and started to ask their parents to let them do the same. Pan Pan raised her chin. "Daddy is the most handsome. Mommy is the most beautiful." No wonder. Hu Shan in his military uniform was tall and strong. Zhu Yunshu was gentle and elegant, beautiful and graceful. Plus, with a cute little girl riding on her neck. This family immediately drew a lot of attention. Pan Pan was like a little celebrity. Soon, someone on the street recognized them. "Hey, look, that soldier with the little girl on his neck. Wasn't she in the newspaper recently?" "Which one?" "That's the little hero who bravely fought the enemy on the train. Look at her hair, curly just like in the newspaper. Oh wow, it's really her. She looks even cuter in person than in the pictures. I heard her family isn't just proud of her being a hero. Recently, they donated some of their bonus money to the country. There's even a photo of her mother in the newspaper. Wow, she looks so beautiful. And she's very brave, too." It's true, becoming a little celebrity is pretty nice. Pan Pan is sitting on Hu Shan's shoulders, and on the way, people are offering her white rabbit candies. Even when they go to the department store to ask an old craftsman to help with leatherwork. "Hey, isn't that our little railway hero?" The old craftsman laughs happily. "My son was also on the train that day. If it weren't for our little darling, who knows what could have happened? Come, come, have some malted milk drink. I want to make a good pair of boots for our little hero. Pan Pan. She hasn't been to the city in a long time and didn't expect to be treated so well. She didn't want anyone's malted milk drink. She drinks it a lot at home, so she isn't craving snacks from others. But she can't help but sigh softly. Being a hero is really great. I want to be one again. Everyone around laughs happily. After finishing choosing clothes and shoes, Pan Pan turns around happily and says to Hu Qingshan and the others, "Let's go to the newspaper office now. Otherwise, they'll be closed by the time we get there." Fengtian Daily Newspaper Office. When Pan Pan and the others arrived, reporter Yang Shu was feeling worried. Actually, he had already developed the group photo from that day. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. They wanted the photo, and he could send it to the family compound or have someone deliver it.
But
Jia Yuanzhou wanted the photo, which made things a bit complicated. He couldn't just send the photo to Yanquan Mountain. And even if he did, what if they didn't accept it? What if, after all this, the old General Zhai's family wasn't happy? Hearing that Hu Qingshan's family was visiting, Yang Shu quickly jumped up and went out to greet them. Looking at Yang Shu, Pan Pan couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Reporter, are you worried about the photos?" Yang Shu was surprised. He didn't expect Pan Pan to notice.
yes,
It's true. As a young reporter, I wouldn't dare send things to Ichuan Mountain. Little Jia Yuanzhou is young, and his family might not know about this. If they think it involves revealing the address, at most the child will say a few words. I can't take that responsibility. Hu Qingshan listened and agreed. After all, not everything sent from outside can be delivered to Ichuan Mountain. Pan Pan blinked mischievously. She guessed it. Yang Shu was indeed having trouble. When they took the group photo, Pan Pan didn't realize Hu Qingshan's other identity, so she didn't think about the photo sending issue.
now.
She definitely needed to do something. This way, she could naturally sneak in a little private message when sending the photos. She was a genius. Pan Pan looked up, her big eyes shining as if she might drop shiny beans at any moment. "Daddy, Brother Yuanzhou called me a few days ago. He asked if I had sent the photos. If it's inconvenient for the uncle reporter, can we send them instead? We're part of the military district and Grandpa Zhai knows me, so it might be easier to send the letter." Hu Qingshan was slightly taken aback. This was a good idea. He hadn't thought about getting too close to the Zhai family. If they got too close, it might look like they were trying to use his daughter's fame to climb up. And that Jia Yuanzhou, he was always sticking to his daughter. Hu Qingshan felt a bit annoyed and cautious as a father. But then he looked down and saw his daughter's hopeful eyes. The little girl pouted, looking upset, as if she might cry any second. Hu Qingshan sighed inwardly. He could handle anything in life, but he couldn't handle his daughter's pleading eyes. It was just sending a photo, not a big deal. As long as his daughter was happy, everything else didn't matter. Okay. Hu Qingshan surrendered. "Listen to Pan Pan. We'll send it later. From the military district. Even if you want to send it yourself, Dad has no objection."
Yay.
"Dad, you're so kind." Pan Pan's wish was fulfilled. She hugged Hu Qingshan's neck and gave her dad a kiss on the cheek. She quietly exchanged a look with Pan Pan. Everything is going smoothly. Next, it was time for a family photo. Zhu Yunshu smiled and said, "All right, let's send it." Today has been a special day, taking family photos at the photo studio, and now we're getting the pictures. The big worry in Yang Shu's heart, when he heard that Hu Qingshan said it could be sent from the military district, finally settled. Hearing Zhu Yunshu say this, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Captain He, Comrade Zhu, you've helped me a lot. How can I let you go to the photo studio? Let's just take the photos here. Our newspaper has a camera and a photo developing place. We can develop them right now." Zhu Yunshu had already gotten used to checking with Pan Pan first when something happened. This clever little girl was really quite smart. Many things he wouldn't have thought of without her. Pan Pan quietly nodded and then hugged Hu Qingshan's military pants. "Dad, I don't want to run around anymore. Uncle Reporter, please print one more for us. I want one in the album and one in a frame." Yang Shu, "No problem, Hu Qingshan." He wanted to refuse, but his daughter had already agreed. Forget it. The tempting offer was too good to pass up. Yang Shu warmly invited the family of 3 into the small room at the newspaper office used for taking photos. Come on, Captain, he stand in the middle. Sister-in-law, stand over here. Pick up little Pan. Yes, just like that. Yang Shu raised the camera and aimed at the 3 in the viewfinder. Look here, smile. 1, 2, 3. He Qingshan was actually not used to smiling. He rarely took photos before and never took family photos. Old Third's family didn't pay much attention to him, so how could they take a picture with him? But now it was different. He was holding his wife and daughter, feeling more fulfilled than ever.
This
was his family. He couldn't help but show a gentle smile. A sharp click sounded. The shutter was pressed, freezing the moment in time. Because Yang Shu felt grateful, she worked even harder. Soon the new photos were developed. In the photos, Qingshan was holding the mother and daughter, with a gentle look and a slight smile on his lips. For someone who usually kept a cold face, this was a rare sight. If these photos were shown to Qingshan soldiers, they might be very surprised. On the way home, Pan and Zhu Yunshu sat in the back seat. They secretly looked at the fresh photos they had just received. Pan carefully examined the photos of Qingshan and Jia Yuanzhou, then compared them side by side. At first, she didn't notice anything, but when she looked closely, she was shocked. You really can't deny it. Genes do seem to have some truth. Qingshan and Jia Yuanzhou, the uncle and nephew, not only had similar facial features, but also looked at the camera in a similar way. They really resembled each other. Pan guessed that if Jia Yuanzhou's father stood next to Qingshan, he might look even more alike. If General Zhai or his wife saw this, they wouldn't be able to react calmly. Pan held the envelope and stamps Yang Shu had prepared, a small smile on her lips. She was just a little kid, holding so many photos. It was quite reasonable to accidentally include a family photo when mailing the pictures. Having received the new family photo and the pictures with her friends, Pan felt very happy. As soon as she got home, she started to prepare. Daddy, where are my pencils? I want to write a letter to Brother Yuanzhou. Qingshan. Hearing about the letter, he felt a little jealous. Sweetheart, why didn't you write to me when you were in Gusu? Pan. No, her dad was jealous over such a small thing. She was doing something important. Helping him find his relatives was a serious matter. Although, Qingshan didn't know any of this. But what did it matter? The little girl looked serious, giving Qingshan a helpless look, resting her chubby chin on her hand, and calmly said, You wouldn't understand. When you are as old as I am, you'll understand. Qingshan. Seeing his little daughter so small but full of spirit, he couldn't help but smile and turned to Zhu Yunshu. Who did she learn that from? Zhu Yunshu looked up at the sky. Who knows? Which kind of fairy could teach such a little treasure? Pan smiled happily, quietly thinking to herself. Of course, it must be the god of short videos. She wasn't busy arguing with her parents now. The most important thing was to send the photos quickly. When their family of 3 returned, it was already a bit late. Soon, the uncles in the courtyard, who could send mail, would be off work. Pon's hands still couldn't quite control themselves, and her writing was crooked. Brother Yuanzhou, I am Pan. Uncle reporter doesn't dare send things to Ichuan Mountain, so I am sending this to you. Maybe next time we can catch some enemies together. Seeing the writing on Pon's letter, Qingshan raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't expect his little girl to be so bold, wanting to catch enemies too. Hopefully, she won't really turn out like Wang Jiangwo said. In the end, her daughter probably has more medals than him. After finishing the letter, Pan folded the paper carefully, then took out a few photos, counting them one by one. This one is for Brother Yuanzhou, this one is mine, and this one is for Brother Lidong. She counted while secretly glancing at Qingshan with the corner of her eye. Her dad kept watching her, so she couldn't hide her secret stash. The little girl pretended to be busy and clumsily pressed the family photo under the letter. Qingshan watched her busy and chaotic look and couldn't help but smile. He was about to step over and help. I'll help you. I'll take it to send later. Before he finished speaking and just took a step forward, Zhu Yunshu, sitting nearby, suddenly let out an ouch, covering her stomach and frowning tightly. Huashan, I don't feel very well in my stomach. Hua Qingshan's attention immediately shifted. He hurried over to Zhu Yunshu, nervously supporting her. What's wrong? Did you get caught in the wind outside today? Should we go to the clinic and check? Zhu Yunshu leaned on him, weakly shook her head and said, I think I just caught a cold. It's an old problem. I'll rest in my room for a while, and I'll be fine. Hua Qingshan looked at Zhu Yunshu's weak appearance and no longer cared about Pan. He carefully helped Zhu Yunshu back to her room and found a thin blanket for her. Then he rushed into the kitchen like the wind. Yunshu, should I make you some red sugar water with a boiled egg? The sound of clattering soon came from the kitchen. In the living room, Pan watched her dad busy in the kitchen and secretly gave Zhu Yunshu a thumbs up. She thought, it has to be her mom. Zhu Yunshu, lying on the bed, winked playfully at her. Mother and daughter worked together. Hiding something from dad was easy for them. Pan let out a small sigh of relief and quickly took the opportunity to reorganize the photos inside the envelope. She carefully placed the family photo in the middle, then sealed the envelope tightly, put on a stamp, and drew a big smiley face on it. This way, Jia Yuanzhou would recognize it as his own letter at a glance. After finishing everything, she clapped her hands and relaxed. Watching her dad busy in the background, Pan felt a tiny bit of guilt. She had also thought about telling Hua Qingshan. After thinking for a long time, she decided not to. She knew very well that Hua Qingshan was a person with a cold exterior, but a warm heart. Maybe because he lacked parental love when he was young and longed for family, but also avoided it. Even felt a bit afraid. In short, he was a bit complicated. His family background was a thorn in his heart. He loved her unreservedly because of his past. But this unconditional love was actually a form of compensation. He also longed to receive the same unconditional love from his parents. If she told him directly, he would definitely miss his biological parents very much and want to find them. But on the other hand, with his proud personality, he would worry that if he pushed too hard to find his parents, they might not like him. He might fear that someone could erase his past efforts because of their blood relation. When General Zhai was coming to see her, Hua Qingshan didn't even plan to stay at home or meet the old man. This shows that he is a bit too honest. He is so straightforward, yet still wants to recognize family. He probably would get tangled up over it all by himself. It's better to hide it from him for now. Send the photo first, and let the Zhai family come to find her. Then all the problems will just disappear. Pan sneakily slipped out to send a letter. She was thinking to herself, once the photo is sent, there shouldn't be any more issues. She has already handled everything on her side. Next, it depends on Jia Yuanzhou. Thinking of the call Jia Yuanzhou made earlier, Pan squinted slightly, recalling the uncle he mentioned, Jia Yuliang. The little girl with her hands behind her back looked serious, like an adult. This Jia Yuliang probably doesn't have pure intentions toward the Zhai family. He might judge them unfairly, seeing her family as rivals. He could even come to investigate them. Fortunately, she discovered her father's background early. If Jia Yuliang and his people had started investigating and saw her father's photo, they might even resort to sneaky tricks. Things should be better now. It's just a letter. Jia Yuanzhou has been waiting for it every day. There shouldn't be any surprises. Mother Zhu Yunshu was from Suzhou. Her family background wasn't considered good, as she was the granddaughter of Zhu Nanshan, a wealthy capitalist. She was, in fact, a young lady from a capitalist family. A capitalist's daughter? Jia Yuliang frowned, lifted his teacup, and took a sip, his mind quickly turning over the thought. Wasn't it her family that was praised in the People's Daily recently for voluntarily donating their dividends? No wonder the name Pan sounded so familiar to me. But since the newspaper didn't publish any photos, I had no idea what she looked like. The People's Daily was different from the Fengtian Daily. The People's Daily reported the story first, but since Zhu Yunshu and her daughter weren't in the capital, there was no way to take their picture. So, although Jia Yuliang had read the article, he had no clear idea of what Pan looked like. What really occupied his thoughts was Hu Qingshan. This little girl's father turned out to be a regimental commander in the army? That was serious. Most of old General Zhai's connections were in the army, especially in the northeast, where his influence was strong and his former students and subordinates were everywhere. Zhai Yuliang regretted that, when he was younger, he had been too afraid and unwilling to join the army. Because of that, he had missed the chance to make a name for himself. Now, years later, regret was useless. Seeing that he had achieved nothing in recent years, he had even thought about asking his father to use his connections to get him a comfortable position in the military, just to hold some kind of official title. And his son, Zhai Junfeng, wasn't he quite favored by the old lady of the family? If the old man could give him more support, then with the help of those connections in the northeast, wouldn't his future be bright? But now, suddenly, Pan Pan had appeared out of nowhere and even saved Zhai Yuanzhou's life. And Pan Pan's father was a regimental commander. Wasn't this like taking food straight from his bowl? Zhai Yuliang immediately felt uneasy. He asked casually that Hu Qingshan, how old is he? Yuli curled her lips. Quite young. I heard he's only 24. It seems their division headquarters is very willing to train him.
24.
So young. A regimental commander at such an age, if he connected with the old man, he might soon be promoted to deputy division commander. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his heart sank. He asked in shock, 24? You mean he's only 24 this year? Yulia asked curiously. What's wrong? Zhai Yuliang's face darkened. Suddenly, he remembered General Zhai's lost son, a long-standing regret. If he were still alive, wouldn't he be about this age? This thought came to mind, and Zhai Yuliang felt uncomfortable all over. How lucky is this Hu Qingshan? His age is similar to that of the old man's late son, and they even share a character in their names. Most importantly, his daughter has curly hair. If the old lady sees it, she would definitely like it a lot. As people get older, they tend to like these kinds of coincidences. Especially since the old lady has been acting strangely lately, sometimes even staring at Zhai Junfeng's artificial curls with a dazed look. If the old lady saw this, it would be a big problem. The old master has always missed his son who died young, and the old lady's spirits have been low because of this. If they start thinking about this age and these coincidences, and even consider making Hu Qingshan their adopted son, all the resources in the northeast that the old master has. And what about Zhai Yuliang himself? And his son Zhai Junfeng? They might not even get a sip of tea. The more Zhai Yuliang thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He slammed his teacup onto the table and complained to Yulia, Yuanzhou is still young and naive. He was easily fooled by a few words. As his uncle, I can't just watch him be tricked. Look at these children of capitalists. They always seem to have ulterior motives and are very cunning. Maybe this so-called brave fight against enemies is just their family's scheme, aiming to get close to us and pave the way for Hu Qingshan. Yulia also got anxious when she heard this. She was hoping her husband and son could get some benefits from the old master. What should we do then? Recently, Zhai Yuanzhou keeps talking about Pan Pan every day, saying he's waiting for her photos to arrive. Isn't that Pan Pan also curly-haired? If the old lady sees it, it would be a big problem. She would definitely treat her as her precious, insisting on seeing her in person. We can't keep running to Ichuan Mountain every day. I feel that recently, Zhai Yuanzhou has been looking at us differently, almost like he's guarding against thieves. Zhai Yuliang irritably waved his hand. He's just a kid. What does he know? He quickly came up with an idea. I'll tell Junfeng to keep a close watch. He's still young, so if the photos really arrive, he should find a chance to tear them up or hide them. If he's caught, adults won't do anything to him. Just say he's playing around and doesn't understand. Thinking about Hu Qingshan's age, Pan Pan's curly hair, and Lao Xiong Mountain. All these clues together made Zhai Yuliang feel more and more uneasy. He leaned close to Li's ear, lowered his voice, and looked sinister. Tell your dad to use his connections and thoroughly investigate Hu Qingshan. Find out who he really is, where he grew up, who his parents are. I want everything clear, at his age, with my daughter looking like an old lady and near Lao Xiong Mountain. I just feel this is too coincidental. I need to find out the truth. or I won't feel at ease. Yuli nodded heavily, showing a fierce look on her face. Don't worry, I'll handle this. I can't just watch our Zhai family's things fall into others' hands. Recently, Zhai Yuanzhou felt very annoyed. The source of his frustration was his cousin, Zhai Junfeng. Usually, they weren't very close. When they met, they just nodded, rarely talking. It was fine when he returned from Fengtian, but not long after, Zhai Junfeng changed completely. He started sticking to him, like a shadow, every day. He often used visiting Grandma as an excuse to stay at Ichuan Mountain. He would follow him to the yard to play. He would follow him when he visited Grandma. Even when he wanted to read quietly alone, Zhai Junfeng would bring a small stool and sit next to him, asking, Brother Yuanzhou, what are you reading? He just wanted to be left alone. What made him even more upset was his annoying uncle and aunt, Zhai Yuliang and Yuli. They had been visiting the old house more often lately. Every time they came, they didn't bring nothing, carrying all sorts of gifts and snacks, making his grandma smile happily. After entertaining Grandma, they would start talking about random things in front of her. Their words implied that people from wealthy backgrounds, especially capitalists, had dirty thoughts and had done many shameful things before. They also said that several capitalists wanted to donate their profits to avoid government policies. Now, some people out there look friendly, but secretly they are full of bad ideas. Especially those former capitalists. They may act humble now, but they are not honest inside. Zhai Yuanzhou rolled his eyes at this nonsense. What a bunch of rubbish. He was young, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that when he mentioned Pan last time, Zhai Yuliang probably found out about Ponpon's family and was worried Grandma might want to see her, trying to get an early look. It's true that some other people from wealthy families wanted to donate profits. But Ponpon's family was different. Although Ponpon's mom was a wealthy lady, they were the first to donate all their money to the country. And it was Ponpon's idea. They weren't the kind of people Zhai Yuliang described. People's backgrounds aren't something they can choose, so how can you judge them all the same? Every time he wanted to speak up and argue, Zhai Yuliang would shut him down with that annoying tone. You're still young. You don't understand society. Uncle is doing this for your good. Grandpa was usually busy, coming home early and leaving early after returning from Fengtian. He rarely saw him, and there was no chance to complain. Grandma, being older, sometimes felt good, sometimes not, and she liked seeing the younger ones get along peacefully. If he argued with his uncle and aunt, Grandma would definitely be upset, and her health might get worse. Zhai Yuanzhou sighed, feeling very frustrated inside. He wished Pan were here. Pan was so smart, she would surely have a way to deal with that annoying uncle. Just thinking of her made him miss her even more. He goes to the guardroom at the main gate every day, without fail to ask if there is any mail for him. But every time he moves, Zhai Junfeng, the little follower, immediately follows him. Sister Pan specifically told him to send photos of their father and to hide the fact that they took pictures together from Zhai Yuliang's family. Now, Zhai Junfeng is watching him every day, so he can't even find a chance to send photos to Pan. After all, once Zhai Junfeng goes home, he won't be able to send things quietly anymore. Waiting is very frustrating. These days, Zhai Yuanzhou keeps thinking of a way to shake off Zhai Junfeng. Finally, he found an opportunity. That afternoon, Zhai Junfeng seemed to be tired of playing. He was lying on the sofa, nodding his head slowly. Zhai Yuanzhou's eyes lit up. He held his breath, then ran quickly straight to the guardroom at the door. Hello, Uncle. He poked his little head in and asked the guard on duty, panting. Uncle, today, is there any mail for me? From Fengtian, and do you have any envelopes? I want to send a letter to my friend. He had been asking every day these past few days, and the guards in the guardroom all recognized him. The guard looked at him and smiled. Ah, it's you again, little guy. Asking every day, just missing your little friends. Zhai Yuanzhou scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. He had already lost hope after so many days of disappointment. He was almost used to it. But just as he was about to turn and leave, the guard suddenly called out to him. Hey, wait a moment. The guard turned around, rummaged through a file basket on the nearby table, then looked at the register. Guess what? There really is your letter today. Jia Yuanzhou suddenly turned around, eyes wide, heart pounding wildly. Really? Did it really come today? The guard was amused by his reaction. Why would I lie? But all mail sent here has to be checked. You'll have to wait a little longer. The guard looked at the envelope on the table, which had a big smiley face drawn on it, clearly sent by a child. He smiled, picked up the envelope, checked it briefly, and then handed it to Jia Yuanzhou. The envelope has your name on it, and the return address is from the Fengtian military district. It should be from your friend. Okay. No problem, here you go. Also, there's the envelope and the stamp. Remember to write the full address clearly. Jia Yuanzhou's eyes sparkled. A photo. A photo of Pan, and a group photo of them. He wanted to show it to his grandma. He also wanted to put it in a frame and place it on his desk in his room. And there's the envelope, too. He went back to write the address, so he could send it to Pan. He tried to hold back his excitement and politely saluted the guard. Thank you, uncle. After saying that, he clutched the envelope and ran back quickly. Grandma was still taking a nap, so he wanted to go to his room and open it. He had to be careful not to let the annoying person find out. However, before he could run far, a voice came from nearby. Where did you just go? Jia Junfeng was standing a little distance away, looking at him suspiciously. Brother, what did you get from outside? Can I see it? Jia Yuanzhou's heart started pounding. This little brother, Jia Junfeng, had been sticking to him these days. Could it be that he didn't want Grandma to see Pan? Does he not want Pan to take his attention? Jia Yuanzhou kept a serious face, took a step back, and tucked the envelope into his waistband behind him. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you. I'm going back to my room. Just as he turned to run, he felt a force grab his coat and pull him toward the envelope he was trying to hide. Jia Junfeng's voice rang out. Brother, Dad told me to watch you, so you don't get influenced by outsiders. This is mine. Jia Junfeng loudly said, Is that Pan who gave it to you? My dad said her family background isn't good. You always play with her and that might spoil you. Hearing this, Jia Yuanzhou was unhappy. Little sister Pan is a hero. The country gave her and her mother awards and medals. Your dad is talking nonsense. Jia Junfeng pouted and said, My dad is not talking nonsense. You've been tricked. He told me to watch over you and not let anyone spoil you. Our family can't play with the children of capitalists. Hand it over. Go away. Don't touch my letter. 2 children, about 6 or 7 years old, were chasing and pulling at each other in the yard. Jia Yuanzhou was a little stronger than Jia Junfeng, but he had to protect the envelope in his arms, so he was stuck and couldn't move freely. Jia Junfeng was slippery like a fish, constantly reaching for the envelope in his arms. Let go. If you don't, I'll hit you. Jia Yuanzhou was furious. Jia Junfeng dodged while provoking him. Go ahead and hit me. Are you going to fight your own cousin over a family friend's daughter? Just wait and see what you look like now. Jia Yuanzhou's eyes turned red with anger. He suddenly grabbed Junfeng's hair and pulled him back. I told you, Pan is not a bad person. She's 100 times better than you. The newspaper said she found a bomb and saved the whole bus. And you? All you do is steal from others. So what? My dad said it's all lies. Capitalists are the best at lying. Junfeng grimaced in pain but still held tightly to the corner of the envelope. The noise between the children soon woke Grandma Jia inside the house. She was resting, but was disturbed by the noise outside. Why is it so noisy outside? A guard peeked out and quickly reported, Grandma, Yuanzhou and Junfeng seem to be fighting. Hearing this, Grandma lost her sleep completely. She shakily sat up from her bed. Hurry, help me get up and see. Why are these 2 little ones fighting for no reason? The guard helped Grandma up and they went outside. Outside, the fight between the 2 children quickly got worse. It's much harder to protect a letter from being torn than to tear it apart directly. Jia Yuanzhou was both angry and anxious, and he punched Jia Junfeng hard in the stomach. Jia Junfeng seemed determined to tear the letter apart, fighting with all his strength. Suddenly, a clear ripping sound was heard. The precious letter in Jia Yuanzhou's arms was torn in half instantly. The photos and letter inside were ripped into two pieces and fell to the ground. Zhai Yuanzhou's eyes widened in shock. He stared blankly at the torn letter and scattered photos on the ground, feeling stunned. The letter from Sister Panpan. Photos of Sister Panpan with her friends. All of it was destroyed. A fierce anger burst from Zhai Yuanzhou's heart to his head. You dare! He was so angry that he looked like a small lion, rushing forward and kicking Zhai Junfeng hard. I told you to tear it. I told you to take it. You owe me my photos. You owe me. Zhai Junfeng was kicked back several steps, but he didn't look scared. Instead, a sly and proud smile appeared in his eyes. He caught a glimpse of his grandmother being helped out of the house by the guards. Zhai Junfeng silently thought to himself, then looked at the bench in the yard where he was resting. He deliberately adjusted his position, leaning forward as if to fall toward the bench, following the force of Yuanzhou's kick. His forehead hit the bench and was cut open, blood flowing down his face. Oh no! Junfeng's head is bleeding. Oh no! Yuanzhou hurt Junfeng. Hearing the commotion, Zhai Junfeng lay on the ground, closing his eyes and pretending to faint. From afar, he heard the old lady's voice.
Hey,
where's the nurse? Junfeng is bleeding a lot. Come quickly. Hearing this, Zhai Junfeng felt a little proud inside. Sure enough, what his parents said was right. He remembered what his parents told him a few days ago when they asked him to tear the letter. At that time, he was quite scared. He wondered if tearing the photo and envelope would make the old lady dislike him. Would it backfire? Yuli gently patted his head, speaking softly, but her eyes held a hint of calculation. Silly child, how could Grandma dislike you? Even though you're not her biological grandson, she has watched you grow up. Things like tearing photos and envelopes are just small fights among children in adults' eyes. The more Zhai Yuanzhou cares about it, the more he loses. Remember, if you fight him, never really hurt him. It's better if he hurts you instead. At that moment, Zhai Yuli added, Your mom is right. The more you get hurt, the more Grandma will feel sorry for you. When that happens, you should insist you don't want the heir of that business family to influence our Zhai family's children. If Zhai Yuanzhou makes a move or hurts you, in the eyes of the old man and lady, it's like he's disregarding family for outsiders. In the end, you won't be the one to suffer. Thinking of these words, Zhai Junfeng almost didn't feel the pain on his forehead anymore. He lay on the ground pretending to be dizzy, secretly watching the approaching crowd with his remaining eye. There was also the worried old lady. She saw Zhai Yuanzhou kick him and cause him to hit his head. Now, he just needed to act innocent and pitiful. Oh my, what's happening? Hurry,
call the paramedics.
Junfeng's head is bleeding.
Coming.
The injury looks serious. At this moment, Zhai Yuanzhou was completely scared stiff. He never expected that after kicking Zhai Junfeng, he would bleed so much. Seeing Junfeng's head covered in blood and recalling his torn photo, a flood of feelings, hurt, fear, anger, rushed over him. Zhai Yuanzhou couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Woo-woo. He took my photo first. Woo-woo. I didn't mean to. Will he die? Woo-woo-woo. The whole yard instantly turned into chaos. Soon, the medic hurried over carrying a first aid kit, squatting down to check and bandage Zhai Junfeng's wound. Zhai Junfeng had long been warned by Yuli that you can't have everything if you don't take risks. This fall was really serious. He half opened his eyes, pretending to be very weak, and looked at Madame Zhai, who was surrounding him. He weakly said, Grandma.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I
just didn't want Brother Yuanzhou to be tricked by that rich kid.
Please.
Don't blame him, it's not his fault. Good boy, don't talk. Let the doctor check you quickly. After comforting Zhai Junfeng, the old lady turned her head, her face darkening as she looked at Yuanzhou, who was still crying nearby. Madame Zhai, Xin Yue, was not an ordinary person. She had gone to school when she was young, carried a gun, and fought in battles, shedding blood. Although she was old now and not in the best spirits, she was not one to spoil children blindly. She didn't mind small fights among children, but if they fought until someone was bleeding and hurt, she couldn't ignore it. Yuan-jo, what's going on? Yuan-jo was so frightened by his grandma's stern tone that he trembled, and his crying quieted. He sniffled and moved closer. Grandma, I didn't mean to. Please don't be angry. I just tore the photo. I was so angry. The old lady's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a bit upset. No matter the reason, tearing the photo was wrong. But to beat someone until they were bleeding over a torn photo was even worse. After such an incident, she couldn't just ignore it. The old lady said in a deep voice, I want to see what precious photo is worth you two fighting so fiercely. Her gaze fell on the messy ground. On the ground were two envelopes. One had the mark of Ichuan Mountain and was not torn. The other looked like it was sent from the Fengtian military district and had been torn in half. Clearly, Yuan-jo had received a letter and was planning to send something out. Several photos were scattered on the ground. One photo, not torn, was face up on the grass nearby. The photo shows a young man dressed in a neat navy uniform, standing tall with a confident look and sharp features. This is Jia Yuntao's father, Jia Yuntao. Jia Yuan-jo secretly took this photo from an album, planning to send it to Pan to see. At this moment, Jia Junfeng was helped to stand up. When he saw the photo, he felt happy and immediately said, Yuan-jo brother, how could you send your dad's photo so casually? What if bad people find out about your dad and it affects our family? That would be very bad. After hearing this, the faces of a few guards nearby looked uncomfortable. The Jia family situation is special. Jia Yuntao was sent to Cheongzhou Island, but this was not made public. Yuan-jo, the boy, often talks about Pan's sister all day long. Kids playing together is usually fine. But the girl named Pan comes from a family with a complicated background. Her mother seems to be from a wealthy family. Although some benefits were given and praise was received, the guard still felt it was not quite right. Recently, policies have become stricter. Sending out Jia Yuntao's photo might cause trouble. Old Madame Jia also frowned slightly. She thought Yuan-jo's actions were a bit inappropriate. But seeing her grandson trembling with fear and tears on his face, she softened her heart and didn't want to scold him more. Yuan-jo, Junfeng has a point. You need to be more careful in the future. She sighed, bent down, and tried to pick up the photos on the ground. First, she picked up the intact photo of her eldest son, then the torn envelope. Inside the envelope, there were some fragments of photos. The old lady didn't think much and casually emptied the contents of the envelope. What caught her eye was the left half of a photo. It showed a group of children smiling happily together. She immediately recognized her grandson Yuan-jo and the boy Wang Lidong from the Wang family. The old lady nonchalantly wanted to piece the photo together. But just as she aligned the two halves, her pupils suddenly shrank. On the photo, there were clearly 5 children, and her own grandson was among them. But in that moment, she seemed to see nothing at all. In her eyes, she only saw the little girl surrounded by a group of boys. Bright big eyes, curly hair, looking very much like a beautiful doll. The moment she saw that child, Madame Jia clearly heard her heart pounding like drums. She felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning, and her blood rushed to her head. No, this can't be. This is impossible. Her hands started trembling uncontrollably, and her breathing became rapid. In front of her, it was as if she saw a baby's smiling face in a cradle. That child she once held in her arms, her precious little one, giggling and making a muffled "ma" sound. That child's smile looked just like this. Who is this child? What is her name? Where does she live? Suddenly, Madame Jia turned her head sharply, looking at the letter on the ground and the torn-up photo. Grandma, old Madame. In front of everyone, Madame Jia seemed to have lost her mind. She suddenly broke free from the guard holding her. Ignoring her dirty clothes, she threw herself to the ground, grabbing the other photo and the letter, trying to piece them together. The letter was written in a child's simple handwriting, nothing unusual. The photo was a family portrait. In the picture, a young, handsome officer in army uniform was holding a gentle, beautiful wife. In their arms, they held a small, curly-haired baby. Madame Zhai's gaze fixed intensely on the face of the young officer. Just one look, and her whole body trembled. It looked so much like her. If it weren't for the army uniform, she might have thought it was her eldest son. Her lips moved slightly, but she only let out a scream before she suddenly collapsed backward. Everyone was completely panicked. Old madam. Grandma, hurry. Nurse. The old madam has fainted. The big courtyard at Yichuan Mountain was in chaos. The guard immediately thought of calling General Zhai. But General Zhai was in a meeting and would probably be done in about an hour. The guard was sweating nervously. What should he do? The old lady looked worried. If something serious happened, how could she explain it to the old general? The only son of the old general, Zhai Yuntao, was on Cheongzhou Island. Calling him wouldn't help much. But was Zhai Yuliang, the nephew, living in Beijing? The call was quickly made to Zhai Yuliang's home. At that moment, Zhai Yuliang and his wife, Yuli, were at home. Yuli was holding a cup of tea and proudly said to her husband, "Dad is trying to find out about Hu Qingshan's background. Later, we'll see what kind of person he is." Zhai Yuliang smiled and said, "Let's find out his background. After all, he married a daughter of a wealthy family. We should talk more with the old general and the old lady. I don't believe a young girl can be closer than our handsome phone." Just then, ding, ding, ding. The phone on the other end rang urgently. The guard's anxious voice came through, "Comrade Zhai Yuliang, come quickly to Yichuan Mountain. Zhai Yuanzhou and Zhai Junfeng just fought. Zhai Junfeng is hurt, and the old lady fainted." Zhai Yuliang's mind went blank. He instinctively covered the phone, eyes wide, and looked at his wife. His first reaction wasn't worry. Instead, a wave of uncontrollable joy surged in his heart.
So fast?
His plan had worked. Junfeng really managed to do it. Not only did he fight with Zhai Yuanzhou, but he also made the old lady sick. This was truly divine help. Even though Zhai Yuanzhou was the grandson of the old master, making the grandmother so angry. The old master wouldn't look kindly on him now. Okay, I understand. I'll go right away," Zhai Yuliang said urgently into the phone, pretending to be very anxious. "Take good care of the old lady. Don't let anything happen." After hanging up, he grabbed his coat quickly, unable to hide his happiness.
Quick.
"Yuli, come with me to Yichuan Mountain. Our good son has made a great achievement for us." When Zhai Yuliang and Yuli hurried to Yichuan Mountain, the small courtyard was already in complete chaos. The elderly woman had been carried to the living room bed. The paramedic was giving her emergency aid, checking her pulse and pressing on her neck, working hard and sweating profusely. Zhai Yuanzhou knelt by the bed, his face pale and scared, as if he had lost his soul. When he entered the room, he picked up all the torn photos and paper fragments from the floor, clutching them tightly in his hand, trembling like a leaf. Grandma, wake up. Please, wake up," he cried. "It's all my fault. I won't do it again. Please, Grandma, wake up." His crying was heartbreaking. But Zhai Yuli was secretly happy inside, though her face showed sadness and worry. "Yuanzhou."
"Oh.
How could you make Grandma so upset?" She quickly went to her son Zhai Junfeng, tears in her eyes. "Yuanzhou, I know you want to protect your friends, but Junfeng is your own cousin. How could you be so rough? Now look what happened. Grandma is upset and fainted." You child." People around looked at Yuanzhou with strange expressions. Because of a few photos, he broke his cousin's head. And now, Grandma was so upset she fainted. Yuanzhou cried even harder but couldn't say anything. He just shook his head and kept saying, No. Suddenly, the elderly woman on the bed made a sound and slowly woke up. Everyone hurried over.
"Mom."
"You're awake. Madam, how do you feel?" Although she was awake, her eyes were unfocused, as if she couldn't see anyone around her. She suddenly screamed, "Xiaoshan, my child, my Xiaoshan." She waved her arms wildly, as if searching for something. "Where did my child go?" Where did you hide my child? Bring him to see me. Quickly, my child. Everyone's faces changed. Is Grandma having another fit? Oh, dear. Yuanzhou, you really. Grandma has only been better for a few days, and now she's having her old problem again. At this moment, Zhai Junfeng saw his chance. He leaned weakly into Yuli's arms and, in a soft, sad voice, spoke with a hint of grievance. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. The guard scratched his head, recalling a small detail from earlier. When the old lady passed by, she was fine. She picked up a photo from the ground and looked at it briefly, then seemed to go crazy. She rushed over to pick up the remaining broken pieces. I don't know what she saw. General Zhai's gaze instantly fixed on the pile of muddy photo fragments on the table. They weren't just a few kids' photos, but a family portrait? Zhai gently moved the muddy fragments, aligning them on the table. Then, in the next second, he froze completely. His eyes stared tightly at the torn, reconstructed family photo, and his breathing quickened. On that broken picture, a young, handsome military officer in army uniform was holding his wife and daughter, Pan Pan, smiling at the camera. Zhai immediately recognized that this young officer looked very much like his eldest son, Zhai Yuntao, about 80 or 90% similar. This was Pan Pan's father. He had heard his name before. Suddenly, an incredible thought flashed through Zhai's mind. Could it be that Pan Pan's father was the child he lost? As this thought arose in his mind, Zhai Weiguo suddenly looked up and saw his wife lying in bed. Xin Yue was half-sitting, tears streaming down her face as she reached out to him, crying out,
Child.
My child has come back. Where did you hide my little Sean? I just saw him a moment ago. No wonder his wife only glanced at the photo and was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, causing her to faint. He once thought that after rescuing his grandson from Fengtian and hearing Yuanzhou say, Uncle's spirit is protecting him, he could gradually let go of his worries. But when he saw that torn, muddy family photo, and when he saw that young officer's kind and familiar face, Zhai Weiguo heard his heart pounding wildly again. He knew Pan Pan's father. He knew he was a very outstanding young officer, possibly named Hu Qingshan. He and Zhu Yunshu, even if their child saved Yuanzhou, did not take credit or try to use the child to connect themselves to anything. Looking at his face, which resembled Zhai Yuntao by about 70%, and then at the small curly-haired child in his arms, Pan Pan. Even if Zhai Weiguo was a fool, he could tell what was going on. No wonder he felt so close whenever he saw Pan Pan. No wonder Yuanzhou always wanted to play with that child whenever he saw her. He originally thought it was some mysterious fate, but it was actually because Pan Pan was his own granddaughter. His son, who was thrown into the cold river of Old Bear Mountain by enemies, was alive. He was young, became a squad leader on his own, married, had a daughter, and built a happy family. Am I really not dreaming? Zhai Weiguo felt blood rush to his head, and he felt dizzy and unsteady. Many emotions surged in his chest, making it hard for him to speak. The nearby guards quickly supported him. Old General, what's wrong with you? Take it slow. Be careful with your health. At this moment, not only the people around noticed something was wrong, but Zhai Yuliang also sensed it. What's going on? Just now, the old lady fainted after seeing these photos. Why does the old general react the same way, his body trembling, face flushed, emotions intense? Yuanzhou looked up with blurry eyes at his grandfather, a bit confused. He was worried about his grandmother earlier, and when his grandfather arrived, he was also worried about getting punished for a mistake. He was so preoccupied that he didn't even get a chance to look at the photos he had picked up. Now, he saw the photo his grandfather had just pieced together.
Huh? Is this
Pan Pan's family photo? Yuanzhou was stunned. During the award ceremony, he mostly focused on Pan Pan. He only saw her father's side profile and felt a strange familiarity and closeness. Now, looking at this family photo, he felt a bit dazed. He reached out, took a photo of his father from a few years ago, and held it next to the family photo, confused, and said, Huh? No wonder I felt so close back then. I hoped that Papa Pan Pan and my dad looked alike. Everyone, Jia Yuliang and Yu Li, for a moment, everyone in the room seemed to have a sudden shock. Before Jia Yuanzhou spoke, no one dared to step forward, afraid they might see something they shouldn't. But after hearing this, everyone moved closer to General Zhai, leaning in to look at the photo. Oh my, is this young man in the army? He looks so much like Yun Tao. Did you see that little girl? Her hair. Isn't it just like the old ladies? Wow. What's going on? Could it be? No wonder the old lady woke up crying for her son. Who wouldn't think of that when they see this? Where is this young man from? Jia Yuanzhou was stunned and instinctively replied, he's Ponpon's dad. Their base is near Old Bear Mountain. Oh my god. Only then did Jia Yuanzhou realize what was happening and shout in surprise. Grandpa, do you remember? When Pan Pan was at the farm, she said her curly hair came from her dad. She almost got accused because of that feature. Could Ponpon's dad be Uncle? Old Bear Mountain, a young man in his 20s with curly hair. These clues together formed an incredible conclusion. Is this the missing child from the Zhai family all those years ago? General Zhai trembled with excitement, then suddenly slapped himself hard twice. I'm so stupid. When I went to see Pan Pan, I should have also met her parents. Why didn't I realize it when I was at the farm? If I had just met her once. Just one look, and I would have recognized she was my child. Zhai General was eager and said, Medic, watch over Grandma. I'm taking Yuanzhou tomorrow. No, immediately. We're going to phone Tian right now, and then call Yun Tao to tell him his brother has been found. This time, thanks to Yuanzhou and Pan Pan's good relationship, and also thanks to Pan Pan for including this photo. Otherwise, I might still be unaware that my own child is so close by. Now, everyone who earlier looked at Jia Yuanzhou with suspicion suddenly changed their minds. Look at that. Yuanzhou is such a sensible kid. This kid said he only met once and felt close right away. Maybe he just had doubts, which is why he thought of sending the photo to find out more. Luckily, the photo wasn't destroyed. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't know when he could find his family. Tell me, why did Jun Feng act so foolish? He just snatched and tore the photo. If it had been ruined, that would be a big problem. If he thought it was inappropriate, he should have just talked to the old lady or the guard to review the content. In these words, only the faces of 3 people and the surrounding crowd looked out of place. That naturally was Jia Yuliang and his family of 3. Zhai Junfeng's face was already pale from blood loss. He had been happily lying in bed, feeling proud listening to others criticize Jia Yuanzhou.
But now,
that Pan Pan girl's father was actually the missing child of the old general? No one knew better than Zhai Junfeng how important that boy, Xiao Shan, was to the Zhai family. Since he was born, his main job was to act as a stand-in for that child in the old lady's eyes, to bring benefits to the family. Now that the real owner has been found, and he, the scheming stand-in, almost destroyed the photo. Could he still get any benefits? Jia Yuliang was completely frozen. His mind was buzzing, and he couldn't react for a long time.
How could this be?
He remembered hearing from Yu Li about Hu Qingshan's age, and when he connected the scattered clues about Old Bear Mountain and the curly hair, he felt a sudden unease. Back then he thought, no way, it couldn't be that coincidental. But he never expected that this unease would turn into reality. That child, wasn't he thrown into the river by enemy agents? And he's actually alive. Not only did he survive, but he also became a regiment commander in the army at a young age because of his own skills. Jia Yuliang felt his hands and feet turn cold, and a chill ran through his heart. Hu Qingshan is the son of an old general. The connections and influence that the general built up over many years in the Northeast all seemed to be focused on him. He had previously tried hard to make Zhai Junfeng, his son, please the old lady, hoping that the old general would see him as a relative and help him get a good position in the army. Now, the main person has returned. What chance does his distant nephew have? All his plans and schemes from before are now like illusions, completely gone. Even worse, just a few minutes ago, he was feeling proud that his plan had succeeded. He thought that if Junfeng and Yuanzhou fought, tore up that letter, and made Junfeng look hurt and pitiful, He could make the old man and old lady see the Panpan family as scheming and untrustworthy. Now, what's happening? Hu Qingshan has suddenly become the long-lost son of the old general. That little girl named Panpan has gone from being a capitalist's descendant to the old general's real granddaughter. Even if these two are wrong in many ways, in the eyes of old General Zhai, they are treasures that are hard to find again. And what about lowering their good impression? It's probably only their family's good reputation that's being damaged. Now his son, Zhai Junfeng, has gone from being a victimized, pitiful child to the main culprit who almost destroyed the key token of their family reunion and blocked the family's happiness. Zhai Yuliang listened to the gossip around him, from initially blaming Yuanzhou to now blaming Junfeng for being immature. He only felt his scalp tingle and cold sweat break out layer by layer. Most importantly, this wasn't really an accident. Junfeng really was the one he encouraged. If someone took Junfeng aside to ask him a few questions, and Junfeng told the truth, he would be finished. He racked his brains, trying to find a chance to quickly defend his son. They say they are kind-hearted, just worried that Yuanzhou might be tricked, or that the Zhai family's reputation could be affected. However, he tried several times to speak up, but just couldn't find the right moment. Congratulations. Congratulations, old master. Yes, this is truly a happy event. Zhai Weiguo was surrounded by people, all congratulating him on his unexpected recovery. But right now, the old man's eyes and heart were only focused on the torn and pieced-together family photo and on his son who had been lost and found again. He didn't even glance at Zhai Yuliang. Instead, he grabbed Zhai Yuanzhou, whose face was still streaked with tears, and hurriedly headed outside, muttering, "Quick! Call the Fengtian military district now. I need to speak with their commander. Later, have Xiao Shan bring his wife and children here. Let Yue see them. Maybe that will help her get over her worries." The guard nearby kept reminding him, "Sir, slow down, slow down." They were all afraid that the old man might get too excited and fall, or have a health issue like the old lady. The guards and nurses exchanged glances. Inside the house, 2 nurses stayed to care for the old lady, while another carried a medicine box and followed General Zhai. At this moment, everyone inside was trying their best to follow the general. They all rushed out in a crowd. Zhai Yuliang followed behind, watching the old man and Zhai Yuanzhou disappear at the door, feeling anxious and confused. He even forgot about his son, who was still bleeding and lying on the bed inside. Just as he was feeling helpless, a cold hand grabbed his arm. Her face was paler than paper, and she pulled Zhai Yuliang to the back of the group, speaking very softly. "Yuliang, what should we do? My dad is already trying to find out about Hu Qingshan. He said he's checking Hu Qingshan's records, changing records. My old man, he won't find out, right?" In an instant, Zhai Yuliang's face turned even whiter than Yuli.
He almost forgot about this.
Now, everything was really going to be over. If the old man found out that he and his wife were secretly investigating Hu Qingshan, it wouldn't be a joke anymore. Knowing that Jufeng tore the photo, it can be explained as a child's misunderstanding or a good intention gone wrong. It seems Jufeng was worried that Yuanzhou might be influenced by the child of a capitalist, and in a moment of impulse, he made a mistake. It was unintentional. Jufeng is only 6 or 7 years old, so he can be called a child. Even if the old man is unhappy, he wouldn't argue with the child. But if the old man finds out they are secretly investigating the Hu Qingshan family, even secretly checking Hu Qingshan's records, that would be disastrous. The old man would surely think they already knew Hu Qingshan's identity, which is why they are investigating him so carefully. The act of Jufeng tearing the photo can no longer be explained as a child's play. It is clearly an attempt to prevent the father and son from recognizing each other. This is a completely different matter. This is no longer just a family rivalry. It involves character issues, moral corruption, and malicious intent. If the old man gets angry, he might not only refuse to support them, he might even send them and his son-in-law to prison, just out of old grudges. At this point, Zhai Yuliang becomes frantic. He grabs Yuli's hand, trembling as he speaks.
No.
Absolutely not. He quickly whispers to Yuli, we need to think of a plan.
Call your dad right now.
Tell him to stop. We absolutely can't let him actually find Hu Qingshan's records. Hearing her husband say this, Yuli also nearly starts crying. She looks around and lowers her voice. How can I contact my dad? Everything's so chaotic now. The old man just went out to make a call. If we leave now, it's obvious we're hiding something. Who knows if someone is watching us? Besides, how can I contact my dad? Call him from here? That's asking for trouble. Someone might hear what we're saying. So, what do we do? Just wait. Jia Yuliang is so anxious he feels like an ant on a hot pan. If your dad's investigation leaks out, then ours will too. This could be deadly. Yuli, maybe we should wait a bit? It might take some time for your dad to finish the investigation. We can go to his house tonight. It should still be okay. The couple, feeling guilty and nervous, hurriedly discussed their plan. They didn't realize that anyone working as a guard at Yanquan Mountain must have special skills and be quite capable. Not far in front of them, a guard helping the medic carry a first aid kit paused slightly. He pretended to greet someone behind him, tilted his head slightly, and subtly glanced toward Mr. and Mrs. Jia Yuliang. As a veteran general's guard, he was an excellent marksman, very alert. In the noisy environment, he successfully caught the faintest sounds of their conversation. Yuli's father. Investigating Hu Qingshan? Checking the files? Junfeng. Revealing secrets? The guard narrowed his eyes slightly. Could there be some hidden reason behind the recent photo theft? He quietly moved toward General Zhai's direction and whispered, I have urgent news to report to the leader. At 3 p.m., in an alley in Beijing, Yu Xinbang was humming a tune, happily heading home. He felt very pleased. A few days ago, his daughter Yuli had complained for a long time about something. She said a wild leader named Hu Qingshan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He saved Yuanzhou's life and now wanted to get close to the Zhai family. Hearing this, Yu Xinbang also felt uncomfortable. He was just an average official, and his biggest hope was that his daughter's marriage to Jia Yuliang would bring her closer to the Zhai family, so that General Zhai might help him get better official positions in the future. He had worked hard for this goal. Everything was going smoothly, and suddenly, someone like Qing Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. A military leader he didn't know wanted to take the fruit he had carefully cultivated for years? No way. Yu Xinbang sneered inwardly. He decided to investigate Hu Qingshan's background carefully. Moreover, his wife was a capitalist's daughter, which was a bad background. That was a perfect handle to use against him. Although secretly accessing the files of active duty officers was a serious violation, Yu Xinbang was resourceful and bold. Fortunately, Hu Qingshan was just a regular regiment leader, not involved in any top-secret missions, so his files were relatively easy to access. Although files are usually kept secret for most people, for him it was simple because of his Zhai family relative status. He used some money and connections to get it done. He worked hard and finally managed to get a copy of the Hu Qingshan file. This morning, when he mentioned it to his daughter, the file was already on its way. But he is always cautious, so he didn't say much until he had the file in hand. Now that he has it, a big weight is lifted from his heart. He carries a paper bag, returns to his door, takes out his keys, and is about to open the door. Just as he inserts the key into the lock, several shadowy figures suddenly rush out from a nearby corner, like ghosts. Yu Xinbang hasn't yet reacted to what is happening when he feels a huge force from behind, and he is thrown to the ground with a loud thud. His face hits the ground hard, and he feels a sharp pain, seeing stars.
Who are you?
What do you want? Yu Xinbang's pupils shrink suddenly, and his mind goes blank. He instinctively struggles. Let me go. Do you know who I am? My son-in-law is Zhai Yuliang. He's the nephew of General Zhai. If you hurt me, you won't want to live. Let go, he shouts and twists his body. But the people holding him are incredibly strong, like iron clamps, making him unable to move. In the chaos of struggling, the paper file in his coat pocket is torn out. With a ripping sound, the fragile paper bag is torn open. Several copies of the files fall right in front of Yu Xinbang. He is extremely nervous. If others find out he's secretly accessed the files, it could cause big trouble. He instinctively reaches out, grabbing the copies to hide them. But when he sees the paper he has caught, his struggle and curses suddenly stop. The paper in his hand is the first page of the file, with a photo printed on it. The photo shows a young, handsome officer with sharp features and a determined expression. Besides being handsome, there's nothing particularly notable about him. However, seeing the face of that young officer, Yu Xinbang trembled all over and started to shake uncontrollably. He couldn't understand why this young man named Hu Qingshan looked so much like Zhai Yuntao. Zhai Yuntao is the eldest son of General Zhai, an officer in the Navy, whom Yu Xinbang has met before. Although the young man in the photo looks a bit colder and tougher, the shape of his eyebrows and eyes is almost identical to Zhai Yuntao's. A ridiculous and frightening thought suddenly struck Yu Xinbang's mind. Could this Hu Qingshan be the son of General Zhai, who was thrown into the river and lost? He was missing for so many years, everyone thought he was dead. But he might still be alive? In disbelief, Yu Xinbang shakily turned his head. Behind him, several young soldiers in military uniforms held him down. They looked expressionless, with sharp eyes and a strong sense of authority. One of them he recognized. It was clearly a guard from Ichuan Mountain. Yu Xinbang's heart sank to the bottom. Now he had been badly tricked by Yu Li. "Leader, I don't know anything. I was just following orders." The leader didn't even look at Yu Xinbang on the ground. He simply bent down to pick up the scattered copies of the files, then turned to a companion behind him and ordered coldly, "Report to the chief that we've caught the person, and the evidence is complete." General Zhai was standing in front of the phone, his brows tightly furrowed. The operator on the other end looked apologetic and a bit helpless, carefully saying, "Chief, Commander Chen isn't here. He went to the provincial military district headquarters. It seems there's an urgent matter." Did something else happen? He had planned to call Commander Chen to ask him to bring Hu Qingshan over. He had already thought about how to tell Hu Qingshan about his background without shocking him. But unexpectedly, Commander Chen was not there at all. General Zhai asked again, "And what about Chief of Staff Wang Jiangwo?" The operator replied, "Report to the chief." Chief of Staff Wang also went with him. General Zhai felt something was a bit unusual. Both the division commander and the chief of staff had left? Is there a big event happening? Where is Commander Hu Qingshan? Is he here? When mentioning Hu Qingshan, the old general's voice carried a faint hint of pride. The operator hesitated slightly. "Commander Hua. He's about to become deputy division commander. He's also gone to the provincial command." Old General Zhai. Still at the command headquarters? Did something happen? Why would a division commander, a chief of staff, and a soon-to-be promoted deputy division commander all go to the headquarters together? Could it be an urgent military mission? Old General Zhai, who has served in the army all his life, immediately thought of this. If there really was an urgent mission, it would be inappropriate for him to rush back just for family matters and personal affairs. National matters always come first. But his heart still ached. He had just learned that his son, whom he thought had died in the cold river, was actually alive and doing well. He is only 24 years old. At this age, there are only a few deputy division commanders in the entire military district. For a moment, old General Zhai felt a complex mix of emotions. There was pride as a father. His son, even without his support as a general, had managed to make a name for himself through his own ability. But mostly there was deep pain and sorrow. Over the past 20 years, in places he couldn't see, his child had endured so much hardship, suffered so much, shed so much blood and sweat, just to reach this position today. As a father, he hadn't done anything to help him. Just as his emotions surged, the guard outside the door hurried in and whispered a few words into his ear. Old General Zhai's face suddenly changed. He slammed the table with a loud bang, startling everyone in the room. "File transfer." In the next second, the old general's roar echoed throughout the room. "That bastard Yu Xinbang. Where did he get the files? He dares to touch the official records of active duty officers? Does he have a death wish? Is he trying to get himself shot? Everyone around was so scared they didn't dare make a sound. Only Zhai Yuanzhou, who had just been crying, wiped his face in confusion and whispered, "Grandpa, Aunt Yu's father. Why did he check Ponpon's father's files?" General Zhai looked at his grandson's innocent face, feeling even angrier inside. Because they are heartless scoundrels. What else could they be doing by secretly checking the files? Of course, it's to do something bad. Earlier, when the guards reported, the old man had a suspicion. Zhai Yongbang was caught red-handed, which confirmed his guess. Zhai Yuliang's family probably heard about Ponpon's curly hair from Yuanzhou and knew that Hu Qingshan's base was near Laoxiong Mountain, so they started to suspect Hu Qingshan's background. It's definitely true, they guessed it. They guessed that Hu Qingshan is their long-lost son. Thinking of this, General Zhai was so angry he almost burst. He had always taken good care of Zhai Yuliang's family. With Zhai Yuntao away, his nephew was the closest to him, so he loved him more.
And
Juanfeng's little curls also made him feel more fond of him. He often shared extra tickets and good things with Zhai Yuliang's family. He always thought of them when he had something good. But what did they do? They stayed silent, didn't tell him anything, and secretly investigated Hu Qingshan's background. What good intentions could that be? General Zhai suppressed his anger, reached out to pat Zhai Yuanzhou's head. Just as he was about to speak, a few more guards came in outside. "Report to the leader. We've searched Zhai Yuliang's home. There are no other files left, but..." The general asked, "But what?" The guard hesitated, carefully saying, "We found something like hairdressing supplies, the kind used for perms." "Perm solution?" Zhai Yuanzhou's eyes widened. He blurted out, "Juanfeng's hair is permed? No wonder it's stiff. It doesn't feel as soft as Ponpon's little curls." No wonder Uncle Yuliang said Ponpon's hair might be permed. Turns out he was just accusing others. Hearing this, Wei Guo was so angry his chest heaved. He suddenly threw the teacup directly. "Damn it, that scoundrel. I knew something was off. I knew it was suspicious. It turns out that Zhai Junfeng dyed his hair to trick us old folks. Since the old general has lived so long, he immediately understood what the hair dye meant. He suspected that Yuliang's family was trying to use his feelings for Xiaoshan to their advantage, to shift their love and guilt for Xiaoshan onto Zhai Junfeng. If today's incident hadn't happened, those people might have succeeded." Old General Zhai turned to the guard and ordered, "Go and separate Yuliang and his wife for questioning. If they don't say anything, ask Junfeng himself. Also, be polite when talking to the child. Don't scare him. Just ask who told him to tear up the photo." The guard immediately stood straight and replied, "Yes." Not long after, the guard returned with a report. Yuliang and his wife refused to admit anything, insisting the guard had heard wrong and that they hadn't said a word. As for Junfeng, they were trying to comfort and question him slowly. "Did you hear wrong?" Old General Zhai sneered angrily.
good.
"Very good. Bring Yu Zhenbang and that scoundrel over, so they can face the music together. I want to see how tough their mouths really are." In the nearby empty room, Yuliang and Yuli looked like they had lost all their strength, sitting slumped in chairs, trembling all over. They were now full of regret. No matter how much they calculated, they didn't expect the guards at Yuchuan Mountain to be so capable. They thought they had kept their voices low, but everything was overheard. Before they could walk far, the guards took them away and locked them in a small room. Now, they could only pray silently, hoping Yu Zhenbang hadn't acted yet, and wishing he would be clever enough to know what to say and what not to say. If they just deny everything, there might still be a chance. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Yu Zhenbang was pushed in by two guards, one on each side. His face looked worse than if he had been crying. Seeing his daughter Yuli in the room, he seemed to find a way to vent his anger. He broke free from the guards and rushed forward wildly. A loud slap landed hard on Yuli's face. Zhenbang's eyes turned red as he pointed at Yuli and shouted, "You troublemaker! Are you happy only when you cause my death?" After shouting, he suddenly knelt in front of the two guards, crying and clutching their legs. "Leader, comrade, I am innocent. I really don't know anything."
How could I know that Hu Qingshan
is the old general's own son. It's all this girl's fault. She told me that the young officer named Hao wanted to use his daughter to save Yuanzhou and get close to our Zhai family. I was just confused and worried the old man was being tricked, so I did it. Yuli was slapped so hard her vision blurred, and she was stunned. She covered her burning face and looked at her own father in disbelief. Once she recovered, she completely lost her mind and lunged at Yezenbang, fighting him. "You're talking nonsense. You're lying. Who told me to bring Junfeng to Ichuan Mountain and be filial in front of the old lady and try to get some benefits from the Zhai family? Now something's happened, and you're blaming everything on me? Are you even human?" Yezenbang hated his daughter deeply. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be here now. "I just wanted you to be filial. Isn't that right? I didn't tell you to get benefits or scheme against the old general's son." Seeing the father and daughter start fighting fiercely, Zhai Yuliang quickly thought of a way to clear his name. He stood up hurriedly and said to the guards, "Comrades, look, this matter. It really has nothing to do with me. It's all their father and daughter behind the scenes. I have no idea. Look, I am the old general's nephew, and I am part of the Zhai family. I just wanted to curry favor and get some benefits unlike them." "Zhai Yuliang, you bastard!" Hearing this, Yuli turned her anger back on her husband and attacked him again. "Do you dare say you don't know? Was it your idea for Junfeng to tear up the photo? Sending my dad to check the files, that was your idea too. Now you've betrayed us, and you're turning around to blame us." Hearing this, Yu Jinbong immediately became very angry. He ignored his daughter and turned to rush toward Zhai Yuliang. With a punch, Zhai Yuliang's nose was broken, and he immediately started crying and tears streamed down his face, causing a big fuss. Next door, General Zhai listened with a cold face and walked away, going to hear the guards' questions to Zhai Junfeng. Although Zhai Junfeng was clever, he was only 6 or 7 years old, still a child. At first, he remembered his parents' instructions. He said he thought brother Yuanzhou shouldn't play with bad people, so he went to snatch the letter. But when the guard told him that his parents and grandfather had made a big mistake and were locked up because of this, Zhai Junfeng's mental defenses collapsed instantly. He cried out loud, "Wow, it's not me. It's my parents who told me to do this. Please don't take me away." While crying and sniffling, Zhai Junfeng told everything. Daddy said to tear up the photo. Kids tearing things up won't make adults blame them. He also said that if he fought with brother Yuanzhou, he should hurt himself on purpose, so Grandma would feel sorry for him and think it was brother Yuanzhou's fault. Wailing, he said that Daddy and Mommy told him to ask Grandpa to check that little girl's father's records. Hearing Zhai Junfeng's crying, General Zhai clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. He was about to lose his temper. He never expected that these vicious, sneaky plans would come from his usually honest-looking nephew, Zhai Yuliang. He usually thought he was kind to this nephew, considering his brother only had this one son, and he tried to help out whenever he could. But this was how he was repaid. Encouraging his own son to tear up a possible family heirloom, plotting against his cousin. Just thinking that if it weren't for luck, and if he had noticed that the envelope contained a family photo, and if he hadn't looked at that broken picture, what would have happened then? He was afraid that the blame for not being a good brother and making Grandma sick would be unfairly pinned on innocent Yuanzhou. Their reason for tearing the photo wasn't just kids fighting and playing. From their secret investigation of the files, it is clear they had already guessed Hua Qingshan's identity. They were afraid that the old lady would see Ponpon's photo and recognize something. So they wanted to use Junfeng to destroy the photo. They simply did not want their son and granddaughter to be recognized. Their intentions are so cruel. Old General Zhai was trembling all over, not from excitement, but from intense anger. They were so close. Really just a little bit away. His wife was so angry that she fell ill and couldn't speak. If he hadn't been cautious, asked a few more questions, or seen that family photo, he might not only have failed to recognize his own son but also been misled by these villains into thinking his son was a scheming opportunist trying to climb the social ladder, and his grandson was a spoiled brat. His face turned pale as he walked into the next room. Inside, 3 people were still arguing and insulting each other. When they saw old General Zhai come in, they instantly fell silent. His gaze was sharp like a knife, sweeping over them. He coldly said, "Severely punish. Unauthorized access to active military officer files is a serious violation. Do whatever needs to be done. No one should try to plead for them." With a thud, Zhai Yuliang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. He crawled over to General Zhai's feet, clutching his pant leg and begging, "Uncle, Uncle, I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment. Please, for my father's sake, forgive me this time. I am your nephew." Old General Zhai kicked him aside, his eyes cold and without any warmth. "I will personally talk to your father. How he explains such a heartless person, I want to hear it from him." After saying that, he no longer looked at the three who were lying on the ground like mud and turned to leave quickly. He didn't have time to waste with these people now. He also wondered if the matter in Fengtian had been settled.
He needed to make a call to ask.
It would be great if he could say a few words to Xiaoshan today. However, when he dialed the number, the operator's response was the same as before. The other side nervously reported that Commander Chen Gui, Chief of Staff Wang Jiangwo, and Hu Qingshan had not yet returned from the headquarters. General Zhai was now truly worried. What could be the matter that it takes so long? Usually, if there is an urgent situation, the capital city would be informed first. He glanced at the inner room. At this moment, the elderly lady, Xin Yue, was given a sedative by the medic and was sleeping for now. But everyone knew this was only a temporary fix. The old lady had a long-standing heart problem. The last time she had a health crisis, it was triggered when Yuan Zhou mentioned her little uncle, and she showed some improvement. This time, to truly help her recover, her own son needed to be brought before her. There was no time to wait any longer. Thinking quickly, General Zhai directly dialed another number. This call was to the provincial military district headquarters. The commander there, Zhang Xing, a major general, had fought alongside him in many battles. He could at least ask what was going on. Fengtian, military district headquarters. Ring, ring, ring. A sharp, urgent phone ring sounded. The operator picked up the phone. When she saw the caller ID, she trembled with fear, nearly dropping the receiver. A call from Yichuan Mountain? Did something major happen? She quickly cleared her throat and answered in the most formal tone. "Hello, sir. What instructions do you have?" On the other end, an old but strong voice responded. "I am Zhai Weigua. I want to speak with your commander." Zhang Xing, hearing the name, Zhai Weigua, the operator almost stood at attention in surprise. Old commander. Hello," he stammered. "Commander Zhang is currently handling some matters at the military district gate. I'll go find him right away." Zhai Weigua frowned. At the gate? What happened there? He suddenly felt that. Could it be related to Hu Qingshan and the others? Chen Gui, Wang Jiangwo, and Hu Qingshan were not in the military district, and the provincial commander was busy with other issues. It was very likely that the matter involved these three people. He had every reason to ask for details. The operator hesitated, feeling that some family secrets should not be revealed to outsiders.
Who is on the other side?
It's the old general from Yichuan Mountain. This is not someone he can easily fool. If he tries to deceive him, what if he comes to trouble him? He hesitated for a long time, then finally whispered honestly, reporting to the old leader, It's at the entrance of our provincial military command. This morning, a group of family members came, banging drums and making a fuss, saying their child joined the army and became unfilial, ignoring their parents' life and death. That group of family members looked very miserable, with no proper clothes on, wrapped in straw, crying and shouting, saying they want to throw themselves in front of the command. Old General Zhai's heart skipped a beat, a bad feeling rising in his mind. He asked again, if they caused trouble at the provincial military command, who are they complaining about? It shouldn't be an ordinary soldier, right? A senior officer? The operator's voice grew quieter, with a hint of embarrassment. They are complaining about a deputy division commander from the Fengtian military district who is about to be promoted. His name is... What was it? Hu Qingshan. I heard the appointment papers are almost ready, but this happened. Commander Zhang is furious. Now, even Division Commander Chen Guo from the military district has been called over to handle the situation at the door. Before the operator finished speaking, he clearly heard, on the other end of the phone, the old general's breathing suddenly grow heavy. Then there was the sound of something smashing, perhaps something breaking. A voice, suppressed to the extreme but full of thunderous anger, exploded from the receiver. What are they accusing Hu Qingshan of? Saying he's unfilial? Ignoring his parents, Hu Qingshan was his long-lost son, the precious child he had searched for tirelessly and never found. When did he have parents who would accuse him of being unfilial? At this moment, Jia Yuanzhou seemed to remember something. He let out a sharp cry, quietly telling Jia Weigua, "Grandpa, I remember now. That day, didn't we come back from his village? I saw Ponpon's grandpa and grandma." Jia Yuanzhou recalled, then quickly started to complain.
They seem to be very mean to Panpan.
Panpan said they want her dad to give his military position to their son. And before, they even doubted her because of her curly hair, thinking she was a little wild child. Panpan also said she was very afraid she would be sold by these people. My sister almost cried from fear at that time. Although almost cried, here is slightly exaggerated for effect.
But
this story made the guards around show expressions of disbelief and anger. The beloved child of the leader, who had been away from home, was being bullied like this. For General Zhai, these words felt like someone was stabbing him in the heart. Jia Yuanzhou's few words revealed a small part of the hardships and suffering that Hu Qingshan had endured over the years. Even if his foster parents had shown him some kindness, they could never bring themselves to give him the military position he fought hard for to their own biological son. Because of his curly hair, they suspected Panpan was a little wild child, which meant they had never seen the young Hu Qingshan in his youth. During those turbulent times, how did this child survive alone? Many foster parents don't tell their children they are not their biological children. They raise them as if they were their own. But Hu Qingshan's foster parents definitely did not have that thought, considering their behavior when they went to the command headquarters to cause trouble. It was clearly a form of blackmail. Such things should not be thought about too deeply. Old General Zhai clutched his chest, feeling like he was about to break apart. He shouted into the phone, "Get Zhang Xing and that brat to answer the phone. Now!" Immediately, at the provincial command headquarters, Zhang Xing was feeling overwhelmed, almost furious at the chaotic scene in front of him, which looked like a market. What kind of situation is this? It was almost noon, and suddenly a family of 3 appeared at the gate of the provincial headquarters. They were all dressed in ragged clothes, with torn and tattered garments. Without saying a word, the family knelt down on the ground and started crying loudly. They were shouting for the heavens to help them seek justice. Nowadays, common people don't have many entertainment options, and they love a good commotion. And now, someone was kneeling and shouting for justice at the headquarters? Soon, the area was crowded with people, forming multiple layers of onlookers. Hey, what's going on here? Why are they all kneeling outside the command office? Looks like there's been a serious case, maybe a big crime or fire. TSK, look at how they're dressed. They must have gone through a lot of hardship. After listening for a while, everyone finally understood. This family of 3 was crying and complaining about their son in the army, saying he was unfilial. They said he forgot his roots and looked down on poor relatives after becoming an officer. They said their son married a girl from a wealthy family, and after some influence, he completely turned against his family, ignoring his parents' and siblings' lives. They also cried and shouted that when they went to visit their son, they were kicked out of the family compound. Even worse, their hometown was robbed. Their house was looted, and even a roof was torn off. When they asked their son for help, he did nothing and didn't even show his face. What's more, they said the son's superior officer protected him and shielded him, even persecuting their family and stopping them from contacting their son. When people heard this, they got very angry. In this era, people valued good character and filial piety the most. These were considered very important virtues. And now it involved a wealthy family. When they heard that the officer married a girl from a rich family, They immediately thought he was unfilial. Everyone was filled with anger and sympathy. This is lawless. How can a soldier be unfilial to his parents? Exactly. His parents raised him with so much effort. Now he's successful, and he forgets his parents? I think it's the wealthy girl's influence. Rich families are the worst. They probably don't want their husband to care about his family. We must get an explanation. We can't let honest people suffer like this. Everyone gathered around, shouting for the command office to give an explanation. Usually, when families cause trouble, it's not necessary for the commander or Zhang Xing to personally intervene. But the problem was, the person making the accusations held a pretty high rank. Hu Qingshan, deputy division commander of the Fengtian military district, had just submitted his promotion approval documents. And the person accused of protecting his own was the highest officer in the district, Commander Qin Gui. Zhang Xinghe felt his scalp go numb. If this matter wasn't handled well, it could become a big scandal. A deputy commander about to be promoted and a current division commander. If either of them truly had moral issues, dealing with it would be very difficult and damaging. Even more complicated. He initially planned to call Hu Qingshan over for an investigation and ask about the situation. But he never expected that, from the Fengtian military district, not only Hu Qingshan came, but also Division Commander Qin Gui and Chief of Staff Wang Jiangwo. The two of them also came together. When they arrived, they kept insisting they would testify for Hu Qingshan. At the door, Qin Gui looked helpless and a bit resentful. Commander Zhang, this matter isn't as they say. Hu Qingshan is a young man I've watched grow up. He definitely isn't ungrateful, Wang Jiangwo added. Yes, Commander, this whole thing is just too much for this family. They forced Hu Qingshan to give up his military position so their own son, Hu Wenming, could take it. They also kept asking him for money and never treated him like a son. Zhang Xinghe frowned. Giving up the military status? That does seem a bit inappropriate. At first, he thought Hu Qingshan's actions were wrong. But hearing about giving up the military status, that's a bit too much. However, as a parent, bias isn't uncommon. This is ultimately a family matter, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. Moreover, the family at the door was crying even more miserably. They could hear Hu the Third banging his head on the ground, crying out more painfully. Oh, heavens! Is there no justice left? No law left? In chaotic times with war and disorder, my father worked hard to feed him, sacrificing many rations, raising him step by step. Now that he's successful and prosperous, he can't even bother to care for his own parents and siblings, whose mother was also on the ground, tears and snot streaming down as she cried. We raised our children with love. We nurtured our eldest to succeed, hoping he'd help his younger brothers. What's wrong with that? We've already apologized for what happened before. He is a son. How can he still hold a grudge against his parents now? Their family has suffered such a great hardship. How can he be so heartless and refuse to help? At this moment, Hu Wenming also acted like a drama queen, covering his face and crying out to the crowd. Our family, in just one night, lost everything. Food, clothes, furniture. Even a roof is gone. Brother, it's okay if you don't help me. But what about our parents? Please, for the sake of our parents, these old folks raised you with love. This family of 3 argued back and forth, using emotional blackmail very forcefully. The villagers around, who didn't know the full truth or what military service really meant, listened. In their simple minds, no matter what the parents did, respecting and obeying them was the most important. Hearing how painfully this family was crying, people started talking among themselves. Yeah, even if his parents made mistakes, every parent in the world is worth respecting. This kid's parents already apologized. Why hold a grudge? Qin Gui and Wang Jiangwo felt upset inside, but didn't know how to explain to the villagers. Zhang Xinghe sighed and said to them, "This matter has already reached the commander's office. The public opinion is very strong. We can't ignore it. Plus, Hu Qingshan is about to get promoted, the appointment letter is almost ready. If things get too big now, and the official approval goes through, the people won't be happy. It would cause a lot of trouble." Hu Qingshan remained silent, his face pale. He couldn't understand why, despite never doing anything wrong in his life, He was caught up in such a family issue. Now, even Chen Guowei was involved. Commander, Chief of Staff. Maybe I should just give up this promotion. I've caused you too much trouble and made things difficult for you. Now that this has escalated, I can't let my personal problems affect the reputation of the army. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, from outside the crowd, a clear, loud, and angry girl's voice rang out. You're saying I should be grateful to my dad for raising me. Did you ever take care of him for a day? Hu Qingshan was stunned. That voice. Is Pan Pan? Why is she here? Is she not at home? At this moment, Hu Qingshan couldn't care about anything else. He suddenly stood up and hurriedly left. The crowded crowd automatically made way for him. Zhu Yinshu was holding Pan Pan and was walking through the crowd. The people around were stunned. Hey? Isn't that the comrade Zhu who donated money from the newspaper? And Pan Pan, isn't the little girl in her arms the little hero Pan Pan from the railway? What's going on? Didn't that family just say that Commander Hu married a wealthy young lady? Why aren't they talking about Zhu Yinshu donating all her dividends? This seems a bit strange. Previously, Pan Pan and Zhu Yinshu had appeared several times in the daily news for their donations and catching enemies. Obviously, many people recognized them. Not only did they make way, but some looked at the Hu family with surprise. Pan Pan was very angry now. Her chubby face was tight. You three are really bad. You're lying and deceiving here. Did you say you raised my dad? Did you raise him even for a day? You don't even know if my dad's hair was straight or curly when he was little. And you're here lying about being grateful for his upbringing. Zhu Yinshu held her daughter and looked coldly at the family of three, speaking sternly. Every part of a person is flesh. A soldier's rank is earned with blood, sweat, and risking their life. Can it be compared to a vegetable in the field, which can be given to anyone just because? If Commander Hu Wenming had any ability, he would have fought for his military rank himself. Do you think someone like this, who has no ability, should be in the army? If there's a war in the future, will we rely on someone like him to defend the country? Honestly, Zhu Yinshu's words made sense. Many people around nodded thoughtfully. Hua Laosan's face turned pale, and he shouted angrily. How can juniors talk to elders like that? We raised him, and we have done him a favor. Who in the world isn't like that? Hua's mother also shouted. Exactly. He's now a high official, so successful, yet he's so stingy and mean. What's wrong with taking care of his own younger brother? Isn't that what he should do? Hu Wenming, with a trembling voice and tears in his eyes, said, My brother doesn't care about me, and I accept that. But what about our parents? You only care about your wife and children living in the big house in the family compound. What will happen to our parents when they grow old? After all, they are the ones who gave birth to you. At this moment, the surrounding villagers looked confused. It seemed that the parents really favored their own child. But they are still his biological parents. Surely, they can't just ignore them completely. No matter what, they are family. Not caring would feel too cruel. Just then, a messenger suddenly ran over from afar, panting and shouting loudly. Commander! Commander! Urgent message from Ichuan Mountain. Everyone present was stunned. Where is that place? Ordinary folks like us only hear about it in newspapers. It's where the top big shots in the capital live. How could a top figure in the capital suddenly call the provincial military headquarters? Pan Pan's eyes lit up instantly. They're here. Finally arrived. She knew for sure that General Zhai must have discovered the truth. Zhang Xinghe was also surprised. He quickly frowned and asked the messenger, What's the big news? The messenger, gasping for breath, stood at attention and reporting to the commander. The old leader from Ichuan Mountain heard about what happened at our headquarters entrance and is very, very angry.
He wants you to
answer the phone immediately. Zhang Xinghe, hearing this, forgot about the mess at the door. He glanced at the guardhouse nearby and said, Don't keep the old man waiting. Just transfer the call here. What's going on? Chen Guowei and Wang Zhengwo felt a jolt in their hearts. Did the old leader from Ichuan Mountain find out? Could it be that the Hu family, shamelessly, wrote a report to the capital? If this alarmed the top figures, it would be really trouble. The villagers around also started to stir again. Oh no! How did the top people in the capital find out about this? This is a call specifically to find the commander. Does that mean he will have to handle it? But I think it's better to mediate. Looking at this situation, this family is clearly being too biased. Ugh. If they don't treat their own parents properly, how can they treat ordinary people well? Old Third Hua and his family, kneeling on the ground, were both surprised and happy as they discussed among themselves. Everyone in the capital city knows now. And most likely, it's because of Hu Qingshan's matter, and they are very angry. It seems he will face serious punishment. All right, Hu Qingshan is probably going to suffer a big blow. If he can use this chance to get to know some important people in the city, then his family might rise quickly. As for Hua Wenming's marriage, that problem could also be solved. Zhang Xinghe hurried into the guardroom, took the call transferred to him, but he was secretly feeling troubled. Who told this story to the old leader? From his words, the old man was quite angry. That old leader is fiery-tempered. If he can't handle it, he will first calm the old man down and then plan further. Zhang Xinghe cleared his throat and spoke respectfully. Old leader, I am Zhang Xinghe. Rest assured, we have heard about Hu Qingshan's family situation. We will handle it seriously and give the people an explanation. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before Zhai Weiguo's restrained voice came through, full of anger. Who do you think you should handle seriously? Zhang Xinghe was stunned and a bit confused. Old leader, you called us to tell us to handle Hu Qingshan seriously, right? Suddenly, Zhai Weiguo's roar burst out like thunder from the phone. Damn it. Zhang Xinghe, you little brat. Who the hell told you to handle Hu Qingshan? So it wasn't that. Zhang Xinghe shivered from the shouting, almost throwing down the phone. He let out a breath of relief but still felt awkward. Old leader, but Hu Qingshan's family is now causing trouble at our command post, which is not good for the reputation. Many villagers were talking nearby, saying that no matter what, those are his biological parents. You can't marry a wife and forget your parents, especially when things get so messy. On the phone, Zhai Weiguo was so angry he cursed loudly. To hell with that. What biological parents? Hu Qingshan is my Zhai Weiguo's own son. He has nothing to do with those bastards at the gate. Zhang Xinghe. Huh. What is this? Did I hear wrong? Hu Qingshan is General Zhai's real son. Zhang Xinghe knew well about the Zhai family situation. When he was a new soldier, he worked under Zhai Weiguo. Although called an old leader, he was almost like a senior to him. The old general was honest and brave in battle. The only thing he couldn't forget was, over 20 years ago, the enemy kidnapped his second son when he was just a baby to pressure Zhai Weiguo. Zhai Weiguo, for the bigger good, ordered to open fire in tears. In the end, the child was thrown into a cold river and was never found again. At that time, Zhang Xinghe was not very old. He searched with the old general in Laoxiong Mountain but found nothing. Wait, Laoxiong Mountain? Isn't that the mountain near the military base where Hu Qingshan and his group are stationed? Zhang Xinghe's eyes widened as he recognized the place. Today's troublemaker family is from Hua village. It seems. It's right at the foot of Laoxiong Mountain. Zhang Xinghe held the radio in shock, trying to recall what General Zhai's eldest son, Zhai Yuntao, looked like. The quiet Hu Qingshan outside seemed to resemble Zhai Yuntao a little. Zhang Xinghe's legs felt weak. Others might not know, but he knew very well. That missing second son was the eternal pain in Zhai Weiguo and the old lady's hearts. It was a forbidden topic in the Zhai family for over 20 years, because it involved sacrifice and deep guilt from the parents. If Hu Qingshan really was that child, he was the general's most precious and vital part, the very heart of him. If Hu Qingshan really resigns from his position as deputy division commander, the old general will come rushing over tomorrow, and he might end up losing his temper completely. He steadied himself and quickly spoke into the phone. Old leader, do you mean Hu Qingshan is the child who went missing in Old Bear Mountain all those years ago?
So,
that means the people at the military headquarters who are now kneeling and claiming to have raised Hu Qingshan are all lying? They wanted him to take a military position before. Are they trying to hide Hu Qingshan's background and use him as a cash cow? As soon as he said this, the person on the other end, Zhai Weigua, started breathing faster. Through the phone, Zhang Xinghe could hear his angry, gritted-teeth voice. I'll kill these bastards. Zhai Weigua's voice was hoarse and trembling with suppressed anger. Today, Grandma accidentally saw a photo of the child. She had a severe reaction right there. And then,
Now.
she's been taken to the military hospital. Zhang Xinghe's heart sank. He thought to himself that things didn't look good. Old leader, what about Grandma? The doctor said she's not in immediate danger, but she's been very upset mentally, doesn't recognize anyone, and has been talking nonsense. I'll catch the first train to Fengtian tomorrow morning. I must bring Qingshan back immediately, so he can see his mother. And those bastards at the door. When he mentioned this, Zhai Weigua's tone instantly turned colder. You keep them detained. Find out everything they've done. Every dirty deed, one by one. I want to know how much hardship my son has suffered all these years. When I get there, I want to see the investigation report with my own eyes. Zhang Xinghe almost saluted into the phone. Yes. Old leader, rest assured. I will complete the task. The call ended with a sharp click. Zhang Xinghe lowered the receiver and let out a long, heavy sigh, feeling cold sweat soaking through his uniform's back.
Fortunately,
This call came just in time. If it had been 10 more minutes, and Hu Qingshan's resignation request had been approved, the consequences. Zhang Xinghe couldn't even imagine. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes suddenly sharp. These bastards. This is essentially slander against active duty soldiers. They chose to cause trouble at the provincial command entrance, clearly trying to manipulate public opinion and force them to compromise. But no matter how many plans they made, they didn't know that Hu Qingshan is actually the son of the old senior officer. Zhang Xinghe straightened his military uniform, his face dark with anger. He led a few guards and strode out quickly. Outside the door, old Huasan and his family were kneeling on the ground, crying loudly. A few small eyes kept glancing toward the guardroom, watching for any movement. When they saw Zhang Xinghe come out with people, looking very serious, they thought their complaint had caught the attention of a high-ranking official in the capital and that they would be dealt with. Old Huasan was so excited he scrambled forward, shouting loudly, Commander, please come out. You must stand up for us common folks. His mother also cried loudly. Oh, great heavens. Now everyone in the capital knows about our family's injustice. That unfilial son, does he dare ignore us now? Huo Wenming also felt nervous, his heart pounding. But before they could say more, they saw a strange look on Zhang Xinghe's face, part angry, part sympathetic. Then Zhang Xinghe waved to the guards behind him and said coldly, These 3 people are suspected of impersonating military family members and openly slandering active soldiers, seriously damaging the reputation of the army. Immediately arrest them, hand them over to the military security department, and interrogate them strictly. Handle this properly. As soon as he finished, old Huasan's face froze.
How could this be?
How could this happen? His mother, standing nearby, didn't understand what was happening. She stood up, clapped her hands, and laughed. Arrest them? Yes. Arrest them. The commander is wise. Quickly arrest that unfilial son and his capitalist wife. I knew it, above all, filial piety is the most important. How could such an unfilial son become an official, Mom? Shut up, Huo Wenming's voice trembled, his face turning pale. No, this isn't right. Handing them over to security? It seems they are not just Hu Qingshan and his family.
It's
the 3 of them? Watching, Zhang Xinghe and the guards behind him came over and held them up. Huo Wenming was completely panicked now. He struggled desperately, shouting loudly, What are you doing? Let me go. You're protecting officials. Protecting officials. We're telling the truth. You're trying to force a confession and persecute innocent people. Help. Fellow villagers, look. They're going to kill me and silence me. Hu's mother also realized her big mistake and let out a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered, flailing her arms and legs. Why are you arresting me? I am Hu Qingshan's mother. His real mother. He's part of me. You can't arrest me. It's against justice. The villagers around were completely stunned. What is going on? Didn't the big officials from Ichuan Mountain know about this? How come? In just a moment, the commander came out to arrest these three. While everyone was talking and confused, Zhang Xinghe took a step forward, looked coldly at the elderly couple being held, and asked, "One last time, are you really Hu Qingshan's biological parents?" Where Lao San felt a sudden panic. Impossible. This kid, Hu Qingshan. Shouldn't everyone know about him? But at this moment, he couldn't deny it.
Yes.
Absolutely. When there was a war in childhood and we were poor, we couldn't raise him, so we left him with my father. But he is still our child. Stop talking nonsense, Zhang Xinghe suddenly shouted loudly. He pointed at Hua Laosan's nose and yelled, "If you are his real parents, then who is the person who just called me from Ichuan Mountain in the capital, claiming that Hu Qingshan is his own son?" This statement was shocking. The entire entrance of the command department fell into silence. Not only the villagers around were stunned, but even Chen Guowei and Wang Jiangwo beside them were dumbfounded, their minds completely frozen.
What?
What is going on? Wasn't the person who just called from Ichuan Mountain the senior official asking about the situation?
How?
How did it become that Hu Qingshan's real parents, the family of old Third Hua, being held by the guards, felt as if their hearts stopped for a moment, and they immediately felt like they had fallen into an icy pit. Yuanquan Mountain in Beijing? Old Third Hua's biological parents? How is that possible? Are old Third Hua's parents some important people? Even old Third Hua, who had been silent about the whole matter, now looked completely confused and in disbelief. He suddenly looked up, confused, and looked at Zhang Xinghe. His lips moved slightly, and in a hoarse voice, he said one word. His biological parents? Just as he was feeling lost and unsure, a clear, childlike voice came from beside him. Pan Pan sat in Zhu Yunshu's arms, her eyes shining as she looked at him. "I knew it! I knew you weren't really their child. You must have been found in the mountains by Grandpa Hunter. That family is bad, they just want to keep asking you for money, so they didn't tell you that you were adopted." Pan Pan was so clever. Now was the perfect moment to say this in front of everyone. The little girl's eyes twinkled as she pretended to suddenly understand and loudly reasoned. "Huh? I remember Brother Zhai Yuanzhou told me that his little uncle was thrown into the river by bad people at Lao Xiong Mountain 23 years ago. His little uncle was less than a year old then. Daddy, didn't you also tell me that since I was a kid, I've been living with Grandpa Hunter in Lao Xiong Mountain? Oh my. Daddy, you're not even 25 yet, could it be? You're actually Zhai Yuanzhou's missing little uncle?" As Ponpon's innocent deduction came out, old Third Hua froze completely. The timeline matched, the location matched, and the ages were close. He remembered that since he was young, he had been living in Lao Xiong Mountain with his grandfather, Hu Tudu, and he was indeed under 25 this year. He looked up blankly and saw Chen Guowei and Wang Jiangwo beside him. They both had wide eyes, completely stunned and frozen in place. It seemed everything really matched. Could such a coincidence really happen in the world? Zhang Xinghe's eyes lit up as he listened to Ponpon's words. This little girl was truly a clever little kid. He stepped forward, smiling as he patted Ponpon's head. "That's right. Little Pan Pan is completely correct. Actually, the person who just called me is the old general from Yichuan Mountain. He said he will take the train tomorrow morning to come to Fengtian to pick up his son and bring him home. Since there were so many villagers outside, he knew he had to explain everything clearly." Zhang Xinghe turned around and faced the surprised villagers, speaking loudly. "Fellow villagers, comrades, here is what happened. 23 years ago, my old leader, General Zhai Weigua, who just called, was fighting at Laoxiong Mountain. The enemy, trying to shake his resolve, cruelly stole his 1-year-old son, hoping to force him to surrender. But for the victory of our country and the peace of countless families, the leader finally ordered his troops to open fire. The poor child was thrown into the cold river by the enemy. At that time, I was with the leader searching for a long, long time. All of us thought that the child was gone. By this point, Zhang Xinghe's voice choked with emotion. This pain was not only the leaders, but also the soldiers who witnessed it all. Hearing this, the villagers around took a deep breath in shock. Who in their family didn't have a child? Who hadn't experienced those chaotic times? Suddenly, everyone's eyes kept shifting to Hu Qingshan, filled with sympathy, admiration, and understanding. Everyone had already guessed that this lucky child was probably Hu Qingshan. Sure enough, Zhang Xinghe pointed at Hu Qingshan and said, "The leader just called and found out that comrade Hu Qingshan is actually his lost biological son." The villagers finally let out a breath, and a wave of sighs and whispers spread through the crowd.
Oh.
So that's how it is. This child's fate is really extraordinary. God bless. After being separated for over 20 years, they found him again. That's such great news. I knew it. Captain Hua is so young and talented, and children are little heroes. He's definitely not an ordinary person. No, Commander, but the family kneeling on the ground just now, didn't they insist that Captain Hua is their biological son? Are they lying? Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused sharply on the Hua family. They saw that Hua Laosan and his family looked extremely pale. Hua Laosan, his mother, and Hua Wenming could only think of 2 words. They never expected this. In their eyes, the person they thought they could control, the disobedient son, the cash cow they planned to squeeze dry, turned out to be the son of a high-ranking official in the capital. Zhang Xinghe is already a commander and a major general. He also has to call Hu Qingshan's father Old Chief. What a big official that must be. They are truly so confused. At this moment, Hua Laosan's family regrets deeply. If they had told Hu Qingshan his background earlier and helped him find his real parents. With that achievement, even a small amount of influence from a high official would be enough for their family to enjoy wealth and comfort for a lifetime.
But now?
Not only did they gain nothing, but because of their lies and slander, they are about to be taken for investigation by the security department. Most importantly, how could that high official in the capital tolerate their actions? They are well aware of how they treated Hu Qingshan before. They made him give up his military rank for Hua Wenming. They cried poverty and begged him for money. Now, they are even reporting him to the military district. If that high official in Yuyuan Mountain in the capital finds out, how will they be dealt with? Hua Laosan's teeth are chattering as he looks at the increasingly aggressive guards. He screams desperately, "We saved him. If my father hadn't pulled him out of the river, he would have frozen or drowned long ago. You can't treat us like this. We have saved his life. Yes. Yes, yes." Hua's mother also seems to have grabbed the last straw and screams, "We raised him after all. Even if he's not our biological son, we have the duty of raising him. We saved his life." This family of 3 saw their lies about Sheng'en being exposed and started to talk about the so-called kindness of raising and saving him. Hu Qingshan was truly stunned. He looked at the 3 people in front of him, and for the first time, he felt the doubts, hurt, and frustration he had carried for over 20 years. At this moment, he finally found a way to express his feelings. No wonder they always looked at him strangely. No wonder they never showed him any love. No wonder they openly favored Hua Wenming and forced him to give up his military position. It turns out he really has no blood relation to them. "Am I not your biological son?" Hu Qingshan's face was cold, but his voice trembled slightly. "If I'm not, then why didn't you tell me all these years?" Hua Laosan was speechless and avoided eye contact. He awkwardly explained, "We didn't mean to hide it. We just thought you'd worry too much, so we always treated you like family." "Damn your nonsense." Before he finished speaking, a loud, angry voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. It was Hu Yong, the village chief of Hua Village, followed by some elders, his daughter, and son-in-law. "You never took care of Hu Qingshan for a single day. What are you talking about here?" Last night, Hu Yong had already noticed that Hua Laosan and his family were missing. He guessed they might be going to complain, as they had mentioned before, so he quickly brought some elders from the village. They couldn't let such people tarnish the village's reputation. Now, the villagers also spoke up.
"We can all testify.
We've watched Qingshan grow up. The one who truly raised him wasn't those two. It was Huahutu, the best hunter in our village before. Uncle Huda told us that Qingshan was Hua Lao San's son. We didn't think much at the time. When Uncle Huda died, those two didn't even show their faces. Qingshan, who was only about 10 then, went alone into the mountains to hunt, sold the pelts, and held a proper funeral for the old hunter. After the funeral, they came back. Tell me, if they truly cared about saving his life or raising him, wouldn't Qingshan have already repaid that kindness long ago? They have paid back everything, including interest.
Exactly.
The elders said increasingly angrily, after they returned. What kind of life did Qingshan lead? At that moment, we thought it was just parental favoritism, and though we were upset, we couldn't do anything. Now we realize, he's not even their biological son. This isn't favoritism, it's cruelty from heartless people. They kept his true background a secret, never told him the truth. Do they treat him like family or just as a tool to make money, a source of income? Suddenly, the villagers were furious. This is too outrageous, too vicious. It's understandable to treat adopted children differently from biological ones. But deliberately hiding his background to make him a money source and using a false sense of gratitude to manipulate him. They never cared for him, yet after being exposed, they shamelessly claimed they had raised him. Even at a critical moment when his promotion was near, they showed up at the command office to cause trouble, trying to ruin his future. This isn't just favoritism, it's outright cruelty. Most importantly, they treated the son of a hero this way. Everyone's anger exploded, shouting, "Shameless monsters! Arrest them!" Even shooting them wouldn't be enough to vent our anger. This is terrible. How can there be such evil people in the world? Beat them. Just kill them all. At this point, Old Man Ho and his wife, along with Ho Wenming, were so frightened they nearly fainted. They had been avoiding the guards like snakes and scorpions, hiding among the crowd. Now they were in serious trouble. Fists and feet rained down like rain, along with villagers' spit and even some rotten vegetable leaves thrown at them from nowhere. Finally, the guards dragged them out of the crowd and took them into custody, barely saving them. Meanwhile, Ho Qingshan and the others were invited inside. Ho Qingshan was still a bit dazed. Many of his past questions were now answered. He had once longed for his parents' love, yearned for their care, and felt pain from their indifference. Now he finally understood. None of this was his fault. There may still be parents who love him, and they have been searching for him all along. Hua Qingshan looked up, reached out, and gently picked up Pan Pan. He softly asked, "Pan Pan, did you already know?" Just now, he noticed that his little daughter was acting very openly. Pan Pan's eyes flickered for a moment. I only listened to Commander Zhang, and that's why I responded. Because Brother Yuanzhou told me many things about his little uncle before. That day, what he told me matched what my dad told me. She couldn't let her dad know about her little secret tricks. Otherwise, her dad would worry about her again. She quickly turned her face away and shyly asked Zhang Xinghe, "Commander Zhang, so that means Grandpa Zhai is my real grandpa? I've seen him before, but I haven't seen my grandma yet." She had heard Zhai Yuanzhou mention that the old lady was not in good health. Pan Pan's heart was full of concern. Pan Pan's sweet, innocent words made Zhang Xinghe's face show a little smile. Grandma Xinyue's condition was really not good. He sighed and said to Pan Pan, "Your grandpa said that since your father's accident over 20 years ago, your grandma has been overly sad and a bit confused. Especially as she got older. She sometimes doesn't recognize people and keeps talking about finding her son and her little mountain." Zhang Xinghe's voice also carried a hint of sadness. This time, when she saw your father's photo, she was so shocked that she fainted on the spot. Now she's awake, but her condition is very bad. The doctors even gave her sedatives to keep her stable. When he finished, Hua Qingshan suddenly looked up sharply, staring at Zhang Xinghe with urgency. "Grandma. My mother? How is she now?" This word was so unfamiliar to him, yet so warm. He had never experienced what maternal love felt like. He used to just stand in the corner, watching the Hua family couple's love for Hua Wenming. He once thought that old Master Hua and his wife wanted money, so he gave them what they wanted. Maybe they would treat him the same way they treated Hua Wenming. But all he got were two leeches clinging to him. Now he has a biological mother, and his mother misses him deeply. She was sick, very seriously ill, because she saw his photo. Wait, his photo? Hua Qingshan looked down and saw his daughter in his arms. Counting the days since the package was sent from Fengtian to the capital, it seemed it could really arrive in just these 2 days. Pan Pan froze completely. Her small face suddenly turned pale, without any color. It wasn't because she felt guilty about her father's gaze, but because she heard about her grandmother's condition. How could this happen? Pan Pan was frozen in place. Her little face turned white instantly, with no blood at all. It wasn't because of her father's questioning look, but because of Zhang Xing and the mention of her grandmother's health. Was she given sedatives? Is her condition very bad? Pan Pan's heart clenched painfully. She knew her grandmother's health and spirit were poor because she missed her father. But she never expected it to be this serious. A wave of guilt and self-blame flooded her heart. Her mouth curled into a small pout, and a layer of tears gathered in her eyes, ready to fall. She wanted her family to be together, a happy reunion. But the photos she sent out only made her grandmother's condition worse. She hugged Hua Qingshan's neck, crying softly, and said, "Daddy, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I wanted to send a family photo to Brother Yuanzhou. I didn't think seeing the photo would make Grandma like this. Daddy, let's go see Grandma quickly. I want to see Grandma." The little girl was so anxious inside. She had spiritual spring water in her space. She drank this when Wei Yaozu pushed her down the stairs, and she recovered very quickly. When Jia Yuanzhou was injured, drinking the spiritual spring water helped him recover too. Grandma's health isn't just a heart problem. Her physical condition must also be very weak because of this. If she drinks the spiritual spring water, she should get better. Seeing her daughter looking so sad and close to tears, Hua Qingshan no longer felt any blame. He knew very well that if Pan Pan hadn't sent this photo, he might never have learned about his true family in his life, and he would never meet his biological parents. His mother, who missed him so much, probably wouldn't have the chance to meet him again. Pan Pan didn't do anything wrong. She was a great hero for their family. Hua Qingshan hugged Pan Pan, and his voice choked with emotion. "Don't cry, Pan Pan. Dad doesn't blame you. I know you meant well. You did the right thing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found my parents. Later, we will go to Beijing together and see Grandma." Zhang Xinghe watched nearby, finally understanding the full story. It turned out that the key to their reunion was a photo Pan Pan sent out. Zhang Xinghe had heard before that a little girl from the military district was clever and brave. She had fought enemies on the railway and made great contributions at Laohuang Mountain. At first, he was skeptical until he saw her with his own eyes. But looking at this soft little girl, he couldn't help but exchange surprised and admiring glances with Chen Guowei and Wang Jiangwo. Wow, this kid is really a lucky star. Exactly. She caught enemies, donated her bonus, and now she's helping her dad and grandpa meet each other. This child is truly amazing. Pan Pan, in Hua Qingshan's arms, heard these praises and felt her sadness and guilt slowly fade. She sniffled and held back her tears, quietly placing her small hand on her waist. Of course. Keep praising me. Praise me more. But she's not just a kid who likes to hear good words. She peeked out of Hua Qingshan's arms and looked at Zhang Xinghe seriously. "Commander Zhang, can we ask Grandpa not to come over first? Can we go to Beijing now to find them? Our grandma's illness is because she misses Dad too much. If she could see Dad as soon as she opened her eyes, maybe she would get better right away. The sedative the doctor gave Grandma, I heard it's bad stuff and shouldn't be used all the time. I want Grandma to get better quickly and don't want her to get that shot anymore." When she said this, Zhang Xinghe, Chen Guowei, and Wang Jiangwo all froze. Is this something a little girl, just over 3 years old, could think of? She speaks clearly, with good logic, and knows that the sedative shouldn't be overused and that the problem should be solved at the root. This child is really exceptionally smart. Zhang Xinghe quickly understood and nodded approvingly, saying, Pan Pan is right. I think the old leader just really wants to see the child and wants to come over. But considering the time, Grandma's illness can't be delayed. Traveling back and forth takes too long, so it's better for you to go. Don't worry, I will call the old leader later and explain the situation. Then I will arrange everything personally to make sure your family can catch the earliest train to Beijing tomorrow morning. He paused and added, However, before you leave, there is one more thing. Pan Pan blinked her big eyes. What else is there? The little girl tilted her head and remembered. There was a double-barrel shotgun hanging on the wall of that small house. The bed inside was made of wood, and under the pillow, it seemed like there was a red cloth-wrapped thing with embroidery on it. As she spoke, she looked proud and said, I thought that red cloth looked very pretty, so I secretly took it home. I even brought it with me to Fengtian this time. She brought it? Everyone in the room was stunned by her words. Zhang Xinghe and the others were also shocked. He looked at Pan Pan, and only one thought kept spinning in his mind. Could this child have known all along? She sent the photo, found the bundle, and now she's carrying it with her. Such coincidence in the world? Could it be that this child, through some clues, guessed her father's true background? And that's why she planned everything step by step? Zhang Xinghe shook his head. Something was wrong. He must be foolish. Why was he starting to believe that a 3-year-old child already knew the truth? This shouldn't be possible. It was probably just a coincidence. This child is only 3 years old. If she were a few years older, she would have started to suspect. Hearing Pan Pan's words, even Zhu Yunshu was surprised. Pan Pan? When did you get it back? What bundle? I don't know about it. Pan Pan reached out her small hand and rummaged through her small cloth bag. This morning, when the old Third He family was causing trouble at the command apartment entrance, she suddenly had an idea. She took out the red bundle from her space and stuffed it into her little bag. She thought maybe it would come in handy today. Look, it really did. Hu Qingshan looked at his little daughter with mixed feelings, surprised and amused. He was now absolutely sure. This little one definitely knew something all along. She's smarter than he imagined, by 10,000 times. Soon, Pan Pan took out an old, rotten, even moldy-looking red cloth bundle from her small bag and carefully placed it on the table. This is an old, worn-out blanket. Its fabric faded and almost black, nearly torn apart. But Zhang Xinghe's heart skipped a beat instantly. He personally helped search for the child years ago. Even after all this time, he still remembers the details of this blanket very clearly. With trembling hands, he unfolded the blanket. In one corner, there was a tattered, frayed mountain-shaped mark, clearly visible. Zhang Xinghe's eyes immediately turned red. He remembers it very well. That day, during the search, the old lady Shen Yue tearfully described the blanket to them. She choked as she mentioned the mountain-shaped mark and the child's nickname. At that moment, he knew without a doubt. This was the clue they needed. Excited, Zhang Xinghe pounded the table and quickly made a decision. He arranged for the Hu Qingshan family to stay at the military district guest house so they could rest in Fengtian City and leave early the next morning. The family was about to leave the office, led by a guard. Just as they reached the door, Zhang Xinghe paused, then suddenly called out to Hu Qingshan. Comrade Qingshan, wait a moment. Hu Qingshan stopped and turned around. Zhang Xinghe looked at him with a complex expression. He sighed softly and said, There's something I think I should tell you in advance. Old Commander. Over the years, he's been feeling very troubled and guilty. He always says that in his life, he's tried to be worthy of the country, the people, and everyone else. But he feels he's let you down. When he ordered the fire back then, he felt very sad. When you see him again, please don't hold that against him. Hu Qingshan was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Commander Zhang, don't worry. I hold no grudges. I'm also a soldier, and I understand his feelings. He looked down at his obedient and sensible daughter in his arms, lips slightly pressed together. Yes, he's a soldier, but he's also a father. He can't even imagine how much pain his father must have felt when making that decision back then. If the one taken away was Pan Pan. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. At that moment, Pan Pan in his arms seemed to sense his thoughts. The little girl stretched out her chubby arms, hugged his neck, leaned in, and gave a big kiss on his cheek. She spoke clearly and loudly, very seriously. "Daddy, don't think crazy. If there are bad guys trying to threaten me to scare you, you can just shoot. I'm not afraid. I can protect Daddy." This made all the grown men in the office feel warm inside. Next to them, Chen Guowei, Wang Jiangwo, and even Zhang Xing all looked at her with almost the same mix of envy, longing, and sadness. Is this what a little daughter is like? Is this soft, caring, brave little girl what a daughter should be? All three of them suddenly remembered their own kids at home, those little rascals who played in the mud all day, competed to see who could pee higher and farther, and dared to climb onto the roof if they went 3 days without a bath. Chen Guowei turned his head, nudged Wang Jiangwo, and lowered his voice. "When we go back later, you should ask your wife and sister-in-law how she raised such a girl. It's a secret recipe. If I had a daughter like this, and she kissed me like that, I'd give her my life." Wang Jiangwo sighed deeply, looking hopeless. "Don't mention it. I don't even want to go home and face my 3 little troublemakers. Yesterday, when I got home, they pointed wooden guns at me and said they wanted to fight me to the death." As they whispered and prepared to leave, Zhang Xing came over, patted their shoulders, and said with a knowing, meaningful tone, "Later, if your wife asks me for the secret recipe, remember to tell me. I also want a granddaughter as obedient as this." The conditions at the military district guest house were much better than expected. The sheets were clean, the furniture was tidy, and there was a small private bathroom. Zhu Yunshu entered first, checked the bedding to see if it was damp. Meanwhile, Pan Pan, feeling guilty, took a small step and tried to crawl into the bed to hide first. After all, this time she acted on her own initiative and sent out the family photo without telling her father first. She didn't even have a chance to explain herself. Looking at her father's expression just now in the office, she probably guessed the truth. Before her plan could succeed, she felt a tight grip on her collar, and she was lifted into the air. Hu Qingshan reached out and picked up the little girl as if she were a small chick. Today, Pan Pan was wearing blue overalls with cross straps at the back, which gave Hu Qingshan a perfect grip point. Her short legs and arms flailed in midair, like a tiny kitten caught by the neck, making pitiful begging sounds. "Daddy, Daddy, put me down. Listen to my excuse. No, listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean to hide anything from you." Pan Pan was nervous inside. She wasn't afraid of her father hitting her. She was worried he might get angry or sad because of this. Zhu Yunshu heard the noise and hurried over. Seeing her daughter's pitiful look, she found it both adorable and funny. She reached out and patted Hu Qingshan's arm. All right, put the kid down." Hu Qingshan didn't speak. He simply carried his daughter to the bed and sat down. Zhu Yunshu sat beside him. He hugged his wife with one arm and his daughter with the other, then sighed and spoke. "Have you two known about this for a while? When you sent the letter that day, you worked together quite well." Zhu Yunshu and Pan Pan looked at each other. Both mother and daughter looked a bit shy, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on their faces. Well, everything was now exposed. Seeing the situation, Pan Pan quickly reached out her small hand and hugged Hu Qingshan's arm, taking the blame onto herself. "Daddy, it was all my idea. It has nothing to do with Mommy." She lifted her little face, looking more serious than ever. I was just worried. Think about it, Grandpa is such an important official. If we suddenly wrote a letter saying we might be his relatives, what would people in Beijing think? They would definitely think we are scammers, trying to get close to the Zhai family, trying to get benefits from them. I heard that in the capital city, many people are watching the Zhai family. If they find out about us, they will definitely try to deal with us. It's better to send a photo so Grandpa can recognize us himself, and no one can gossip about it. Pan Pan finished speaking quickly, and Hu Qingshan was stunned. This didn't seem like something a 3-year-old could say. Some adults, when weighing benefits and risks, are less clever than Pan Pan by 0.1%. Hu Qingshan was more shocked than when he first learned about his background at the command center. He looked steadily at the little girl in his arms. After a while, he turned to Zhu Yunshu, his voice carrying a faint, unintentional daze. Yunshu, has Pan Pan always been this smart? Zhu Yunshu opened her mouth but didn't know how to explain. Just as she hesitated, Pan Pan in her arms decided not to hide anything from Hu Qingshan anymore. She leaned against his chest and softly, with a hint of nervousness, spoke. Daddy, when I was pushed down the stairs by Wei Yaozu and hit my head, I felt like I had been dreaming for a very long time. Pan Pan's voice was very soft, like she was whispering. I dreamed that Mommy was poisoned and hurt by the Wei family, and I was also called a little wild child and burned alive. After I woke up, I was very scared. I told Mommy about the dream. It was real. They really want to hurt us. Luckily, I knew in advance, so I managed to escape. As she spoke, she carefully looked up at Hu Qingshan's expression. She was actually very worried. After all, Hu Qingshan was a soldier. In this era, ideas like dream precognition or superstitions are strongly rejected and guarded against. Would Daddy believe her? Or think she was talking nonsense? But before she finished speaking, the expected suspicion and questioning didn't happen. Hu Qingshan suddenly stretched out his arms and tightly hugged her and Zhu Yunshu. His strength was very great, to the point that Pan Pan felt a little breathless. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I would never let them breathe freely on the farm. They will pay for what they've done. At this moment, he was neither a hero leader nor a descendant of a noble family. He was simply a man willing to fight to protect his wife and daughter. He gently patted Pan Pan's head and softly said, Pan Pan, don't be afraid. No matter what dreams you had or what you experienced, Daddy tells you, those are all in the past. I am your father. No matter what happens in the future, I will always believe in you and your mom unconditionally. I will always stand behind you and protect you. Tears welled up in Pan Pan's eyes as she sniffed her nose.
Daddy, oh dear.
He didn't ask whether her dreams were real or not, nor did he doubt her words. He only felt heartache, regret, and a strong desire to protect them. Hu Qingshan gently wiped away his daughter's tears and asked with concern, with so many people, and with them trying to drug you and set fires, how did you manage to escape? Pan Pan hesitated for a moment. Forget it, there's nothing really secret anymore. She slowly stretched out her chubby little hand in front of Hu Qingshan. And then something magical happened. A big white rabbit candy appeared out of nowhere in her palm. Hu Qingshan. He blinked rapidly, thinking he was just too tired and was seeing things. Was he hallucinating? Where did this candy come from? Before he could fully recover from his shock, even more astonishing things happened. The small, soft figure in front of him suddenly disappeared from the spot. Next, she appeared at the window on the other side of the room, smiling at him. Then she returned to his arms, snuggling close and softly saying, So, Daddy, you really don't need to worry about me being caught by bad guys. If I ever face that again, you can just fire at them boldly. Pan Pan isn't afraid. Pan Pan had made up her mind. If she encountered bad guys later, Hu Qingshan would definitely risk everything to save her. She didn't want her dad to hesitate or feel guilty when choosing.
And
with her and her father working together, they could definitely make more contributions. Hu Qingshan fell into complete silence. He held his soft, fragrant little daughter in his arms, feeling his mind turn into a jumble of thoughts. Teleportation. Instant movement. He paused silently, then suddenly asked an unrelated question. Was it you who did the roof at Old Third Hu's guest house? Pan Pan's smile froze on her face. Hu Qingshan pinched her cheek, staying up late and sneaking out. Be careful you don't grow too short. Pan Pan, Daddy. That's not the point. Next to them, Zhu Yunshu watched the interaction between the father and daughter and finally couldn't hold back a laugh. All right, at least someone can keep this unruly little one in check. The family of three lay side by side on the big bed at the guest house. Pan Pan slept in the middle, with her father on the left and her mother on the right. She yawned softly and closed her eyes peacefully. After confessing all her secrets to her father, She felt a big weight in her heart finally lift. Tomorrow, they would go to the capital. She couldn't help but start to think. Yes, she had met her grandfather. What would her grandmother in the capital be like? Would her spiritual spring water really help her grandmother's illness? Pan Pan slept soundly, unaware that far away, the Zhai family had already undergone a big change. Usually in the evening, the senior leaders would take a walk after dinner. Some of them liked to play chess in the yard, drink tea, chat, or greet the others passing by.
But today,
things were a little different. Zhai Weiguo was worried about his wife's condition, but he knew her illness was a mental one. Maybe seeing her children would make her better. Overall, he was optimistic. He walked home along the road. Passing by General Li and Commissar Wang, who had returned late and didn't know what had happened at the Zhai family, they asked casually, "Old Zhai, have you eaten yet?" "Zhai Weiguo, how do you know my son is back?" "Zhai Weiguo, how do you know my granddaughter is here too? So soft and fragrant, and she's so clever. She even helped me's silly grandson take out 3 enemies before." 2 people. Showing off. Old Zhai is starting to show off now, isn't he? No one asked you. It's a great thing that the child is back. Having a granddaughter is impressive. Commissar Wang, who has no daughters at home, grits his teeth and decides to go home and urge his son and daughter-in-law to have children. General Li, who has a granddaughter, just stopped showing off for a second.
what?
He took his grandson Zhai Yuanzhou and defeated 3 enemies? General Li's eyes widened in surprise. All right, this little granddaughter is truly amazing. Old Zhai, when your little granddaughter arrives, remember to call me. I'll add a dish for this little hero. Zhai Weiguo walks along, showing off as he goes. When he gets home, he quickly calls the guard. Where are the tickets from before? Where did they go? The guard looks confused. Sir, what do you mean? Zhai Weiguo says, find them quickly. The child will be here in a day or 2, and we need to buy some things. Old General Zhai usually lives simply, even frugally. Besides taking care of the old lady's health and buying some snacks for his little grandson Yuanzhou. Most of the receipts he has are for helping out those old soldiers with big families and tough lives. But now it's different. His beloved son is coming back. And his smart, adorable granddaughter too. Must buy everything. That night, Zhang Xing received another call from over there. This time, it was Old Third who asking about some information, and they searched the hunter's cabin on Old Bear Mountain. He needed to report to the elders. On the phone, Zhang Xing told everything about the bad things Old Third Hua and his wife did. This couple never raised Xiaoshan for a day. The old hunter found him. They even thought it was a waste to feed him, and disagreed. We found an old letter in the hunter's cabin, which mentioned the old hunter throwing the child into a cesspit to drown him. After the child was cared for by the old hunter until he passed away, these people came back. They thought the old hunter left money for Xiaoshan and took the money from hunting to force him to work and support the family. There's more about military ranks, but you've probably heard all that already. Zhai Weiguo listened with anger rising, almost smashing the phone in his hand. Several of the old neighbors and old comrades heard that the veteran general had found his long-lost son and came to congratulate him. After listening for a while, they all got very angry and pounded their thighs. Is this really something a person would do? How terrible, old Zhai. Your son has had a hard life. If it weren't for this lucky coincidence of finding him again, he might have been ruined by those bloodsuckers. Exactly. If they had succeeded, his future would be over. On the phone, Zhang Xinghe added that it was spoken by Hao Qingshan's commanding officer, Chen Gui. Old leader, Chen said that Xiaoshan always said that having a child like Pan Pan was enough for him. He didn't want his child to go through the loneliness and exclusion he experienced as a kid. Hearing this, Zhai Weiguo felt as if a knife was stabbing his heart. He, a tough old soldier who shed blood on the battlefield without tears, suddenly had tears in his eyes. How could he not feel heartbroken? His son, his little Shan, how much suffering and unfairness had he endured all these years? It left deep psychological scars. No, it's absolutely not acceptable. He must make it up to him. Double the effort. His son Jaishan cannot suffer this kind of unfairness. Finally finding his son, should he get him a few new clothes? His son is with his daughter-in-law, right? Should he get her some dresses? And Pan, the little treasure. Clothes, shoes,
Candies.
everything must be prepared. Jai Weigwa felt that all of this was destiny.
No wonder.
No wonder Yuanzhou, that kid, insisted on playing with Pan at the research institute, even wanting to give her his longevity lock. No wonder he felt so close to Pan at first sight, liked her from the bottom of his heart, and even thought of Shan because of her curly hair. It turns out she is really Shan's biological daughter. She is their family's great blessing. If it weren't for her cleverness and that photo, their family might never have been reunited in this lifetime. And perhaps, under the instigation of that scoundrel Zhai Yuliang, they might have drifted further apart from their own son and granddaughter. Thinking of this possibility, Zhai Weiguo felt a wave of fear and a chill down his spine. Hurry up, go and tidy up the sunny room on the west side. Take the bedding out tomorrow to air it. Tomorrow you should go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat and also gather some with the neighbors, buy a few more jean. Also, here are the clothing sizes from Feng Tian. Later, go to the friendship store to buy some clothes and fabric. If there's nothing ready-made, ask the master craftsman to make new ones. By the way, get some sugar too. Buy more snacks for Pan and weigh some more. The children need good nourishment. Zhai Weiguo finished giving his orders in one breath, feeling much more at ease. Love often feels like a constant sense of guilt. Honestly, he thought he owed his son quite a lot. Later, he said, "We'll go to the hospital soon. I'll go with you, Wei." At that moment, the guard at the door quickly came in and whispered, "Leader, your brother Zhai Yutong has arrived with his daughter and grandson." Zhai Weiguo's face immediately darkened. He took a deep breath, calmed his anger, and said coldly, "Let them come in." Zhai Weiguo and Zhai Yutong are half-brothers, and they don't look much alike. When Zhai Weiguo was young, his biological mother passed away. Zhai Yutong was the son of his father's second wife. Although they are half-brothers, Zhai Weiguo joined the army and left home at a young age, so they didn't spend much time together. But he always thought they were blood relatives, and he cared a lot about his brother, nephew Zhai Yuliang, and niece Zhai Jinji. However, he never expected that Zhai Yuliang, whom he loved dearly, would secretly stab him in the back. If today Zhai Yutong dares to speak up for that beast, he wouldn't mind disowning even this brother from now on. When Zhai Yutong entered, before Zhai Weiguo could speak, the man in his 50s suddenly knelt on the ground with a loud thud. He grabbed Zhai Weiguo's leg, crying with tears and snot, his face all wrinkled. "Brother, big brother, I have no face to see you. I can't believe I raised Zhai Yuliang, such a heartless beast. How dare he do such a thing worse than a pig or dog?" He cried heartbreakingly, not asking for mercy, but rather accusing. "Brother, please don't be soft on me just for my sake. This kind of person must be severely punished. He deserved to be executed. Whatever you think is best, do it. I came today specifically to apologize to you." Zhai Jinji, his daughter, quickly wiped her tears and, with a crying voice, said, "Uncle, we really don't know about Yuliang. We didn't expect him to do such things. We don't know how to apologize to you." Behind Zhai Jinji, there were her two children, a boy about 10 years old and a girl around 7 or 8. Seeing the situation, the children looked very scared, their faces pale, and they hid behind their mother, not daring to speak. Zhai Weiguo looked at his brother kneeling on the ground, crying loudly, and then at the two frightened children. His heart was softening. He sighed and waved to the guards, "Take the children outside to play and give them some candy. Don't scare them." After the children were taken away, he helped Zhai Yutao up from the ground and said seriously, "Get up. What are you doing?" His anger eased a little, but he still complained, "I believe I've been good to Yuliang. I wanted him to join the army and have a good future, but he refused stubbornly. Over the years, have I ever not thought of him when I had good things? But what about him? This is how he repays me. I've just been helping him out of revenge. Zhai Yutao was still wiping his tears and hitting his chest repeatedly. It's my fault. I didn't teach him well. Brother, don't worry about us. Whatever you decide to do, we won't say a word. I was ashamed to come here, but I had to come to apologize. Seeing him like this, Zhai Weigua's anger finally eased a lot, and his heart softened. His initial suspicion and doubt about Zhai Yutao also temporarily disappeared. He waved his hand tiredly and said, "All right, go back. Tomorrow, my son Xiaoshan will come by train, and he'll arrive early the day after tomorrow. When that time comes, you should come and meet him." Zhai Yutao immediately expressed his thanks, wiped his nose in tears, took his daughter, and gratefully left. They left the gates of Ichuan Mountain and got into a jeep heading home. Just now, Zhai Yutao was crying desperately, but the sadness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy expression. He leaned back in his chair and muttered a low curse through his teeth. Good for nothing. Why can't you just stay calm? He knew deep down that, at this point, Zhai Yuliang was completely finished. The only thing left to do now was to save himself and his daughter, even if it meant sacrificing the car. Luckily, his older brother was still the same, soft-hearted and gentle, not tough. Bringing Jinji and the 2 grandchildren today was a good move. Sitting beside him, Zhai Jinji rolled her eyes lightly and gently touched her son and daughter's heads. Her son is 10 years old, and her daughter is 7, both clever and adorable. Inside, she was already very angry. In the past, she often tried to visit her older brother's house to strengthen family ties. But every time, Zhai Yuliang acted like a thief, worried she would take what was rightfully his, and he would secretly or openly criticize her, making it hard for her to even enter the Yichuan Mountain Gate. Now, it seems karma has caught up with him. He's gotten himself into trouble. Serves him right. A wave of irritation and jealousy rose in Jinji's heart. How could her uncle be so lucky? Years ago, her uncle's eldest son, Zhai Yuntao, was determined to join the Navy, especially to the remote Cheongzhou Island, and he didn't come back for many years. Back then, their family was secretly very happy, thinking that with her uncle's connections and resources in the army, their family would benefit greatly. Who would have thought, out of nowhere, a hero would appear? A son lost for over 20 years was suddenly found alive. Why wasn't he drowned in the river back then? Jinji sighed silently. Now, she could only take things one step at a time. With such a big piece of meat right in front of her, she had to find a way to get a bite, to taste some soup. She turned to her father and lowered her voice. "Dad, what should we do next? When Hu Qingshan comes back, should we politely go and acknowledge him?" Zhai Yutang closed his eyes and snorted coldly. What else? Confronting him directly now would be suicide. Your older brother is protecting his own now. Our job now is to lower our stance, be more polite than anyone, and act more friendly than anyone. After meeting the Hu Qingshan family, they planned to act accordingly. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, both having their own plans. They knew they must avoid any direct conflict with the Hu Qingshan family. They needed to act very friendly and kind to keep the relationship stable first. Zhai Yutang sighed deeply. He spoke softly, with a hint of regret in his voice. If only sister-in-law. This time things could have gone so well. Hearing this, Zhai Jinji's heart moved.
Yes.
Then, even if the eldest uncle found his own son, he would be happy. But what if this son causes harm to his wife? Maybe the eldest uncle will carry a heavy burden in his heart for the rest of his life. By then, how much genuine love can he still have for this son who came back from the dead? In Beijing, the Zhai family and Zhai Yutang's household had their own undercurrents, unaware of what was happening with Hu Qingshan's family in Fengtian. Before dawn, the family got up early. Zhang Xinghe's soldier, Xiao Wang, had already packed all their luggage. Zhang Xinghe gave Hu Qingshan a full 10 days off, patted his shoulder, and told him to spend quality time with his family, without rushing back. They planned to take the earliest train, leaving at 6 a.m. sharp. The journey would last until 7 p.m., a total of 13 hours. As the cold wind blew, Pan Pan woke up a little. but her big eyes still squinted sleepily. Her little head was nestled in Zhu Yunsu's arms, making soft sounds. Tired, sleepy. She was about to throw a tantrum for waking up. Zhu Yunsu gently tightened her embrace with love, while Hu Qingshan carried 2 heavy bags, protecting his wife and daughter as they boarded the train. What they didn't know was that less than an hour after they got on the train, a call was made to Hu Qingshan's military district. The call came from the Research Institute, asking to find Zhu Yunsu. Right now, only a few people knew about Hu Qingshan's background. In the military district, only Chun Guowei and Wang Zhengwo knew the full story. Although the people present that day knew, the news hadn't spread yet. Everyone there was told not to talk about it openly. After all, someone like General Zhai has a very sensitive identity, and countless eyes are watching his family. If Hu Qingshan's background were to spread widely before he even returned to the capital, who knows what kind of trouble it might cause. It could even attract the attention of hostile spies. The operator, of course, didn't know any of this. Hello, comrade. Comrade Hu Qingshan and comrade Zhu Yunshu, as a couple, requested long leave early this morning. They said there was an urgent family matter, and they've already left Fengtian. As for where they went and how long they'll be gone, we don't have any record for now. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a helpless sigh. All right, thank you, comrade. Inside the Research Institute, in the director's office, Director Huang put down the phone and let out a heavy sigh, his face clouded with worry. Across from him sat Elder Zheng, clicking his tongue in irritation, clearly unhappy.
Well?
Did you manage to reach young Zhu? Director Huang shook his head, repeated what the operator had said, and finally frowned deeply. What should we do now? They said it was a family emergency and took leave. At such a critical moment, they're not here. We can't just sit by and watch Ponpon's work get taken away by someone else, can we? The moment Elder Zheng heard this, his temper flared. He slammed the table and burst out. Unbelievable. What's going on with Wenrahai? He couldn't even keep the child's designs safe? If I'd known, I never would have let him handle it in the first place. What a mess. Director Huang gave a bitter smile and tried to calm him down. Old Zheng, don't be angry. This really isn't old Wen's fault. He lowered his voice, his expression grave. The fact that Old Wen was willing to take the risk and warn us in advance already shows he's done his best. He truly wanted to protect Ponpon's work. He had no choice. He mentioned that the person eyeing Ponpon's results has powerful connections and an extraordinary background. Apparently, that person's family has ties to Yuchuan Mountain, and he can even speak directly to several senior leaders. People like that who rely only on their family background are the worst. They have no real ability, so they pick on the weak. They target children like Pan, who have no strong family support and whose parents don't hold high positions, just to take advantage of their hard work. The more Director Huang spoke, the angrier he became, yet he was still powerless. With tighter policies, some problems are quietly emerging. Elder Zheng angrily said, Commander Chun and others also care a lot about this urea production line. If we really can't handle it, we should report it to the military district. I don't believe there's no justice. Director Huang sighed. Recently, policies are becoming more strict. It's better not to tell the commanders about this. They are likely to get anxious. If they get upset, their families might hold grudges, and later, they could find some excuse or make trouble for Xiaozhu. That would ruin his future. Everyone knew that Zhu Yunshu came from a wealthy family. Although she donated some profits and received recognition, she was still part of the system that was tightening. But her background still mattered. If she offended a powerful person, they might find some reason or accuse her of something. And that would cause trouble again. Elder Zheng listened, his chest rising and falling with anger. After holding back for a long time, he finally cursed harshly, bastard. All because she had a lucky chance? What's so great about that? He felt both anxious and heartbroken. This project was something little Pan, just 3 years old, had worked hard on. Using her memory, she drew the plans for days. Her chubby little face looked a bit thinner from exhaustion. The achievement of this urea production line was very important. It could fill a gap in our country's industry. All thanks to this child wanting to beat someone up. Having that success taken away made him furious. But what could they do? They were far in Fengtian, while the people in Beijing could reach the sky. Elder Zheng paced nervously in the office, then suddenly had an idea. Wait. Pan Fan saved General Zhai's grandson, Zhai Yuanshou. That's a life-saving favor. Can we find a way to contact General Zhai? With such a big favor, he can't just ignore it, right? Director Huang looked more bitter. Old Zheng, you're too naive. Who are we? And who is General Zhai? Our calls can't even reach the gates of Yichuan Mountain. Besides, saving someone's life is one thing, but this is a different matter. Asking the general for help over such a small issue. Do you think that's appropriate? If I accidentally offend someone and they think we are repaying kindness with ingratitude, wouldn't that make things worse? Old Zheng's newly sparked hope was instantly doused by a cold splash of reality. He slumped back into his chair and let out a long sigh. Yes, in the end, they are still insignificant. Even though he has achieved some success in scientific research, he still can't communicate well with those above him. Old Zheng looked out the window and spoke softly. If only Huo Qingshan's background were better. Even if he just came from a small official family in the capital, he wouldn't be bullied like this. The more he thought about it, the more regret he felt, muttering to himself. If only he could have some family ties with Yanquan Mountain, some connections, that would be great. Then, I bet no one would dare to lay a finger on Pan Pan. No one would dare to take our Ponpon's things. Pan Pan on the train didn't know yet about the many problems caused by her previous urea production line. Right now, she was curled up in Zhu Yunshu's arms, sleeping soundly. Maybe because she had spent too much mental energy on the matter of recognizing relatives recently, she had been feeling tired and sleepy these past 2 days. Now on the train, hearing the rhythmic clattering sounds, she fell asleep immediately. In her dream, she saw towering flames, surrounded by crowds shouting and scolding, women crying and screaming. She felt hot, felt burning, and fear echoed in her heart. Pan Pan vaguely wondered if this was when the original owner was burned to death by the Wei family. Why was she dreaming about this? She had indeed lied to her parents about having a dream to hide her crossing into this world. Surely, a lie told repeatedly wouldn't turn into such a dream. Before she could think further, the scene shifted again. She dreamed she was running desperately alone, through streets that were somewhat unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar. How strange. She couldn't remember where this was. But she felt like she had seen it before. In her dream, she fell to the ground. She wanted to get up, but felt unable to control her body. Her arms and legs wouldn't move. Suddenly, a gentle and familiar voice sounded beside her. It's late at night, and there's a little girl standing by the roadside. She looks very much like Chin Mama from the welfare home. Pan Pan suddenly wakes up from her dream. She opens her eyes quickly, blinking a couple of times, with some confusion still in her big, dark eyes. For a moment, she can't tell if she's dreaming or awake. What's wrong with her? Why did she dream about this? Chin Mama told her she was found at the entrance of the welfare home when she was about 2 or 3 years old. At that time, she had no memories and couldn't remember what happened. Now, her earliest memory is being in the welfare home. Could this be a memory from when Chin Mama found her? She is lost in her thoughts. Pan Pan, you're awake? Are you hungry? It's Hu Qingshan's voice. Seeing her confused face when she wakes up, his heart melts. He reaches out to hold her, kisses her chubby cheek, then gets up, takes a ceramic cup, and goes to the water connection to prepare milk for her. Zhu Yunshu touches her small face. Baby, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? You slept so deeply today, you didn't wake up at all on the way. Are you too tired, or did you have a bad dream? Ponpon's little head nods like a bauble. She doesn't want her parents to worry. She thinks maybe she told her dad several times about dreaming of being burned alive, so her brain might have created the scene for her. Yes, that must be it. She hugs Zhu Yunshu's neck, acting sweet and soft. No, I didn't have a nightmare. I just didn't sleep well a few days ago, so I'm a little sleepy. Her voice is soft and obedient, her face still a little red from waking up. Zhu Yunshu doesn't doubt her, just feels sorry for her tiredness. He pats her back gently, and whispers playfully, "That's right. Next time we go out to deal with them, you should sleep well so you don't tire yourself out. Look, you've slept so long. We're almost there." "What? Almost there?" She has slept for so long? Pan Pan was surprised as she lifted her small head. A strange feeling came over her again. This dream might not be just an ordinary dream. She turned her head to look out the window. The sky had indeed become very dark. She thought she had only slept for a little while, but it turned out she had slept from morning until evening. Hu Qingshan came back holding a prepared bottle of milk. The sweet smell quickly eased Pan Pan's little worries. "Forget it, don't think about it anymore. The world is big, and eating is the most important." She drank most of the milk with her dad's hand, then nibbled on 2 cookies that Zhu Yunshu brought. Her belly was round and full, and she happily let out a burp. At that moment, the train's announcement sounded, indicating the station was near. Beijing City, arriving. At the train station exit, 2 soldiers in uniform stood among the crowd, occasionally checking their watches with anxious looks. When Hu Qingshan's family walked out of the station, one of the sharp-eyed soldiers immediately recognized them. They had seen the family photo sent to Ichuan Mountain, so they remembered what this family looked like very clearly. "Is this Comrade Hu Qingshan?" One soldier quickly approached. Pan Pan, held in Hu Qingshan's arms, saw the 2 soldiers looking at them. She slightly frowned. This was very strange. According to General Zhai's personality, he would have come to pick them up himself. Why wasn't he here today? And Zhai Yuanzhou, her little brother, who always followed her around, was also missing. If both Grandpa and her brother couldn't come, it must mean something very important was keeping them busy. What could be more important than a son who had been lost for over 20 years coming home? Pan Pan's eyes suddenly widened. Before the 2 soldiers could explain, she spoke first, her voice clear and urgent. "Uncle, is Grandma's condition not good? I need to go to the hospital to see Grandma right away." Hearing this, the 2 soldiers froze, their faces showing surprise. This little girl was so clever. How did she guess so accurately just by opening her mouth? One of the guards quickly realized the situation, nodded solemnly, and said, "Yes, young comrade. The old lady's health isn't doing well. She was fine when she went to bed last night, but this morning her condition suddenly worsened. Now she's unconscious," another guard added. "General Zhao was supposed to come pick you up, but when he heard the news from the hospital this morning, he immediately stayed there with Yuanzhou, not daring to leave even for a moment." Hu Qingshan's face suddenly turned pale. Just moments ago, he was filled with joy and hope at the thought of seeing his biological parents, but that happiness was instantly overshadowed by a heavy gloom. How could this happen? Wasn't her health supposed to be okay? Was she just confused? Was it only a mental issue? Why did it suddenly become so serious? He didn't even have time to think about anything else. He quickly told the guard, "Quick, take us to the hospital. I want to see her, see my mom." The jeep sped through the city streets under the night sky. Pan Pan leaned against Zhu Yunshu, her small brow furrowed tightly, her mind a mess. How could this be? She felt something was wrong. Commander Zhang said that Grandma was just overly nostalgic, her mind a little confused, sometimes not recognizing people. Based on these symptoms, she even suspected that Grandma might be in the early stages of Alzheimer's. This illness is troublesome, but it shouldn't suddenly worsen to the point of being life-threatening. How could she suddenly fall into a coma without warning? The more Pan Pan thought about it, the more she felt something was off. Could there be a problem here? But this is a hospital in the capital city. There shouldn't be any issues. She shook her head, trying to dismiss her worries. After all, she had spiritual spring water. Grandma definitely wasn't in any danger. Outside the special ward of the hospital, many people had gathered. They were all relatives of the Zhai family. Besides Zhai Yuliang's family, who had been taken away, almost all of Zhai's friends and relatives in the city had come. In the hospital room, Zhai Weigua stood tiredly by his wife's bedside, holding her hand tightly. He turned to the doctor nearby and asked, "What exactly is going on?" "It's been a whole day, and there's no sign of improvement," the doctor, dressed in a white coat, looked confused and troubled. "Old General, we have already done the most thorough check on Madam. All the indicators show no obvious problems. It's just her old illness acting up again. To help her stay calm, we used a mild sedative. When she couldn't eat, we gave her fluids to keep her nourished. Other than that, we haven't given her any other medicine." The doctor also found this strange. This was just her old illness, caused by the trauma of losing her child years ago. As she got older, her mind became fragile, and she would sometimes become confused. What was different this time was that her child was found, and she saw the photo. Her emotions were too intense, and she was overly stimulated. But even so, she seemed to be getting better, yet suddenly worsened sharply, and even fell into a coma. This didn't make sense. Jia Yuanzhou stood on the other side of the bed, trembling with fear.
Grandma.
"Please wake up." He looked at his grandmother's pale face, her eyes closed, tears welling up in his eyes. He felt heartbroken. Although no one blamed him, and they had found his little uncle and recognized Pan Pan again, he still couldn't understand why his grandmother's condition worsened just after seeing the photo. He didn't dare cry, only secretly wiped his tears. Outside the hospital room, Jia Yutong arrived with his daughter, Jia Jinji, looking worried. Jia Jinji was especially sensible. She carried a basket filled with fruit and snacks, trying to persuade Jia Weigua and other relatives to eat a little and take care of themselves. She even took a piece of cake, intending to give it to Jia Yuanzhou, and gently said, "Yuanzhou, be good. Eat something. Grandma definitely doesn't want to see you like this." Although everyone had little appetite, they all thought that Jia Jinji was a caring and thoughtful girl, very different from Jia Yuliang. Jia Jinji walked around the hospital room, offering comfort to everyone, before finally leaving the room. Outside in the corridor, a group of distant relatives gathered together. They didn't dare speak openly in front of General Jia Weigua. Instead, they huddled together, sighing softly. "Hey, you guys, this is so strange. Yesterday, everything was fine, and today suddenly it's not?" An older woman lowered her voice and whispered mysteriously, "Do you think maybe something is blocking her?"
Sure.
"Speak more quietly. We shouldn't say such things. These days, we need to trust science." Someone nearby quickly stopped her. But the old woman couldn't help but murmur, "But we're all staying in the hospital peacefully. Yesterday she was fine, and today it's worse." Seeing the photos made her sick. Her condition worsened as soon as she arrived in Beijing. "Maybe we should secretly find someone to check her? To see if she's really been affected?" Jia Jinji stood a little distance away, listening carefully to their words. A faint, secret smile appeared on her lips, almost invisible. When she approached, the relatives immediately stopped talking and pretended nothing was happening. Jia Jinji didn't mind. Instead, she took a few steamed buns from her basket and cheerfully handed them out to help fill their stomachs, saying, "You ladies have had a long day. Eat something to take care of yourselves, don't wear yourselves out." After doing this, she smiled and explained that she knew some classmates at this hospital who could help bring warm food from the cafeteria. She also asked carefully what everyone wanted to eat. Jia Jinji was a nurse herself, just not working at the military hospital. Knowing classmates was perfectly normal. Seeing her kindness, the relatives looked at her more warmly, mostly thinking to themselves how good she was. Just then, a guard hurried over from the corridor, entered the room, and quietly reported to Jia Weigua, "Old General, they've arrived." Jia Weigua, who had been lost in grief, finally perked up a little. "Yoi, you must get better soon. The children have arrived. You'll see them very soon. You must stay strong. Our family will be together again." After giving these words of comfort, he took Jia Yuanzhou's arm and left the room. Outside, Ho Qingshan and his family were walking toward the hospital room. Although I had seen their photos before, when I saw Ho Qingshan in person, Jia Weigua couldn't help but tear up.
Hey.
What's there to say? What's the investigation for? Just based on his appearance, this is his son. Jia Weigua could no longer hold back his emotions, and tears flowed freely. "Good boy. My good boy. Come quickly, come see your mom. Come see her." Ho Qingshan held Pan Pan, with Zhu Yunsu walking beside him. The family of three entered the room with nervous hearts. At first glance, Pan Pan saw the elderly woman lying on the bed. Her hair was already white, with naturally beautiful curly waves. Although her face was pale and full of wrinkles from age, it was clear she must have been a great beauty when she was young. At that moment, someone nearby gasped sharply and hurriedly said, "The old lady's breathing is irregular. Her face doesn't look right."
Doctor,
"Come quickly."
come and see.
Perhaps hearing the voices, or for some other reason, the stimulation caused her to react. Shin Yue, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly gasped, and her lips turned purple. The situation was clearly worsening rapidly. Everyone around panicked, pressing the call button for the nurse. Zhai Jinji stood outside the room. Through the crowd, she saw the relatives who had been whispering about Fan Ke earlier, showing even stranger and more frightened expressions. The smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. What does it matter if she find her again? Just as the old lady was about to arrive in Beijing, her conditions suddenly worsened. As soon as they entered the room, the old lady needed urgent rescue. Judging by the situation, she might not make it through tonight. This son, returning home, had just caused his own mother to deteriorate. When the old general realized what was happening, even if he didn't say it aloud, he would surely carry a heavy burden in his heart. By then, how much genuine love could he still have for this son who had been lost and found again? For a moment, the entire hospital room was in chaos. Doctors and nurses rushed in, beginning to prepare for emergency treatment. "Everyone, get out first. Start the rescue quickly." Zhai Weiguo watched his wife's condition worsen suddenly and felt completely stunned. He pulled Zhai Yuanzhou and stood at the door of the ward, anxiously looking inside. "Yoi, wait, what's happening now?" He never expected that, even during a family reunion, the situation would turn out like this. Hu Qingshan also looked very pale. He stood at the door, watching his mother, who hadn't spoken a word to him, feeling tight in his chest. He even wondered if his mother's sudden decline was because of his return, which might have upset her. If that's true, he was brought back, but ended up harming his mother. It would have been better if he hadn't been recognized.
He
Would rather not find his family than cause them harm just by coming back. Listening to the sounds from inside the ward and watching the doctors and nurses rush in, the relatives outside looked increasingly worried and confused. They had a vague feeling that something strange was happening with the old lady's illness. Maybe it was because Hu Qingshan was recognized at this time, and perhaps the child was bad luck for her. Otherwise, how could it be explained? She had been sickly before, but it wasn't serious. Then, after seeing the photo, she relapsed. Now, with the child recognized, she was critically ill. What kind of situation was this? Everyone's eyes darted around, their faces showing strange expressions. Zhai Yutang and Zhai Jinji secretly felt happy inside. Just then, a soft, childish voice sounded from inside the ward.
Grandma.
"Don't sleep. Wake up quickly.
Grandma.
Dad and I are here to see you." Everyone looked toward the voice and saw the little girl, who was originally in Hu Qingshan's arms, suddenly slip inside the ward and climb onto the old lady's bed. She used a soft, sweet voice, clearly calling out, "Grandma will definitely turn bad luck into good fortune and stay healthy in the future." The girl's voice was clear and soft, but it didn't ease the gloom in everyone's hearts. "Little girl, come out quickly. This isn't a place for you to play. We're trying to save her. Please take the child out." How did this child get in there? Zhai Jinji stood behind the crowd, feeling extremely happy. She curled her lips, full of contempt. What little lucky star. Before, she had praised this little girl, Pan Pan, as if she were a divine being descending from heaven. Now, it seemed nothing special. She was just a small kid who only said a few lucky words and had some good luck a few times. Compared to her own daughter, who was smart and sensible, this rural girl was no better. At this moment, rushing into the hospital room wouldn't help much, except possibly making things worse. If she went in to say lucky words and delayed the doctors and nurses, it wouldn't please anyone. Instead, people might remember her in a bad way. She also showed a worried look and shouted, "Little kid, come out quickly. If you delay the old lady's treatment, it could affect the rescue. That would be very bad."
Yes.
If it affected the rescue, it would be terrible. Just as many people were about to speak, suddenly, there was a gasp from inside the room.
Huh.
How is this possible? Grandma is awake. Zhai Jinji's smile instantly froze. She stared in disbelief, standing on tiptoe and desperately trying to see into the room. She saw the elderly lady on the bed, who had looked near death just moments before, now with a slight improvement in her face. Her eyelids moved slightly, and she opened her eyes. Then, her cracked lips moved a few times, and she whispered very softly but clearly, "Child. My little mountain." Hearing this, General Zhai's eyes suddenly filled with tears. "She's awake. Yue is awake." Xin Yue struggled to open her eyes. She tried hard to sit up, but her body was too weak. She could only lift her head slightly and look around. Finally, her gaze landed exactly on the face of Hu Qingshan at the door.
Xiaoshan.
Then, her eyes shifted to the small figure leaning by the bed. The old lady's lips slowly curved into a faint smile, and she softly said, "Bring my granddaughter to see me." The old lady was really awake. Who would believe it? And she was not ill, not confused anymore, but recognized her son and granddaughter clearly at first glance. The few people whispering nearby about what might be wrong were stunned. "Oh my, I heard before that this little granddaughter is very lucky." "Yes, on the train earlier. Wasn't it her who saved the whole train?" She called out twice, and the old lady woke up. "She's really a little lucky star." Amid the surprise and praise from the crowd, no one noticed the change in expressions on Zhai Yutang and Zhai Jinji's faces. How could this be? Just by calling out twice, the old lady woke up? No matter how much they didn't believe it, the facts were right in front of them. What happened was exactly the opposite of what they expected. The calls from Pan Pan and Xin Yue's awakening turned the disaster for the old woman into a blessing for the Hu family. Their plans completely failed. And at this moment, they still had to smile politely. Zhai Weigua grabbed Hu Qingshan's hand, voice trembling with emotion. "Xiaoshan, your mom. She recognized you. She recognized you."
Hu Qingshan was stunned too.
That gentle, loving, and forgiving look in her eyes was something he had always longed for, but never received. A warm wave flooded his heart, instantly easing all his worries and fears. He quickly rushed into the room, trembling as he reached out and gently took his mother's hand, hoarse as he called,
"Mom."
Hearing this, Xin Yue's eyes filled with tears as she held Hu Qingshan's hand and cried, "My little Shan, you've suffered outside." Seeing this family reunion, Pan Pan leaned on the bed and quietly let out a big breath. Luckily, she came along, or today's situation could have been really dangerous for Grandma. Her small eyes glanced at the force still attached to Grandma's hand. She couldn't understand what was being dripped into that bottle, but that didn't stop her from adding her own ingredients. This thing worked much faster than drinking medicine. Since just now when I entered the room and saw my grandmother suddenly fall ill, having difficulty breathing and her lips turning purple, I felt a jolt in my heart. In this situation, giving water was definitely not an option. I quickly thought of a plan and quietly added some spiritual spring water from my space into the drip that my grandmother was receiving. Later, doctors and nurses rushed in to rescue her. The scene was chaotic, and no one noticed me for a while. I also added quite a bit of the water into their syringes. Now, it seems to have worked very well. My grandmother's condition not only stabilized but also improved a lot compared to before. I was thinking of finding another chance to use the spiritual spring water to help her recover her health. All her old illnesses should be cured with the right treatment. Pepe was lying by the bed, watching the scene where Hu Qingshan and his biological mother recognized each other, and she showed a very happy and proud expression. Not bad, not bad. I am quite a good little lucky star. On the hospital bed, Xin Yue tightly held her son's hand, feeling the warmth from his palm. Tears kept falling, but her heart felt as happy as if she was dreaming, so overwhelmed with happiness, yet afraid he might disappear at any moment. Oh, my little mountain. My little mountain has really come back. You've grown so big now. Married such a good wife, and have such a well-behaved child. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the adorable little bundle on the bed, and her eyes turned redder. This feeling is just like a dream. This child is truly. She turned her head, holding Jaiwegua's hand, her voice still trembling with a mix of fear and relief. Weigua, I tell you, just now I was feeling terrible, like a big stone was pressing on my chest, and I couldn't even call out. Then I heard a child's voice calling me Grandma, so sweet and clear, it made my heart melt. Suddenly, all that discomfort was gone, and I became clear-headed again. Hearing this, the relatives around were all stunned. It turns out that it was really that little child's voice that woke up the seriously ill grandmother. Jia Yuanzhou stood nearby, his eyes shining. I knew it. I knew Pepe is a little lucky star. I have always said that as soon as Pan arrives, Grandma's illness will definitely get better. He puffed out his little chest, looking proud, as if he was the one being praised. I told you I thought this way the first time I saw Pan in Fontian. When Grandma sees her, she will surely get well. Although Jaiweigua was also very excited, he was still worried about his wife's health. He nervously urged the doctor to quickly do a full checkup on Xinyue. But Xinyue kept waving her hand and said confidently, No need to check. I feel very good, better than ever. I feel light and energetic. The doctors didn't dare to listen to her and insisted on doing the tests. After all, when a seriously ill person suddenly becomes lively and energetic, it's not always a good sign. It's called a false recovery. They couldn't say this openly in front of the family, so they just used the excuse of for safety reasons to insist on the tests. As a nurse, Zhai Jinji knew these procedures very well. She stood behind the crowd, looking worried, but secretly praying. Old lady, it's best if it's just a false recovery. It's best if she doesn't have much longer to live. If that's the case, this little lucky star who is just praised so highly would quickly turn into a little troublemaker that might cause more problems for Grandma. Let's see how proud they'll be then. As each test result came out, Zhai Jinji's smile started to fade. Blood pressure is normal. Heart rate is steady. The doctors held the test reports, and their expressions were even more surprised than if they had seen a ghost. All the body data was normal. Breathing was steady and strong, consciousness clear, and she answered questions fluently. Even Xinyue's knees and legs, which used to ache and weaken during rainy days because of old injuries from her youth, seemed stronger than usual. She even wanted to get off the bed and jump around a little to test herself. The nearby doctors and nurses quickly rushed to stop her, all anxious and sweating. But the old lady happily said, Oh, don't be so nervous. I just feel full of energy. Maybe it's because I saw my son and this adorable granddaughter. My bad feelings just disappeared, and I feel comfortable all over. She touched her belly and smiled shyly. Right now, there's nothing in my stomach, and I'm so hungry I keep growling. After a full checkup, the overall diagnosis surprised all the doctors. The elderly lady was perfectly healthy, with all her health indicators normal. The only issue was that she was hungry. What does this mean? Is it a medical miracle? The doctors looked at each other in disbelief. It was clear that the patient was on the verge of death, looking as if she had little time left. Yet, after hearing her child's voice, she not only woke up but also showed a great improvement in her condition.
Could it be
that all her strange old illnesses were actually caused by emotional stress? Now that her long-lost son was recognized and came back, her emotional burden was lifted, and her health improved without medicine? When science can't explain what is happening, spiritual or mystical beliefs seem to be the only answer. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside and outside the hospital room changed completely. On one side, everyone was marveling at how true it is that mother and child are connected by blood. As soon as the child was recognized, the old lady's illnesses disappeared. On the other side, Many people looked at Pan Pan with amazement and admiration, whispering among themselves, "Wow, this kid is really a lucky star. Yes, yes, she's so filial. Look at how determined she was just now, rushing in to wake her grandma. She really cares." Pan Pan felt a little shy from the praise and secretly smiled in Hao Qingshan's arms. Although she didn't know if she was truly a lucky star, her spiritual spring water was definitely powerful. Maybe. Well, her preparation was a bit intense. But more is better, right? Zhai Weiguo loved Pan Pan very much because she saved Zhai Yuanzhou. Later, when he learned she was his long-lost daughter, his love for her grew even more. Now, seeing his newly recognized granddaughter wake up his unconscious wife, he was overwhelmed with affection. With all these blessings, he looked at Pan Pan with even more love. No matter how much he loved her, it was never enough. He carefully took little Pan Pan from Hu Qingshan's arms and held her tightly, worried about hurting her. Even Xin Yue, who had just woken up and wanted to hug her precious granddaughter, was not allowed to do so. The child was treated like a treasure. Zhai Weiguo confidently said, "You just woke up and don't have much strength. Don't tire yourself out. I'll hold her first so you can look at her more." Xin Yue muttered, "Nonsense." The two guards who had gone to pick up someone at the train station also came over. "We've never seen such a smart and clever little girl." Exactly. When we were at the station exit, we hadn't even had a chance to speak before she asked us if Grandma's health was okay and said she wanted to go to the hospital right away. We were so surprised. It was amazing. Pan Pan shyly buried her face in Zhai Weiguo's military uniform and whispered, I just guessed. When we were in Fengtian, Commander Zhang said that Grandpa wanted to come pick us up himself. I told Dad that coming back and forth would take too much time, so it's better if we came ourselves. When we got to the station and saw Grandpa wasn't there, I thought, it must be because Grandma's health changed. Otherwise, you would have come to pick us up. After saying this, the people around looked at her with even more admiration. Oh my, this little 3-year-old girl isn't just cute, she's so smart and quick. Many adults are not as clever as her. No wonder she could spot enemy bombs on the train. No wonder she was brave and clever enough to outsmart the enemies at Lao Xiong Mountain and save Zhai Yuanzhou. Everyone praised Pan Pan highly, calling her smart, brave, filial, and sensible, like a little lucky star. If it weren't for this child stopping you, old Zhai, from going alone, just imagine how dangerous it would have been to make that trip back and forth. Yeah, if she hadn't made the quick decision to come to the hospital, who knows what could have happened. This child is really too clever. Good fortune is invisible, but her intelligence is obvious to all. Listening to all the praise around her, Zhai Jinji's smile on her face froze completely. Initially, she was busy at the hospital today, caring for others and earning the admiration of many relatives. Everyone appreciated her thoughtfulness and kindness. But now, with Pan Pan arriving, she immediately became the center of attention. Her previous efforts seemed to be ignored in an instant. What hurt her even more was that the old lady's illness suddenly improved. All her plans and schemes with her father suddenly became pointless. Her eyes flickered as she quietly exchanged a look with her father, Zhai Yutang, who was nearby. Both of them shared the same confusion and frustration.
How could this be?
It shouldn't happen. She had already. Zhai Jinji was lost in thought when she suddenly felt someone's gaze on her. She looked up and, without knowing when, met a pair of bright, shiny, big eyes. The little girl, held in the old general's arms, tilted her head and looked at her, then asked sweetly, Grandpa, I've never seen this auntie before. Who is she? Zhai Weiguo was in a good mood and cheerfully explained, Pan Pan, this is Auntie Jinji.
She's
my brother's daughter, your second great-uncle's girl. Zhai Jinji quickly forced a friendly smile and stepped closer. Pan Pan, you're so cute. Annie has brothers and sisters at home too. I'll take you to play with them later. Pan Pan also gave her a sweet smile and responded politely, but inside, she started to feel uneasy. Something about this Auntie Jinji seemed strange.
And
the daughter of the second great-uncle? Could that mean that bad guy, Zhai Yuliang, is actually Annie Jinji's brother? Honestly, she felt that her grandmother's sudden illness today was too strange and suspicious. According to what she knew, Shen Yue's old illness was just early-stage Alzheimer's, not life-threatening. Even if she was shocked by the photos and fainted from emotional stress, it shouldn't have quickly become so serious as to threaten her life. Could it be someone was secretly involved? She subtly looked around at the relatives still praising her as a little lucky star. She hasn't forgotten. When her father carried her into this corridor, she clearly heard something other than the word lucky star. It was bad luck. She believed her grandmother's worsening condition was caused by her father's bad luck. Yes, it makes sense. If her grandmother had truly fallen ill on the very first day they arrived in the capital, the joyful family reunion would have instantly turned into a tragedy. In this era, although discussing superstitions openly is discouraged, many people still hold these beliefs deep in their hearts. If her grandmother had died suddenly after their arrival, the family reputation would suffer. Even if her grandfather didn't say anything, he would feel uneasy inside. Her father and mother couldn't truly stand tall in the Zhai family either. So, if things had really gone that way, who would have gained the most? Ponpon's eyes flickered slightly. If Zhai Jinji, like her mischievous brother Zhai Yuliang, also wanted to take advantage of the Zhai family and monopolize her grandfather's connections and resources in the military, then the answer seems clear. Pan Fan yawned softly and snuggled into her grandfather's warm embrace. She just arrived in the capital, and now she has to work overtime again. Detective Pan Fan is online.